Hello, I have returned and we are back on live today. And I decided I'm gonna play a Jank Necro because at this part of the season, why wouldn't we want to play some weird off-meta shenanigans? And I also realized I don't really know about what they've done with uniques for Necro, so it's gonna be even more of a little bit of an adventure here. And of all the things I was looking at, I was like, what is just strange and you kind of forget it exists. And I decided Shadow Bloodlance is apparently a thing. Not only is it a thing, it's a corrupting damage over time thing. So we'll see how it goes. I plugged in. I'm sure stuff I'm gonna take out later as I decide that I need something else to keep me more alive. Like right now, I'm looking at that. Like, do I really want corpse explosion or do I want corpse tendrils? I probably want tendrils. We'll fix it later. A little bone prison, messing around with the blood mace, which I also skipped completely last season when we played the new DLC Necro shenanigans. We'll see how it goes. I gotta do paragons, I gotta do gear. We're stealing from some of the things, of course, we picked up across the season. Because mythics on mythics on mythics. And unfortunately, by the looks of what we were seeing in the PTR, inevitably that's not going to change much now, is it? It's just gonna be, everybody's gonna be wearing mythics in every spot. May as well kind of get used to it now. I'll go ahead and do, what little hand-me-downs are we sitting with? Like I might have a temerity if I got nothing else. Yeah, what's on this one? This is Ignite Quake. Can't wear that unless I take off the runes. This one is Neo Cry. Because technically this will work temporarily, so we can wear these. There you go. Hi, hello, how's everybody doing? We got Ori in here already dueling me. I see the Quan. There's Steve gambling it all the way. Oh, no, she actually won. There you go. Oh, she got the flower too. I really like that flower. The blossom badge. I never keep track of those little like Twitch emblems, so every time I see people come through, I'm like, oh, that's so shiny. What is that? Best not to ask. And then I'm just gonna get that FOMO feeling. We don't want that. Anyway, I'm just going back to doing these. Yeah, we're gonna need that diamond mine. I'll take that. I don't think I have anything fancy for Necro yet. I would imagine I'm gonna want the shadow one. Which one do I not have any of? The shadow one, so we'll get to that when we get to that. We'll need this eventually. Of course, we were playing this one after Sorcerer, as far as live goes, so we got Intelligence following up Intelligence. So that's pretty good. I think we're gonna go Starlace on this, not knowing what other aspects I want. So I got one of these. Got cold damage tempered on it, but it's not actually transfig, so I could change that if I want to. I know I don't have all of my temper manuals and whatnot yet. See what we got for boots next in that spot. No uniques that are fancy for the Necro. We can just grab temporarily some flicker staffs, which probably won't go sticking with me for too long, but it's easy to do now. I might want, since we are doing shadow damage, the, what is it, Bloodless Scream? Which I know I don't have yet, so placeholder. Yeah, you can use two-handed maces on. Yeah, I guess you can. Interesting if it has shadow damage temporarily for you. We'll figure something else out later. And chest armor. We could put the materials on just to get going immediately and get accepted to not Torment? That's the words. Words are hard this hour. If that lurk midnight. Appreciate it. We're gonna grab our keys in advance. I don't think I got all of my transfood materials. Yeah. Respite and Dirk. Not my. I don't say I have 120% one somewhere, but that's not it. I want to do bosses. It's helpful. Fist of Fate. We're already wearing the actual face. And then in the PTR, we had all of these mythic. So I guess it's going to be that way again. Look at that resub, and you're 11 months in Fame Nation. Time is flying by so fast. The Frost has almost been in Fame Nation a whole year. A whole year! Doing the thing. You know what? I think I'll just hold this temporarily. Better than nothing. There you go. To be fair, if I had the other... If I had the other one for the mythics, not the mythic, the 3 uniques, I would use it, but it's on some mule somewhere. And good luck finding that. I've been gone from live for a week. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. What other rings have we got? Another shadow damage multiplier. Not exactly what I want, but for now it might be what I need just to get us going. An amulet. We're not gonna do Sealy because I know I got life roll, so that won't work right. So we gotta go and find something else. Sandwiches flying in the screen. Delicious. Well, not for me, maybe. Well, it would be delicious, just the end result would be worth it. Spanish Lord. You know? Maybe? Got crit strike damage and Vol on. I'm gonna wear this for now. It's like, I see purple, I put it on. Easy. I was looking for chest armor, but I got distracted by everything else first. I love that. Chest armor. So, what are we looking at? We could steal from other characters. I know there's materials somewhere. Temporarily, that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm a little bit more situated. I actually probably wouldn't mind running the Heavenly Strength on something. We'll get to that later. I just don't want to go immediately into UI stuff too much because I know I got a lot of that to do. And situated. I want to do unlocks. I never take that route. Who in the heck? What the? I guess that means that control click goes left to right. Never really thought about it before, so yeah, I did it again. Did it again. And the funny thing on this one, I think I usually prefer the right side. Oh well, that's fine. Okay, so we're not gonna do the minion thing this time around. We can do more mythics. We can do more. Flesh eating, consuming a corpse grants 60% increased damage rate in seconds. Do we want to do a lazy necro? I feel like if we were to want to do a lazy necro, it would be minions, but we're not doing that right now. Damage reduction, increased damage, just flat out. I like that. It used to be you have to be like, oh, you're near death, dead enemies, near corpses. And now it's like, you know what, flat rate. Necros suffer enough, give them a little bit. Blood orbs grants. I can't remember if I put the blood orbs in there or not. Up to 60%. Sounds pretty good. We'll probably go back to that later, though. Your damage while you have a stack of overpower. To gain, you're losing a stack of overpower deal. Well, I'm gonna put that at the end too in case I go out of it. This time we can do shadow and cold damage, 20% chance to deal 300% damage. That's pretty nice. Okay, we'll go with this. We're gonna do a messy board, and if I like what I'm doing enough, we'll come back and clean it up later. There you go. Go with you, and we'll go here for the next one. Gotta go backwards. Frailty! Increased damage to cursed enemies. Am I going to curse things that easily? Hello, Amelia! How you doing? Blood Surge is viable. I do believe Steed was playing it, but the weird thing is, Blood Wave, one of their variants, basically looks like Blood Surge anyway. I don't know why they did that, because I realize now every single Necro I saw that looked like they kind of were doing Blood Surge, they were actually just doing Blood Wave. So it kind of has a weird overlap where you may as well do the Blood Wave because it has the higher damage, but you could do the other one if you want to. I'm doing well. Doing well. Happy to be here. We're gonna do the Blood Orb thing after all. I might have changed my skill tree already. Or not bone skills. The damage reduction at this point while we're a baby, you know what? I'll do it. I don't know if I'll use it in the long term, but it's fine for now. All we gotta do is stack enough mythics so that we can farm 12 and then I'm happy. For the purpose of the Necro. So how bad could it be, right? Let's go over here. There you go. Cult Leader, Hulky Monstrosity, Flesh Eater. I have a feeling. Wait, it's just one corpse or something? Yeah, one corpse for 60% damage is nothing. That's nothing. We'll do that fine. As long as I keep it somehow consuming corpses. Hopefully easier than it looks like right now. Let's go over here. We got more life to be gained. Hello, hydrogens. Okay. We go one more. Frailty, increased damage to cursed enemies. I feel like that one's the obvious choice. Wait, now you get a 70% here on the overpower. I guess we're overpowering. That feels like overpower life is what it is. Okay, I'll take that route. Confirm here. There you go. We don't have a lot of glyphs. We have some glyphs. A lot of them don't look like the ones I want. Always been very amplified. A good use. Okay, so I had the ones I needed. The ones I'm going with, anyway. I don't know if the ones I quote-unquote need. Those are the ones we have. It's better than nothing. I do have my 300 points here. That was my toughest part of the PTR every time I go. When I'm making builds, my brain can't quite wrap around the fact that it gives me 200 only. I don't usually work under those restrictions very often, right? I'm spoiled. was spoiled, and I hope next season is maybe nicer to level, less maggots. I hope. I know most people seem to love the maggot grind, but I don't. I'd rather be able to progress my character and like level naturally and not feel like I got FOMO because I'm not living in the damn Helltide. And the Helltide also gives you lots of other things. And it's too much one-stop shopping. As much as we do, a lot of us do love Helltides. I don't love Helltides like that. It was like going around opening the boxes, doing the events, and not worrying about the damn maggot map locations. Then I'd be alright with it. I think my biggest problem is I don't like static gameplay. If I wanted to do static gameplay and do the same routes over and over again, I'd still be playing Asian MMORPGs and just maybe MMORPGs in general, right? I love these because of the RNG. I want to go. Let us retreat. You go, buddy. So we got a lot of points to put in. We're gonna worry about this when my glyphs are kind of somewhat situated. For now, we're gonna go unlock this starter of the storyline. So eventually we'll get all that stuff right. Actually, this season is there anything I need to unlock? I don't remember. More coffee, Ori. More coffee. Tomato Mancer. How weird. Oh, I suppose. Tomato Mancer if you're playing Blood. I'm Bloodlance, but I'm trying to do a shadow one. I don't even actually know what this looks like. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I've ever seen one. Hanging out in Torment 12 where Necros, especially early in the season, they weren't really allowed to be. That'll happen. Why does she make me do this? Why does she like this? There we go. Okay, so I do what I need to do, so we get the board, long sort of deal if we care. If we care. And then I get to do the torments thing. So if I want to roll opals and open boxes and all that fun stuff, it'll get right. I have also not farmed all my perfect stuff this season, but on Necro, I do have the perfect amethyst because one of our guildies was kind enough to give me his basically his gold overflow stock, which just happened to have been amethyst like the whole way. So anytime I play a shadow build this season, I'm pretty set. Everything else I have to grind for. Not that I don't want to grind. I usually wouldn't even take that sort of thing, but it was a guild mate, so I was like, you know what, it's cool. I'll take the guild mate one. I'm gonna make decaf because I already had too much. Ben and Jerry's churros flavor. That's interesting. But the wild thing about Ben & Jerry's is, of course, Ben & Jerry don't run that company anymore, so it always gives me a little bit of pause. Because I think, like, their whole deal now, I don't think that 5 streaks out, so I think Ben & Jerry's, like, their whole deal now is teaching people how to make... I would have to look it up, but I do believe it's, like, their thing now is teaching people how to make homemade ice cream, so they don't give companies like that their money for money. Which is wild, right? But if you look into like the history of those guys, I think it's clear why. And I get it. I get it. So you're curious about that sort of thing, look it up. Let's go ahead and hit the picks. Yes, yes, so you didn't know. Ben & Jerry's, who of course a lot of people like their company because of those guys. Are very like political, you know, like whether you follow up with all that or not, you know, interesting to know. And they don't always have anymore. Okay, we want to go put Bloodlance over here. And I'm running the Godslayer, so that's all fine. What kind of shots are they doing? Like, what am I shooting right now? And I don't have this one right. Okay, so let me see what this looks like. This is the Shadow Blood Mist. Not as speedy as I want to be yet. We haven't upgraded the boot. Figuring out what our shots look like. Howdy, little biggie! Banshee. Yeah, you are into that sort of thing with sort of the Ben & Jerry's go. Like, look it up, judge for yourself. But I just know that the founders of that company are not for it anymore. Let's go ahead and hit this stuff. Good. I like that corpse explosion on the M1. If anything should be on the M1, which one do we think is I can get away with it? It's not disruptive. I don't play 100% WASD. I do use mouse to move and WASD both. So that and one is usually my troublesome spot where I have to hold shift to make it sure it goes off. Of course, while I'm trying to walk and I have my M1, his corpse explosion is going to be so confusing. That was also not so easy to tell what's going on. We're functional. Of course we are for Torment 1, it's nothing. I just feel like we put the Reap in for the mobility. I wanted to use something different, which of course would be this, but I don't know if I'm gonna be feeling that. Grants a stack of overpower. I see that's why I reasoned that I wanted it. It's doing that. Maybe that's okay, maybe that's not. I'm not so sure. And now I'm not past efficient. That's because rings and things aren't in. All that. Some interesting deal out here tagging these Bloodlance. So this one, if you want the shadow one, you only have one option. What this one is. So I don't know where we stand on unique business for the Necro. I would imagine some of the cooler things that Bloodlance used to do now is in the tree. I might not have access to it. It is lancing, right? Permanently? Oh, ricochets too. Okay, it's a ricochet shot. Interesting. I think I'll be able to see it more clearly when I don't have materials on. So we go to the heavenly strength, chest armor sooner rather than later, so I can actually see what this skill is about. Right now, I just see it is kind of interesting seeing materials go in all sorts of weird directions, though. Going with the ricochet of the lance, I think, which makes it actually kind of interesting. Temporarily. Okay, Darkness Cliff. Well, that's nice. That's something we could use. Okay, maybe we should start putting some of these in. Darkness, Shadow, and Cold. I guess I appreciate that those two do go together. Now the thing is it Shadow and Cold is like a separate deal, or is it just Shadow and Cold flat rated either or, but just the one? Oh, I'm gonna assume it's actually each. That's extra cold damage we can do with the Blood of Scream has value. Yep, there you go, Worry. Because I figured you would care about that. Okay, here we go. Touch that so I don't have to see it. Go ahead and clear this one. Good. And the Helltide Harvest is what it wants me to do. Ooh, I don't do my horse yet. Next season, we're getting Rebirth, but when I tested the PCR, it didn't have the horses saved. But the wardrobe it did, so hopefully this add all of it. I think this one goes the best of the Battle Pass cosmetic for this season. Hello, Matt. Let's see us doing one of these. That matches well enough, right? You can't have armor on these. Don't lie to me. Nice. Now I need a weapon scan. Played the lottery 3 times in a row. You still haven't won the jackpot. Well, keep playing. You can't win if you don't play. Good luck. I've never been into lotteries. I don't actually enter like raffles and things typically. It's just like I can't be disappointed if I just don't play. Not my style of game. I got plenty of gaming in my life. I don't need that one. It was kind. And typically a lot of things for like raffles and whatnot, if I want it badly enough, the odds are buy it. I could buy it. Alright, so but you had a lot of little different darkness. Put you in here, although you might not. You know what? Amplify, kind of cool in this spot. Let's see, we'll get the damage. Let's make sure we take all of these. Enemies affected by curse skills will take more damage. That's a fine choice. Now we can go darkness over here. This one is intelligence. And we want... I'll take these around here as well. I think I could amplify these. Oh well, it's fine. It's fine. As long as we're... What are you doing? I see why I'd prioritize that. I don't agree though. Those two. There we are. Okay, fine. This one's in range already. We got all of this over here. Computer. Computer. Deadly has actually no. Deadly's broke. Deadly's broke like a week or two ago. Actually, even my Vile Nexus one broke. So that 220 you got right there, Seed, might be the highest. Thank you for that. As far as I know right now, I do think you do have it. Even I don't have the highest streak now. Bad times. Yeah, I don't even think the Stream Elements board has that. They have the point board, which is nice, but the streak board would be cool. It is kind of funny, right? The Twitch has those streaks and makes all a big deal like announcing and whatnot, but they don't even leaderboard it for every individual. Is it like the oh, that's too much resources, so you can't have nice things kind of vibes? Maybe, I don't know. I do not know. Do I have any other things here? I guess we're dominating. I should put it in the actual overpower board just so I can keep track of those things more easily. For some reason I changed my mind. So that is a willpower board. Let's go ahead and hit those out. There you go. Take the damage even if a lot of the time I dodge them. Kind of weird because it didn't go in where I thought it was. This is the wrong one. I went back to the wrong screen. Goes there. This one. There you go. That's the willpower. So we want those. I'll go all the way out here, there, and up here. It's a weird structure. Alright. I suppose. And they're going back to review these later, but that's a start. And I got 2 spaces left. Yeah, 2 glyphs left. Probably ones I don't have. I don't need mages. Essence. Dark damage, not a bad idea. I don't have it yet that I can do quite right, but we can try and build it. Let's go! Hi, dude. Samus 100. Oh god, dexterity. Yeah, dex here. Dex up there. That is fine. That is all good. That, it looks like a weird traffic jam. And every time I see spots like that, I'm like, oh, no, it's awful. That's okay. We'll come back for fixing that later. Last one. Abyssal here is rare nerds and then not physical damage. Pretty cool. We don't have that access yet, though, so... Eliminator? Just throw that one in there. I'll go back and put it back there. Okay, so go again. Let's go up a little higher. Damage was fine for the baby torments. Thank you for the lurk. Started Field of Mystria. You feel the addiction coming, but it's not here just yet. But soon. Dude. It's on its way. Ricochet Shatter Shot, kind of wild. I wish I could cast and run. The thing about this game that always feels a little off, sadly. Killing things with the darkness prison, kind of okay. That's neat. That's how early on we are, though. You know, we'll stick around. I have this currently on target, which is very strange. I don't know if I like that version. Pull everything. I know, he's so fast. He's the fastest. I can just put the reap in for a Necro and it'll solve that. They're overpowered too. That old school Necro issues. It's that. That's a big AoE though. And then on its center, absorb souls. Yeah. Absorb soul for the bosses too. I have flicker steps on. I can evade into things. Get more of the soul rift. I actually like the soul rift a lot. Pretty neat. Prison pull into a Godslayer is neat. Pretty neat. 38 points to spend. We're almost there. The question is, do I keep the flicker stabs or are we gonna put real shoes on? Should probably put the real shoes on. I'm pretty sure there are utility options that'll give me more damage. But I don't have all the aspects and stuff yet, so we gotta do that too. Already tier 6, just taking a walk. Love that for me. Actually see that shot. I wish it was purple. Got the snot shadow color of Necro. I'm pretty sure even the Blight Pool, though, they added a touch of purple with this Bloodlance business. Doesn't seem like it has it. I pew pew. Like we do. And we need another rift or something. That'd be great. I'm shooting. Did you make this bigger? Oh no. The changes from the DLC is a lot of things in Necro I'm unsure about. Like the ice one last season. Didn't explore too much of the rest of the tree. Going on here with the tears having the little lightning in the middle going off of it. I realized I never really noticed it the last however many weeks we've been playing this season, and now I'm like, wait, what? Is that always been there? That crazy? We are alive! We are in Act 2, and we are still alive in Baldur's Gate 3. Of course, on Saturdays, later in the D4 season, later around now, we do go over to his channel and we play some Baldur's Gate 3 is what we've been doing. And we are doing an honor run, which is basically the hardcore run for Baldur's Gate. And we are still alive. Alive for all the way through partial part of our Act 2 now. And I feel like after you get to after Act 1 in Honor, it's a lot safer. Other than a few like trapped parts where a bad roll or a bad move can catch you. You're closer to getting it done than you probably would think. What's up, Kodo? Nice. Hang out here, and there we go again. All these things are very swell. What are we doing here? So my Necro's named Octavian, which was what I was naming my spiders. But now my spider is a Eurolactus, which is another spider name from my OCs. Mortars. Yeah, technically both of these characters are named after Driders. My Dungeons and Dragons heart loves Driders. I want more darkness. Nope. Alright, so that was Torment 2. Of course, we got Mythics. How can we not just walk through? I think I'm gonna put the Reap on. I've got right now a touch of overpower coming off of that amulet. And whatnot. So I just want some speed, please. Please. So it's this one that gets sacrificed. We'll see how it goes. I'll maybe rejuggle everything later, but for now, I want the speed mobility skill. That's the one. This is the way. Cyber slows enemies at 40% for 3 seconds. Cyber deals increased damage per ferocity. Increased damage additional. Hey! Welcome in, Raiders! I am Fame. Welcome in. And today I'm starting a Necro doing some Shadow Bloodlance because who does that? Apparently I do. How was the stream? Cupcake Cole. Welcome, welcome. How do you do? What was going on in D4 for all of you?
Hello.
Hello. Well, I need increased damage on this. I just need it to be cheap so I can run around with it. That means slow, I guess. Cool. Let's try it that way. I want to make sure it's in the right spot. Yes, it is. So that should be a little faster. Need to pair on 77 in hardcore. Hardcore indeed. So you're into hardcore because, of course, I don't do it around here. Do check out Cupcake Cult. Don't every season, right? Hardcore shenanigans from over there. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go. Okay, lethal time. Thanks, Snoop Snoop. There are 4 challenges left to do in hardcore. What are the challenges? At Sever now, I can play 4 bumper cars. Fine, this is fine. And I also have corpse explosion for more damage, but I wish it would just automatically do it. My life would be so much easier. Lagging a little bit? No. Just Necro user error. That's what I blame. Change that chest armor. I want to be able to actually see my shot, but all I see is Curiel's chest armor doing its thing. I always wonder, like we could run around with Tyrael's like angelic chest armor. How does he feel about that? And his sword, which doesn't make sense if he's holding his sword. I don't think the chest armor is the same as when he's an angel though. I'm gonna like double check on him, but kind of a strange situation. It's like, oh yes, now I guess he would be like, oh right, they serve you well. Oh, I don't need this much anymore. Okay, cool. It's going. Okay. To the right again we go. I'm gonna hit the Sever on my way, and you know what? I'll stay on these stairs. That's how lazy we are right now. I will do the circles until give me more boxes. I have tons of boxes on all my other characters if I want to just chase mythics, but I have to double check on which ones I actually want for this build anyway. I have Sever, but it's like I hit every quarter anyway, so what's the point? Oh, the horses from Once Upon a Time. Like all that speed just to get stuck on a rock. Okay. I am Team Ranch when it comes to those things for sure. Sweet and sour I could pass. It's not the worst, I guess. Typically, I don't think I could even eat sweet and sour sauces anyway. Okay, over to the pits. Hello, Gambit. Gotta go. I love that. It's so cute. Alright. Reach Department 12, run Ekra Hatred, 50 Scarface Legion events, and a run of the tower. The tower one is bar. Yeah! There are still some odds and ends for tower are acting up, aren't there? It all seems very doable. Got this. Even if they take so much of my damage away from Godslayer, it's my go-to. If I can wear a Godslayer on a character, I will get away with it. I will pretty much use it every time. Careful now. That's gonna go off. Doing tears. Keep that torment. Very nice. You can read. Believe in you, Ori. You got this. Not bad at all. I didn't even know air conditioning. That was me a few days ago. My AC was out, and I was just like, I'm just not gonna stream out of this. I do not need to suffer that hard in front of everyone. So last week was very strange for me, where I was more not here than here, which is abnormal. And like even when the AC came back, I was running on like no sleep because I could not sleep when it was down. And then I was like, well, you know what? I'm still gonna stream when it came back. And then I realized like 2 days after, it's like, when was the last time I slept? I just got completely thrown off. If you're wondering where I was on Friday, because I didn't say I was gonna come play Necro, I was hibernating, basically. You pour out the decaf and get your third. Oh, Ori, no. No, Ori, no. Damn savages. Hey, darkness damage roll. Now the thing is, do I want that? Yeah. Let's change chest armors and we're gonna see what happens when I do that. So, chest armor. The funny thing is, I could probably steal chest armors around here that I'm still gonna have. Yeah, I still have what I'm wearing, but I already have 2 rooms over there, so maybe a fresh one's more in order. Life resource cost reduction. I mean, I guess it could work. Anything else we want more? I appreciate all these max resource chest armors I saved for myself. I just don't know if this character necessarily is stealing that. Uh-oh. I'm gonna go out there and make all of the people do the Pokemons. Secret Season 15 surprise they're holding on to until BlizzCon? Oh no, what is it? What is it? Even if I did know, I couldn't tell you. Current reduction, there's a quad that doesn't look nearly as nice as you think it would be. Okay, so this is intelligence here. Guess that's the one I should be wearing, so we'll go mess with that. I can't really manipulate this one as much as I'd like, but there really is only one thing I want to enchant off anyway, so it works out. I'll get rid of at least. Let's go store this chest armor. Gonna put the Heavenly Strength on it. Fortunately, that's a carryover. What the? That's a carryover from the other characters, so we know that's capped out after all that work. And then the enchant. Full resistance here. What do I want on it? You can essence regen. That makes my life easier, I suppose. Sure. And for the 4, that's a 3. Yeah. There's the 4. Easy rolls, no problem. So sockets next. Yeah, spray bottle. Blurred out the Pokemon cards. What? How? Why? I don't understand. You're not even supposed to show those? That's something in South Korea I don't know about. I don't get it. I don't get it. Throw this on. Now we need to put the topazes in here before I accidentally scrap anything that's also favorite those. Grand thing, maybe? Yeah, that might be something more about them than not. If I didn't have AC, I would not be sitting here in a hoodie. My AC is fine now. Go get this in some format real quick. Don't have it unlocked at really high, but we can go up to 3. I don't know if anyone will be at 3, but we'll check it out for science, I guess. Alright. Yep, I have a feeling it will be. It will be, but I'm probably also overpowered for my current tournament, even if I haven't done my gear. We'll find out. We'll find out. If my mount won't get caught in corners, the story of our lives. I was getting such a weird angle on this mount. Its wings you cannot see when it's running around, like almost at all. It looks like it's just got weird spindly arms. But there are wing flaps there. Somewhere. Somewhere. No, there is somebody else here. I am not alone. Yeah, I got more than what it takes to deal with this. It looks like a lightning sorcerer of some sort. Alright, we did it. I got a lot of inventory space so I can actually pick that stuff up. There we are. I know, it's very difficult. The only reason we didn't go up higher, of course, because I haven't unlocked them yet. Timing. It's all about the timing. Ew, gross! I don't have Timid set yet. Yeah, that new on this character. Character's life has basically been me sitting looking at my storage and listening to the music in Timus. This is my life now. That's how it goes. Poor shooter, what those duckers are doing. I like how his hair matches his armor. Appreciate that. I won't say the hell tired, but I'm still working on finding where we belong. Going to order a forest cliff level. Otherwise, I would just jump around. Okay, well, here we go again. What's this doing? Evaporating. Still, yeah. And then my gear upgrade, so we don't have a lot of movement speed. That was a little laggy for a second. There we go. Corruption doesn't when I hit immediately. It's kind of strange. What is up with that, actually? Let me see here. Deals damage to other lance enemies. Of course, that's the whole point of the lance deal. Go. Not taking too much to ricochet enough. My resource looks pretty good now. I just need more attack speed. If I really want attack speed, I guess I can get one hit off him, but I have a feeling we're gonna need that heavenly strength, so we're probably pretty locked in as far as that goes. And I need to sacrifice my minions. Haven't done that yet. So here's you. Critical strike chance for now. Early on, I want the crit strike chance even a little bit. There's the shadow one, essence region. Increase damage of all enemies. Maybe you want that instead, or increase damage when you have a stack of overpower. I am currently not generating overpower as consistently as I was when I blood misting. We'll have to stick with one of the other ones. Okay, so we want this one. That's where we pull off the bone, which I need to make sure I'm applying. It looks like right now I'm not super well unless I do this, right? Yeah, it's the front person. Decided to put a bit of damage. I need bone, I do have it. It's just a little sketchy right now. There we are. Okay, we went in a weird direction, but we can go back to this one now. A corner, as we do. Cool. There you go. Bad corners everywhere again. I'm doing a bit of those right there for me. Yeah, it does. Disgustingly easier, minus the corner catch that I keep getting. Necros went from I am super slow to, well, I'll just sever, I guess. Fine. This is basically the teleport that the sorcerers once upon a time had. I can't actually go through walls, so the dash. It's a dash. There's. This one looks okay for you. And a little bit more. Boom. Ooh, that was 25. Obviously, we're higher than that. We're not our upgrades. Getting everything unlocked. Love to see it. The light also shoots 4 smaller piercing projectiles. Don't need an ever piercer, but good to know that one still exists. We wanted to switch to blight. So far, we're still trying to keep to the spirit of we're doing something different. Points to put in. There's one glyph that was kind of a gray area. Still waiting to fill it with something maybe I like more. See what I picked up so far. We got Revenge, Territorial, Warrior. I don't think I want any of those. Abyssal is one of the ones I was thinking maybe I want. Control in this would work fine. Oh, just pretty ground, do we? Don't need Corporeal. Imbiber. Sacrificial. Increase damage while you have no activate. I could Sacrificial. Get more off my magic nerves or Scourge. Okay, so we do have the Corrupting, so I guess I want to Scourge just to see that I did. Does it? Does it? Open the bags. You got your Abyssal there. Awesome. Let's go switch out that one glyph. Indifferent too. I might be indifferent to the essence one with how things go these days, but for the time being, we'll entertain the Abyssal. And that's a Dex one here. What madness is this? Don't go that way. I don't need those. We can do this and this. We go here. Those are gonna be in radius. Not a lot of Dex options, huh? For now, that's fine. Got resistances. We'll need them later. Feels so good to have my 300 points back. It's just I don't like not having them. I don't like it. But she really just let me do that. I used all 300 after talking to Rack. It's a little strange that they decided no 200 only. We'll stop at that. Let us set it at will. Whole way. That's always one of those things where it goes to show you a lot of us here. We are that outlier where we think like, oh yeah, of course you have that. You always have that. Why would I not have that? You don't actually have that experience. Okay, another intelligence. I may have skipped out on that one. This one's the darkness. Okay. Over here we got amplifier. Needed more intelligence. Oh. Pick up as much as I need from that one too. This one is just I need the 40. And then everything else is a bonus because this one's doing the magic nodes, not the extra other stuff. So that will be fine here. Right. I don't need the other ones unless I just want to chase intelligence for the sake of main stat. Main stat for main stat. So you're very few points left. Let's take these, and then we can say at least for now, it's filled. Bad influences. We're bad influences. Let's go get our mercenary. We really want to see everything on the map. I feel like anytime I do that, I just automatically kill things I don't need to. Okay, I'll kid instead. Our buddy old pal. I'm gonna take the long way to go get the next one. Wait, Rihanna was over there with him, isn't she? There she is. She was right next to him. I guess it makes sense that... No, I think her hair would make more sense standing next to her. Okay, anyway. I suppose they got outcast energy. No, actually 3 of the 4 of the mercenaries are outcast energy, aren't they? Zero just seems like he's out, a man of the wilds, he likes being lone wolf. Rihanna, of course, is former cannibal, so all of her people aren't for her anymore, and then Alvin is, well, part demon. Weird band of misfits. Give me more attack speed, that's what I want. And we're gonna do it off of the Bloodlance. These wings are current battle pass. I gotta get them. Lizard pony. I don't even know if this thing glides. That is a little strange. Like its wings don't look all that impressive to me. Sure it glides? Does it even glide? Can't be so sure. Yeah, the colors are amazing. The colors are where is that? It could just be a Sever. We could just play Sever. Sever's doing fine. But I want to pew pew just for a little bit. Crit on the cursed aura. I assume that still exists. I don't know. I need to be that lazy though. Yo! I was super hyped for them when they showed it because the mount was here 2 seasons ago, right? I've had it for a bit. Now it has its armor match. All that Sever life and you get caught again in the corner. More attack speed. I never have enough. Things at range. Okay. My instinct is that I'm going to blink, not dash. So Warlock actually spoiling us with some things. Speaking of being spoiled on Warlock, if most of what is in that PTR goes live, I'm gonna be super hyped for next season no matter what they do. Even if we have to wear all mythics and grind and that nonsense. If my Warlock is strong, I'll be happy. Although what's gonna happen, it's gonna be like super meta, and then like everyone and their mother is gonna be playing it, and we'll be sick of hearing everybody come through and like XYZ do this, do that, and all the thing I saw I've seen on somebody else's told me to do vibes, and it's like, oh, the amount of actualities you get when you're the meta class is never fun. Weird. Oh, I'm just gonna be there like, I have you know I was trying to run Abodian. Same Before you could even play Warlock, kids. Alright? Get off my lawn. Get off my lawn. Some of us have been trying to make this work forever. Just because it works now doesn't make you an expert. Yeah, it's true. Your mother would play it. Well, no, everyone's gonna be playing Bernie and Blazing Scream in different variants. And I'm gonna want to play the Cambodia Blazing Scream, which is gonna be like the more farm oriented instead of the push. And like almost everyone, their mothers are gonna just assume push or bust because that's what people do. And I can say that pretty confidently when I'm here, because if you're still hanging out with us during this part of the season, you know, you're not those people. You are not those people. You don't have that problem. It'll be, you know the types. You all know the types. Those are the ones who's just gonna be like, oh. Like, so I won't like actively do any eye rolls or any of that kind of deal when they're around, but you know inside I will be. You could probably, if you can hear a lot, you'll know. You'll know when it's happening. That's the fun of it, I guess. Because anytime that goes, I know it will. It will. I mean, I like the ups and downs for all of them. Usually whatever my main class is not the one it hits, but it's looking like next season is gonna be one of those. I was trying to figure out when's the last time it happened when when my main was like the thing. I guess technically Spiritborn that first season, but that one was like so busted it really didn't matter what we were doing. Although I can recall people still, you know, acting up. A lot of the time, Barbarian ends up like top of the line. That's not a class I typically gravitate towards. So all those seasons are not problems. There probably were some Necro seasons, maybe. But even then, I think most of the time when Necro was at its height, like the Blood Wave, I was not super partial. That's a lunatic, the only one you remember. Next, like a false tail kind of deal. They love their pretty almost a lift tail on everything. Almost. Symbolic and whatnot. Department 6. Yeah, the doggo is a Bodian. So you'll see a lot of people running a Bodian that can trigger all of the Hellfire skills. Almost all the non-Archbane Hellfire skills when you're on that mount and certain configurations, whether it makes you unique. Next season, you'll be able to autocast. So you can ride around on him, he will shoot everything. That's the beauty of it, so it becomes a one-button build. Sure. Don't believers. Your brain's at a little focus. It's just starting now, so we don't know how it's gonna scale and all that. But right now, it's just as a baby, I don't have Bloodless Scream. With Bloodless Scream, I will also freeze things when I do this. So it would be pretty epic. I'm pretty sure with all of the mythic access we have in this game, we can get away with this. It should work. It should work. Just need a lot more attacks. I have not upgraded to gear yet, other than the hand-me-downs. So we got a lot of stats still missing. You only play Necro, no? Necro was my main seasons 1 through 5. Then I did a little stint with Spiritborn, then went Rogue and Pally 2 seasons, and now we're technically around here of Logs, but I do play them all in Necro still. Because it was my D2 main, it always has a special place in my heart. We always like our friends that play in Necro. Alright, well, let's see, for Astaroth? Yeah, I do think it is on Astaroth, isn't it? But because of the queue, we're just gonna go like 2 hands in Bloodless Scream. That resub mama taters in your 14 months in Fame Nation. Of late. Or is this early? I don't know. For some people, I guess it could go either way. Order. everything that away. That right here we are. Swell. 2 circles. Looks like seeing the damage over time vibes. I'm still a little sad the damage over time on Warlock is just like the mystery type deal, which can be kind of a bit of a roller coaster already. Please sever. Why you gotta be like this? So we're having to work a little bit on damage now, so I think after this one I'm gonna go into gear upgrades and maybe try and find aspects that fit. Bit of like the flicker I'm not even using right now. Fire, it's gonna go. Please, why are you like this? I think I just hit that sever into the corner 2 or 3 times. The same spot. Very cursed. It's just while I can spam it that much. I would have swore that the dash on Rogue was a little bit like more slippery than Sever on the Necro. I don't get it. I know I hit that dash off. Well, I don't know about these days, but I used to hit that dash in between death traps. And it would slide through pretty well. I do not get caught in quarters nearly as much as this Necro is, which is so strange. And why are mobility skills not created equal when it comes to something like that? I'm pretty sure they're all dashes, so there should be no good reason. It's just rough. Okay, there we go. Take that alert, Taters. Over here. Dash of the Alpin. Almost in boss now. I'm looking. Yes. Control you. And then there's a spear maiden. Easy. So we're still looking like we can go higher. The thing is, right now, I don't have a damage over time execute, do I? We just sit here and watch it. Fine. It's fine. It's actually kind of cute. A lot of the time, these damage over time builds do have a quick execute, so you don't even get to enjoy it draining. But that was a very slow drain, not gonna lie. Yep, pretty okay. Well, we were still low in the torments yet. Abyssal. This is the non-physical damage. Yeah, dominate essence still over there. I don't know if I mean, technically right now I shouldn't be using the essence. Technically, because I know I don't have the crit strike read. I don't know what's gonna happen later though. I'm running some corrupting, which isn't gonna be affected by that anyway. So it puts me in a weird spot. Typical shadow experience, really. Speaking of, that one's got some Shadow Age multiplier, but nope. Also, the thing my amulet right now is not giving me all that. But that's okay. I'll go higher torment. So I don't forget later. There's 6 so far. We want to do some gear upgrades so we can help ourselves and be a little bit closer to what we want to be. Don't have any Necro Mythics yet. So, Tempering. And this doesn't have sockets. So we can make those. I'm gonna make those perfect amethyst. I'm pretty sure I can. Not you yet. Mace feels weird, but here we are. Add these sockets, and then we craft. Goodness, how many of these do I need? And that's like go. That's gonna make 1, so I guess I can do that, right? The map's not mapping, but that's okay. We'll make some of these first anyway. Alright, so here. I think that I have to do this. 2, 3, 4, 5. There you go. The first one. And then make the rest. Whoops. Overly complicated. Okay. I should remember how many. Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's already group of 5, isn't it? Yeah, there you go. Alright, so if those go in here for my shadow damage, how convenient. And then we needed to do an enchant off of willpower. Right. Although I don't think weapon damage hits me all that much. See what you're gonna do. So I realize I could just do the damage over time because it's cute. That's why it's gonna roll. Let's see what comes of that. But I like to see the drain. And we aspect now. Which aspect do we want? Obviously right now I had no aspect that was doing anything for me. I would imagine I don't have our best options. Dark damage? Yeah, nope. Unlimited choice, the ones I don't have, which is what I'm missing, I don't know. There's damage over time for every second I've been affected by damage over time up to 10 seconds. I mean, that's kind of cute. I don't think it's going to be my long term. Vanquishing, which is incapacitated enemies, which would include frozen ones, which is not yet what I do, but either maybe eventually, just bosses that won't feel good. Edge Masters, Duelists, we're not doing Duelist things, Crushing, Fortify isn't really all that right now, is there? Beating I could do while I'm waiting for other things to get bigger. I always wonder like a Desecrated Ground kind of build, but I don't even know how much access you have to Desecrated Ground these days. Lapis. For a moment I thought that said Lapras and I was very confused. Like, what? Ow. Frozen memories. Cold damage deals increased damage to chill enemies. We don't have the cold damage yet. Exorcism. There's Execute. Increase damage just whatever damage types. Decay. Increase corrupted and frostbite damage. Well, technically that is part of what I do. I don't think it will scale as nicely as we go in. We're just base damage. Let me see. Bloodlance, we have the darkness skill. Okay, that's fine. The shadows. Enemies hit are permanently lance, and the lance deals corrupting damage per second to them. Maybe we could actually build this. Is here be damage over time for real? Permanent thing. Give it a shot. So now we want this one damage over time. We're doing that. Sure, and then we can do the temper. I want. Let me see the weapons options. I think I want to try to make it do damage over time, which means also that amulet over there needs to change for sure. I don't have a version of it that has damage over time, probably. I could enchant it off, but then it's never gonna fix that willpower situation. I am back! How you doing, Robbie Rob? So, I guess, unless I can identify something that's scaling... We shot our one, I'd have to look again. Yes, we are. Damage over time. We can roll the big numbers. Let's go until GA. Still think we're not running a base. It'll be the mythic side later. It's okay. Don't worry about it too much right now. I actually made that world boss. We actually made it, I think, in Torment 3 because I had it unlocked. Everything I wanted to unlock it. But we kind of deleted it for the other rando that was there with us, but I think they were also probably in the same boat. Damage over time. Reset. Nope. Don't need that either. Come on now. Come on now. Something better. Anytime it takes a little bit for me to get the GA, or to get the greater one, I always look over like, are we sure we're upgrading the right thing? Because there were many times I would do amulets other seasons that didn't have ancestral, just because they had the rings that we wanted, and I would waste a bunch of these rolls. It wasn't gonna get hit what I thought I was gonna hit. I don't have to do it anymore. I'm just still a little paranoid of it. Yup, there's Necro. There's Necro running Shadow Bloodlance. Yeah, that exists. Go again. Damage over time. Damage over time. But not the range I need. Keep going. There it is. Okay, so we did that. I got flickers on. I think I'm gonna change those boots. At least one piece of gear is got, right? Let's check out boot options. I have a lot of these lying around. It's willpower. If I can help it, we want one that doesn't have that. Attacks reduce evades cooldown. I don't really need that these days, but at least it's an option. We can wear that. What else you got going on? Okay, so that's some warlock business. That one's got armor on it. And similar to what I have, we would roll off of willpower. Need that. So I need this. This one doesn't have a GA. That's not fun. Put the inventory space back. Take the Wrath out of this one. I can actually cube it if I want to. Okay, let's work with these two for now. Okay. I think I'm gonna go this. Do I have the removals on me? I have a little bit, not a lot. I can mess with it here. We want to remove that affix, accept. Got life regen, movement speed. I don't mind having life regen. I got temerity on right now. I can work with that, at least temporarily. So after that, we already have movement speed on a GA. Versus our, give me my intelligence roll, if you would. Acceptable enough. And then what does it give me after this? Okay, there's no other offensive option, so it's just like, no. Okay, I agree. No. Mobility. What are you gonna give me? Let me see. Well, at risk of losing my movement speed. I do anything else there, so we're gonna do the enchant. Let me look here. What do we want? We're gonna obviously get rid of this one. Maximum life, I think, is the way to go here. Elements. There's the maximum life now. What is that roll looking like? It's not high enough. We can do better. I've got the gold to burn out here. 1,427. That's good enough, I think, for what we're doing. So you go over here, and then we're gonna make it. And a legendary with the aspect. There you go. Do I have anything that helps shadow or dark? I don't know which one it calls it. So we got the apothic, shadow damage gains, lucky hit chance, and crippling darkness. Shadow damage has up to a 50% chance to be a 30% increased damage, fear, and mobilize for 1 second. On some boots. That is something. There you go. Let's temper some movement speed on these puppies. I'm watching Gladiator in the background, kinda. Hell yeah, Gladiator. That's some taste right there. Strength and armor GA pants. Is Gladiator lucky? Is that what you're saying? Alright, GA movement speed so we can one-shot that one. That's what's up. And all I gotta do... We roll the life these days? We might. Legend. Movement speed. I don't think I need all that. Life regen. I gotta hit everything but what I want. Intelligence. Need life. Not that one. The maximum life, please. Nope, still didn't hit it. There it is. Okay, so we got that. Next, we got a heavenly strength on this one. We already did the enchant on it. Time to temper life on it. I don't think I want to go try and do resolve at this point. Give me the thing. Strength and honor. Oh, I see what you did there. No, he's making plenty of saves. We botched the quote. We botched the quote. That's actually my favorite movie, but you can tell I'm not the sort that it's my favorite to like rewatch it enough to know all that stuff off the top of my head, especially when I'm trying to do some maths. Lose foggy. What do they call it? Can't forget. I can't remember. There used to be a term for it. Or math that is not hard math. Estimating. Okay, armor, probably not what I want. SS regen. Are we that desperate? I feel like these days just go life. Poor Necro needs all the life he can get. Okay, so we do that, That line is good, and then it's these. Alright. So you got the socket here, you can definitely do. We can change the temper out to the damage over time, since whatever was running this. My sorcerer doesn't need it at the moment. Where did it go? I know you're out here. There you go. 63. Somebody's always cutting on June just you watch Gladiator, huh? Damn them. Damn them for that. How dare they? My brother, when he watches Gladiator, he just skips to all of the fights. He doesn't care about the rest. It's like, of all the movies you can definitely watch from beginning to end, it's all value. Gladiator is definitely one of them, but some people, I tell you. But my brother will watch things his first time through, and he will also skip scenes like that. So he watches, quote unquote, watches everything, but he watches everything at like double speed and skipping. So does it even count? I don't know, but I don't know. That's how he watches most things, unless if he really, really likes it. So usually I can gauge if something's really good by if he's sitting there and like actually paying attention to what's happening. So I think that of those all the shows recently, he did that with the Game of Thrones, like the Dunkin' Egg series that he did. That's like almost anything else. Like nah, he doesn't care. Okay, so that's good. The crit strike chance, I'm pretty indifferent to, all that kind of deal, that's fine. And these... I don't think that's the ring I want anymore. Let's see if I got more damage over time stuff that we can work with here. I'm looking for a ring, mostly. Nice. That one, though, it feels bad to get rid of. A willpower. Like, that. Maybe I've got a different one. Yeah, it's better as a druid ring. What about this one? Nope. I don't have as many of those options as I thought I did, unless it's on a mule. But if those things are on a mule, you know what? It's okay. We're gonna leave him there. Hey, Mr. Mark. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I'm much faster. Oh. We're kind of offensive situation we got to work with here. That is not what we want. These days, everything's kind of specific, so I don't have any fancy lance interactions, which is strange, but here we are. Cute. 45% chance to execute. Instantly kills enemies that fall, 7% like 50% for normal, 5% for elite. Weird quad group things, I guess. Summons, no. Sacrifice, right? Still exists? No, it doesn't have a sacrifice aspect. That's in the forward or something, isn't it? Brutal side of course because increase your attack speed. I can get away with that for a little bit, but later on I'm pretty sure you gotta have the multipliers. Alien skill doesn't help me. Already have that one on two-hander. Whether that's the right choice or not, I don't know. Cold damage. I can't do that yet until I fix the weapon, but at that point then I could use the other aspect somewhere else. Inner calm. How many ticks does it take? 45% is pretty nice. I just don't really like standing still. Alright, basic skills. No, Moonrise is not for us. Just get around. Cadaverous. Assuming a corpse increases your damage up to 45. 45 is not that high. I guess we're conceded for now. I think so. We switch to this one. Right? Right. And then we want to enchant off the willpower. And we can do vuln damage here. Okay, let's go. Paladin's resource cost reductions. You maybe got ice cream. I don't have attack speed on this. You know what? I think the attack speed is gonna feel better. Later on, we're gonna have to switch and or get both, but I think for now, it's gonna take an attack speed. Because I just want to land my lances and have everybody taken, because that's what's gonna make this fun. I don't know why it's fun. Gotta have to fix that amulet too, but for now. Whoops. I still have things to claim. Anyway. This. Now, resource. Cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction. For the other stuff. One shot that one too? Hello. And we will go with... I don't have a cool direction on the rolls here either. Damage over time roll here. First battle got you all lead. Lifeline is cozy. There you go. Okay, so then the last thing is the amulet. Did I see a damage over time amulet sitting around by any chance? Would we have been so wise to hold one? That's a focus. That's not it. That's not it. I got some gloves doing that, but Fist of Fate exists. I hate it. I love it, but I hate it. Oh, there's the time. It's not a great roll, but it's decent now. The overpower is gone when I do that, unless there's some means to get that back. We are kind of in a weird situation. Every 6 seconds, get 1 stack overpower. Max overpower is increased. Overpower stacks increase your primary. Yeah, no, none of those are gonna work. That means I need to change something in the board too. Unless we go and fix this. Of course, it's gotta be some ridiculous amount of stuff I gotta remove first. Now, we're gonna play the not the overpower, we're gonna put the damage over time and the weird shenanigans I got. Gotta do this until maybe later on I work it in again. Somehow else. That's how it's gotta be. Why don't they have a drop board option? I guess because there's a lot of cases where your boards are gonna be connected and it's a hassle to get it to know the difference. Means that I gotta do this manually. It'd be cool if I could like control click respec thing. Not a thing. I hope one day we'll just get the old copy boards from template like we got our filters. That'd be awesome. Okay. Come on. Increase damage to cursed enemies. I have a feeling it's frailty we're gonna go with here. Unless I feel like I can get my blood orbs to really pop. We're not really blood damage, are we? Bone skills, hulking monstrosity, minions increase damage, no. Yep, frailty. Frailty it is, except we're going over here, we're going over there. I want the corrupting damage. At this point, since I kind of am settling in on trying to make the damage over time happen, we probably should have been at this board anyway. An attack speed. Juicy. Ice cream is a bit disappointing. Well, knowing what you know now, I suppose it's okay. Because you know what you must do. Okay, what are we doing? Exhumation, desecration, eliminator, dominate is what we took off, but something else not anywhere. Territory fortify. Fortify is not popping. Yes. Warrior, blood drinker, control. I kind of want the control glyph. No, I want Scourge. So we don't have the one I want yet. If I don't have the one we want yet, we're gonna put the points that go with it, which is intelligence, and then we'll temporarily throw in the eliminator again. That will work for me. Go here, and technically that's in radius, and I hate going all the way over there. This one's a little easier to hit, I'm pretty sure. That one will reach. And I got 2 points. So I think there's just intelligence and intelligence. We got our temporary option. We'll come back to it when we get the Scourge. Cool. Try that. Ice cream that disappointing. Yeah, she got some churro flavor thing going on. Have I ever had a churro in my life? And now I can't have them, so like, did I ever? I remember seeing them in video footage and like weird promo materials for Disney World. They would sell churros, and I always saw that. Those look amazing. I don't think I actually ever had one. Whoops. You can't disappoint me. I don't know what they're supposed to taste like. Churros. Oh, you got that flavor because that's right, you have the churros. I always have like really plain oat milk or like creamy oat milk, vanilla oat milk, or like most flavored. And then every now and then, some of those cartons taste awful. And most of the time, I like them quite nicely, and I use it to like mix other things with them. But every now and then, it would be like a fresh carton and everything. I still think it would taste like trash. I don't understand. Oat milk you would think would not have such a range, but apparently it does. Alright. Well, hello! Merry pissed off day to you, Black Veda. But you're here. That's cool. Oh, I'm looking at the damage when their lance hits. I'm cool with it. Something else feels off. I think it's mostly I don't have a lot of ridiculous screen clear. We're just waiting on the ricochet to kind of gradually build up, and my attack speed never high enough. They're in the middle of something else. It's kind of cool. So I'm just gonna go track down where else I can find corrupting damage if I want to offset. How we doing? Gary rocking the orange today. Not used to you being in a different color. Ooh. Okay, let me do it over here. Okay, what are we doing here? Like that. Who doesn't even know why he's having a day? It might be difficult. It might be difficult. Can you? Oh, he's gonna be like that. Oh no. Pew. It's more land shots. Look up here, you need to think. When they went from Necro, I'm very shaky about. I know where my bloodless screen is, I think. It's an escalation. I just find it in. Oh, I need to change my filter to focus on two-handed side, so you just roll mythic. Furios. Cheerios. I have history of that cereal, alright. Basically, it was the one we were allowed to have. In a sea of all the ones I actually wanted. Cheerios are all we were allowed to have as kids. Oh. Well, oat milk is going to be free. Yeah, just sometimes. Most of the time I love it, and every now and then. I think it's the most disgusting thing. I don't know how that happened. Same brand and everything, just sometimes it's dead. I was like, I'll look at it, expiration, like nothing suggests that it should be under control. Nothing suggests it should be bad. Please, it tastes bad. Abyssal. And we wanted essence. Oh, essence, that's right. I want to take that one off too if we're not gonna crit. So, where is it? That one. Which one do I put in? I could do control. Risky business that, but you do what you gotta do. And take these off, so we can go here and here. And those you don't need. One of them has to connect though. Yeah, over here. I got more where that came from. We're going this way. That one sticks around. I can take out the 5% and chase the intelligence there. We'll have to figure out a way to do those little old defenses later. Sure. Yup. That's right. It's definitely labeled. Where do I know that name from? Can't recall. A fictional character or something. Probably multiple something. Something specific. I can't remember. Yeah, the churros flavor. I don't know. Yeah, it says it's good too. Alright, I can imagine that it's glorified. Isn't it like glorified cinnamon flavored? If it's churros flavored? Like the bulk of what the churros flavor it is. Go. Okay. Shooting lances. Watching the ricochet. The ricochet always hits something, doesn't it? Pretty sure it does. See a little lights. Now, do we still have the chest armor? There's the lance to myself. And does it actually do anything in this scenario? I don't know. Here we go. It's not gonna have to really. No, so see. Because of my brother being the way he is, he's a bit of a foodie. It's not outside the realm of possibility for us to just have stuff like that lying around. So what happens is, even if I can be super lazy, whatever something like that is, it'll go right in front of me where I eat. And then even I can manage putting things into my food if it's like right there. It's right there. But as soon as that goes to pantry or shelf or anything like this, then that's too much effort most of the time. I will forget it exists more. That's what happens. So a lot of the time, like how lazy I am, I don't flavor my food if it's right there. Right there. Brothers. What? These days, I've been doing oat milk and like acai juice. It's basically fruit smoothie milkshake kind of vibe. Not bad. Look at me doing that the other days, and he's like, well, I guess that helps fill some of your missing calories. And I was like, my brother, is that an insult right now? You insulting my laziness? I'm just like, at least I'm doing something. And he's like, and I'm like, you're the one that usually mixes the weird stuff. Here we go. There's something outside. Bloodlance action. What are you doing? Need more Bloodlance tags. How am I gonna get them? State of Necro is a big question mark to me. I love it when these enemies get like that, but the reality is when you get to the end of the game, just delete everything. You never get to enjoy the fact that they get so big. We're getting some salad, pepperoncini. Maybe some dressing. Okay, so what kind of dressing do you go for, Gary, when you put dressing on your salad? I know there's somebody here who doesn't do any dressing. That heathen. Actually, I guess we'd be the heathen. She's in the right. I'll admit it. Variety. Here. And peppers that are spicy and juicy. Is that what they call them? Pepperoncini? I don't know. You don't like dressing on your salad either? Okay, so there's at least 2 of you in here. Rabbits. We have actual rabbits. I like salads well enough, but the reality is I think I just like trashy dressing. Like you slather it in ranch or whatever else you got, and then I'll eat it. Yeah, we got people who are raw dogging salads out here. This section. I mean, take caps lock, friend. Let's go, buddy. There's my Artificer's Guardian. My lances are going to hit other targets, are they? Kind of sketchy. You'll even eat the salad before the actual food is really. I mean, generally that's how they serve salads around here. They're an appetizer kind of thing. New friend. If I can type to them, I will. I can't be trusted. I always laugh at that when I say it because I went to school, but right. But I don't use this keyboard for those things, so I'm terrible. I can't resist mentioning it every time. It's silly. Let's go. Usually I would salad on the same plate, so let's eat the salad. Just to have full meal salads. It's okay. We give you permission. Like, skip the rest. You don't like it. Go for it. Okay, so we went that way. We go 9 now. And now the damage over time actually just die. Dotting is not, not the greatest. I love feta cheese, yes. You exchange the dressing for a low senior case. You're not allowed to touch this bottle. You're not allowed to touch it? Now I'm like, do I even have salad dressing? I might have salad dressing in this house, but I got nothing that actually constitutes salad. No. But knowing how the lettuce has been lately, I guess it all makes sense, but even before that. I used to have salads like all the time, like the prepackaged ones, but I don't know what happened along the way. I just haven't cared for it as much. The big person I was thinking of very famously does not do salad dressing at all. Needs more lances poking at these now. It'll get, I think, reasonably kind of entertaining. We're gonna have to figure out what we're gonna do. Good. Lucian is an option. I've got the resource. I'm gonna have to drop my God Slayer unless I'm gonna put it. Oh, that's also. We don't have this yet. We don't have these. That's what I need to do. That's what we're missing, and then we'll be way, way better off, assuming we got a decent damage scale on the Shadow version and all that kind of thing. We'll do this tournament. It's gonna be a little slow, and then we're gonna have to look into fixing that. I could steal their set charms from the other characters and roll them into Necro. You learn that a Mexican sushi exists. So when I was in Bellevue, Washington, or Seattle, they had a sushi place that was tropical sushi themed. That's what they did. So they were just adding like all sorts of like citrusy flavors and whatnot to their sushi. It was actually really damn good. So I know I will knock it till I try it. I don't know if in actual Mexico, no offense to any of you out there from Mexico, depending where I go, you know, like in like style of a Mexican sushi, it might be alright. It might be alright. Let's see here. But yeah, what's the difference between Mexican sushi and just sushi? Okay. Tex-Mex sushi? I'd eat it. I am a sucker for Tex-Mex food. I am not ashamed. Ashamed. Food. It does. It does. Rebound. I love it how cool we are to me every day talking about food like really early on in the stream. Like, it's fine. This is fine. Being on the inside. Mexican sushi incorporates bold flavors and ingredients typical of Mexican cuisine, such as avocado, jalapeno, and cilantro. Now, avocado does make appearances in sushi fairly often, so, you know, we can't say no to that. Jalapeno, actually, my favorite sushis that I order from places around here do have jalapeno. So I'm practically, I guess, already eating Mexican sushi, and I had no idea until this moment. And does it have cilantro? Yeah, it does. So, yeah, I guess I've been eating Mexican sushi, Steve. Thanks. Now we know. I was like, wait, all of my sushis that I order have all of these things pretty regularly, if not all the time. Morning, I do it. Oh, goodness. Wait a minute. Florida sushi is basic, I guess, Latino sushi. Makes sense. Makes sense. Got a little bit of those. Sure. Pulled pork in a sushi roll, YouTube sauce. Sure, why not? I love pulled pork. I can do that. I don't know if I would call that sushi at that point. It's some sort of roll. Could be. Could be. There, gang. Yeah, generally, if it doesn't have fish, I don't order it. Sushi, but nothing against it. Is that one done? We can X-Sarge. Are we there yet? Nope, not quite. This one's gonna be a little bit rough about the set charms and everything going on. The damage of time is there. It's just they can't pop it. It's interesting being surrounded by all these things that they're already dead. They just don't know it yet. Don't know it yet. What's our? That's right, Zoe. Put him in jail. What is Zoe doing here at this hour? Go back to bed. Out of nowhere from the Shadow Realm to put Frost into it, too. Too much ice cream. Well, when did you think that wasn't gonna happen? Once you start, you can't start. Now.
This place.
Gotta be something that. These dots. I'm pretty sure. I'm like, as much as I like it, maybe I love it. It's never clear, Fries. Get back in there. Oh no. Checks out. Okay, let's see what this boss kill looks like before I go and change some pieces. Damage over time is happening slowly. There's curse. We gotta have that amplify. I still have the rust button on it. It's still like this. That's rough. I think that kill it. Yeah, kill all its ads now. We're gonna make that shot. Do we aim? Is that a thing? Supernatural Bluetooth. Yeah, it's gonna depend. It's gonna depend. I know on my earbuds it's always a mess. It's like, hold this button X amount of times. When the light flashes, then go and refresh your Bluetooth. I was like, okay, alright. Hey, I just won't use them. That's pretty much where I'm at. It's like, even if I can get them to work, it's just effort. Not like I really need it for this anyway. Like, I got all my sounds here through my mic. Mic doing the heavy lifting, no problem. The beautiful thing is Zoe is just gonna jail Frost and like not elaborate. Just go back to bed. Jailer doing working God. I sacrificed these, did I? I did, but it still shows it's 0 out of 0. Oh, I didn't do this one. Increase attack speed. I'm gonna do increase attack speed. Straight damage, we don't have that. Okay, so that'll feel a little better. But yeah, it still shows those even if I do like this, and it throws me off. It used to go away when you sacrifice. Who reads the manuals? This reminds me, I've got like 3 different manuals for whatever sort of things that I think happen. 2 or 3. I don't even know what they're for. I read that, I was like, what is that again? It was like for the battery in my camera and you know, that kind of thing. I never did any of those. Not once. It's just like, this is how it fits. This is the slots that fit in those cords. Done. Who needs a manual? And it's like, don't do this. Don't do exactly what you did, or it might blow up. You know, that could be a problem. But I don't think I'm in that situation. So far, so good. Okay. So, which one's next? There was something else I wanted. I don't have it yet. So, for the time being, I guess Eliminator's getting some points after all. Your iPhone is so full of yourself, you never got a manual open, you're expected to web search solutions. How do you even know what search terms to use? Oh, they're like, oh, paper bad for the environment. So, you're all digital? Sketchy. Very sketchy indeed. Aspect is huge flesh. 25% chance to form a course of the target's location. That's cute, but we're not really using that all that seriously. It's in the bar right now, so I can occasionally sacrifice a thing. Use a corpse kind of thing. Damage. Not really anything I'm doing. Yeah, you go here, you go here. And we wanted to go and try and fix this situation. Which one is it that I want? I'm gonna guess it's this one. Darkness skills deal 70% of their damage as additional corrupting or frostbite damage. So I wonder how that ends up if it's one of those cases where you should have just scaled the other damage and it would have worked out better for you kind of vibes. But you know, for now, we gotta do it. So I am not gonna get enough of these to unlock it completely, probably, but if I get just one more of them, that's alright. Let's see what these other ones are doing. Bone skill. I guess the Necro ones are pretty straightforward. Oh, good. Not that good. Oh, I mean, it's good enough. I guess I can do this. I was gonna say, like, wait, that's the one I already have. Trying to get ranks on it. Or skills. You are the darkness. Assume that is only the rolls. Skill draw. Comp skills. Surely it is. Da -da -da. Nope, haven't done anything like that on the amulet yet. Minion skills, physical movement speed. Haven't touched and messed with the amulet like at all. That was the one that was kind of like there. Skills. Did I aspect it yet? I don't think I put the aspect in. Experiment. Boo. Top skills. You know I'm a patchwork necro. It's alright. Working on it. Bone skills on my shadow thing. Blood skills on my shadow thing. Love that. Got plenty of these so I can keep rolling though. It's okay. It's nice of it to actually give me a second one of these at all because it could have very easily shut me out. We'll get the first one for the extra damage. Stop, yeah. The Olive Rogue. That seems like it's a RNG name. Why are they even a rogue? 40 years. Alright, let's try this again. Going back to this one. Oh, yeah, I actually rolled darkness skills in the last one. Go figure. Nice. Temporarily, I can roll these. Got nothing on minions anyway. Sure. They got something going on there. Ooh. Well, I can still roll one more. No luck. No luck. It's in the spot though. So we got the extra damage there. We got a damage reduction. And then the next one, increased shadow and cold damage, is still in the works. What is this sweetness? Okay, we do those things. We did abilities. We got mercenaries kind of trying. Haven't been doing those much. And then we wanted to change out the helmets. Give the Lucian a shot. Love it or hate it. So I got one there. Do I have one that has... Let me get rid of this one too. Because I want to roll a helmet. Anything of some sort. Well. And that kind of thing. The other Lucian's on the Warlock side? On somebody. I guess I'll just upgrade this one. Then we haven't done the amulet yet. Get to that eventually. For now, let's get back some life over here. This thing's gonna be very busy. These for a bit. Leave that GA life. Oh, she will. It's not forever. life, maximum life, maximum life. Come on, I know it's maximum life. Give me the big one. Confusing representation on the network. It's like there's a range, but there isn't really a range. But if they showed me without a range, I would think it was a GA, but it wouldn't be, and that's all just confusing. More money's more problem. Well, I feel like there's a bell curve there. Like for most people are, yes. And then at a certain point, you turn that curve, and then not so much, not so much. Sorry. If that's what you had lots of more money, that's what you would do. That's what you use it for. I see. I see. The wild thing is, for me, I don't think much should really change. To be honest with you. So it's like, okay. What do we want? The willpower. I cry, but temporarily to test its function. I guess that's where we're at. Let me do jewels here. I'm gonna unsocket this because I don't have a lot of spares. Yeah, you need koi. I'll do it. Put that one back in here. Will this work? Well, we'll find out. So, koi. Looks like I got multiple ignites. Yeah, no, maybe. Oh, maybe not. Okay, now I gotta upgrade that helmet. Killing it, girl. I don't know if I've ever heard that one. I don't know if I really want to. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Maximum life, please. Thank you. Yeah, we'll just throw this in the sockets. Yes, and then since there's mention, we can go ahead and do one of these. This is the one. I don't have any rolls for them though right now. I have to go grab them from the other things. Actually, I don't have the right one. No, I don't. Not the one I want, so I have to go get it from another character first. The lyrics are dumb, but the song is catchy. I think that's most pop music, no matter what. The lyrics tend to be pretty dumb, but it's catchy. That is the real requirement for it to work out, right? I guess I can put an aspect on that amulet, at the very least. Right now is bruisers, which is whatever. That's no fun. What do I actually here? I conceded on a ring currently. So we're just taking the generics because I don't have levels and other options. Fortification, right? At the moment, I think I have to change something in the skill tree to make it really work. Ferocity, we don't have summons, shivering enemies, increase damage based on how chilled or staggered they are built up. Well, that's cute, but it won't work for me right yet. Ultimate skill increase your damage, only 55%. So situational. I don't like that. I feel like the fortify would be my usual choice. I have to actually get the fortification to work for me. Reanimation. This resolve grants me thorns, inner calm. Am I standing still enough that we could actually leverage that on bosses? Yeah. Feels wrong. But for now, while I'm just collecting, it might be okay. I can't channel. Accelerating. I really want the attack speed. Deep down, you know it's true. It's a shame there isn't a little, at least like a pinch of damage on it, so I could like warrant it. It's like, oh, it's trying. Anything that isn't giving a damage multiplier, we all know how it goes. Damage doing incapacitated enemies. Right now, no. Later, quite possibly. I'll take the vehement for the time being, because at least I know I have control over when I hit that rift. So we're a little better off. Let's see, we can go to 10. You miss hear plenty of lyrics to boot. I am actually really bad about actually picking up lyrics as I listen to them. Not gonna lie. So it doesn't take much for me to just like a thing, and then I'll like at some points like see the lyrics or whatever. I'll be like, is that what I'm listening to? Oh well, no one needs to know. No one needs to know. It's fine. There are a lot of instances of that where it's just like, because I like metal and whatnot, I can never figure out the lyrics in like death metal. I don't even know if you're supposed to, but I definitely can't. But I still love the stuff anyway. You mishear it and you can like never unhear it. Yeah, that too. Caller. Still not enough. Now I question my scaling because of the set charmers. He's going in the virtual scrapbook. The virtual scrapbook. When Gary said slay. Scrapbook. I have never been into scrapbooking or anything like that, but sometimes it's pretty clear some of you are, so I can only imagine what's in some of that. A little slow. Things are dying, but not quite the way we want them to yet, is it? Maybe I should have just taken Meter Calm. Got a long cooldown on Solar, it's kind of iffy. Can decrepify, force it, that's a lot of work. Burn. I'm trying to figure, like, do I remember any of the lyrics to any of those kind of songs? Like, nah. Not at all. You can't just like hear it in your head in my case and know what they're saying either. Not that my memory for music is good at all. We've discussed that before. It's like all those years of playing clarinet is like how many of those songs and all those marching routines do you really ever like, get completely right? And most of the time the answer is none of it is not a one. Here. I look back on that and realize how much I basically, whether it was of my will or not, I socially engineered my way through music. Band. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's wrecky. Good morning, how you doing, Drex? I don't know why Monitor 3 doesn't want to have my YouTube chat up there. It's like checked, it should work, and that's okay. I got Monitor 2. Sometimes I don't have that peripheral motion detection for you guys over there. Got going here. It's a little better than it was, but it's still lacking. Granted, what I am lacking are the set charms, so maybe I'm gonna have to farm it out a little bit. You lip sync the whole time in choir. See, that's you know, basically my experience where marching band type deal. But I remember I played parts all right, and I don't know how I got away with as much as I did. This one, it's like it's not just like I was there. We were talking. In concert, I get it because you read the music right first chair, and then it would carry over for marching and whatnot. But I despised all that. I despised all that. What we're doing here? Jailing Zoe for unjailing Frost. Wow. It goes around, comes around, I guess. These corpses doing damage with, and I'm kind of wondering if maybe we are more corpse explosion than I give myself credit for in this point. And does it have corrupting on it? It does have corrupting damage on the back end, so I guess it's still scaling. I'm just very curious because of the set charm that just go away. The A was not for showing up. Showing up. I remember also there were instances of there was quote-unquote participation, and they would make it like at least at 10%, so you literally could not get an A if you didn't participate. But I would do nothing other than like sit in the front row and just like laugh at whoever the lecturer's jokes were or whatever, and somehow the A would still happen. And I would sit there, it's like either I did everything else perfect or they really cheesing the system when they get to my name. And then like participation, because if it was a discussion participation, I didn't do shit for a lot of those courses. I always look back at that kind of thing as like, I tend to get away with things, I guess. This is just in theme, on brand, somehow. Yeah, we're still here. So now I'm like sitting there like, what am I getting away with these days? I'm like, I can probably think of some stuff. I can probably think of some stuff. Alright. Maybe they got lazy? Maybe. Maybe. It's like the end. Nah, I think it's more like, oh, the participation. 0. No, we liked her. It's fine. It's fine. We'll let that go. It was always courses like Modernist Lit, where we were like it was literally like reading Ulysses by James Joyce, that kind of wildness. It's like how much they expect people to participate in that. Let me tell you, that is not necessarily a fun time for anybody. It's like we were all faking it through that, even the lecturers. Let's not pretend that isn't true. Alright. That overwhelming. He was like overwhelmed with the desire to jail Frost. Yeah, probably ban him, so jail it is. Here's her name was close to the top, so they were always strict. Oh no. So we were talking like all the way up through high school. I'm pretty sure for a lot of things, parental influence let me get away with some stuff. And then when I got to university, I feel like it depends on the course and like how serious it is. And then if you're like a liberal arts major, let's be honest, a lot of that stuff's not set in stone. It is what it is, right? So that's where that happened. Guardian. If I was a STEM major and was doing all that, it would have been quite different. I'm sure it would have actually not. I never really cheated, but in a way, like the social aspect, it's kind of cheesing it. I would say it's cheesing it. Go ahead and collect this one now too. Tell me you're in Zoe's dream, though. About that. You got pretty good. I thought you get pretty good college grades. My university experience, with the exception of accounting, was actually better for me as far as like grades and whatnot than like high school and whatnot. Because high school, a lot of it is just like, why do I care? Why do I bother? We had the kind of school where a lot of people would distract any teachers in high school and whatnot, where we weren't doing any learning anyway. It's one of those things where if they don't even care, why the hell should I? Which is terrible for the system, but that was how it worked. Then university, but it got more and more like stuff I was actually interested in. It was actually much easier for me. I don't know if that's really like most people's experience, but generally it's like even doing this right now, this is much better, like no matter how many hours or whatever we're doing, much better than anything else I could be doing. Hello, Chow! How you doing? Something out of here. We're are looking like us here in Evo back in style. Yup. So emo kids are getting back in style next season. They better not take my Abodia farming Hellfire build away. That's like my one request in the dubs. Oh, please, please, don't take my baby away. I don't care what you do, just make sure you can farm in 12, please. I know everybody and their mother's playing it and it's gonna look like it's too strong, but come on. It's Warlock, we got nothing. We got nothing. We're the new class and we're balanced. Quote-unquote balanced. It's time, please. So we'll see what happens. Like, I wanted a Bodian and all that to work this season, the season before that, and now it's like the PTR, it might be its highest high, and then that doesn't bode well. The caffeine decaf. Oh no. The evil, the evil. What kind of shenanigans is Frost up to now? So we picked up some new primes, yeah. One's still waiting. They didn't say anything. That's I'll never get over. It's like people see like the Cap's guild roster. Let's join, and then when I say welcome to them, and they're in there, and they see like there's however many people hanging out. Right now, of course, weird hour, only 10. They don't say anything back. And I'll also check it. Let's see, did they hop into the Discord and do the Discord thing? No, they haven't popped in Discord yet either. So it's always a bit of a weird one. So we can go all the way up to 10. Question is that where I want to farm right now to get this stuff sorted? We're a little lower so it's faster. And then what can I do? And I can still transfig. I'd rather not do it until my aspects get right. What can I do next? And we did that last evolution. Increase damage, resource cost. So yeah. Increase damage and resource costs. I don't know how much it's doing for me. I think it's doing something. Baby Druid join, or you want more time to get going. You can come if you want, but if you're here, we might as well be going to. I'll be going to 12, right? The Druid is not a baby. Well, I guess unless you're talking about like the Ebodia, the build in comparison here. The damage over time? I really doubt it. I got an aspect I could. An affix I can enchant that too. But that one? I don't know if I want to scale it this way anymore. Our poison resistance is going to now be. I want to go the other way. Vol is consistent, so we're gonna go Vol damage. Yeah, it's a baby compared to what it could be, but your druid hits pretty hard. Oh, I need Bloodless Scream. That's what I need. I need escalations. When I come help with that, I guess we can do it. Can unlock 12 for this one that way too. I gotta go higher. It's weird seeing ranks and passing them on. The amulet still to me, what so many seasons like that was the thing. And now it is not. Blame Frost. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be legit enough. I could be really picky with this. I think for now that'll do for me. Yeah, sword can be useful. Come in here before we go and take the little Necro for a ride. And I suppose I just lost something in these spots. Got any ranks by any chance? Nope. That'd be too convenient. And do Necros have an acceptable charm split? I don't know. I don't think so. Damage redirected to minions. Fortified life. Blood skills fortify you. If it had both darkness and blood, it'd be pretty epic. It'd be too overpowered. Haunting her bladder too. I don't know about these. Grab the Ori. We're gonna see if at least I can survive here. I think the damage is gonna be there even if I get the set charm thing situated. It'll be coming in kind of low. With the weapon, I guess we'll have to see. That is a big circle. I'll follow the druid. do wish that this Bloodlance, Shadowlands? You technically have a name for it. Now I'm like, wait, distracted by shiny object. Oh. Let's see, what is that brand called? Festering Wound. That was not what I was expecting. Festering Wound. Oh no. It's always frost. If it's not frost, then it should be frost. Okay. There we go. You bring the best out of people. The something. You bring the something out of people, alright? Here. This is not a high pay. What do you mean? This is just opening 12. But yeah, I have glyph levels that it's still gotta be done, so it's damage there. You're mostly looking to get up to 12, and then we're gonna do escalations, so we can try and get like these two. And you need the screams to see if it feels alright, and then if it's alright, I guess then we can try and commit to fishing in the cube later. Just I really don't like sitting in UI. I'm team, I want the drops to be amazing, but I don't want the drops to be on pinata content. I want to be like running through this stuff and like something awesome can happen, and that's not where this game stands right now. And I realize I'm definitely not alone in that feeling of, you know, something seems off about the floor loot. Floor loot is not where it should be right now. Abomination. We like Frost because Frost has an awesome sense of humor, and it makes everyone around Frost better for it. That's why. Charm, I have to change that too. I keep forgetting. I don't know which one, but my Scourge did come in, so that's cool. So let's go level that one. Where are you at? Scourge. Corrupting your Frostbite, so we're gonna change that one into where the Eliminator was. The enemy was on Jeopardy and you were in your elements? So, wow. Okay, there's the Eliminator. I'll take that. Scourge here. It was intelligence, right? Yeah, so we already set that up. Good. Now let's go up to 12 and then escalation so we can try and grab one of these weapons so we can test out how it looks. Oh, V-Waves. V-Waves. Cool. 12. Okay. If I don't have an escalation on me, we know Ori does. What is she trading right now? Oh, she's got those. Well, that's cool, I guess. I'm just watching. Looking at my jewelry, are we? There we go. I could! I just got it off my other characters, so it's not like it's anything too sketch, I guess. I put that in there, I guess, so the way I want it to be. Release that's a stun, you don't need it. Blood skills. Unfortunately, it's not a blood skill. Increase crowd control duration, enemies are unstoppable, you deal increased damage to them. Later on, that's valuable. I'm gonna try and go with it. Although I could do like I'm dying or something in there right now, or okay. What does this look like? Does it have another? Okay, well, we have trouble living. That's what we got. Already went through here. I got severed. It's all good. Just poking it, start seeing how it's doing. Not seeing all that damage over time yet, do we? Die. Better gloves that I've been working with in case sadly that's sticking around. Despite running the Lucian, my resource looks really nice. Like excessively so. Barrier. don't have Fortify. Would like to have some that can like crushing. How consistent that aspect is. Figure what else we could be doing. That for sure makes that life easier. Not enough for me to blink, but it's okay. Well, can't actually split on those strong rooms. It'll be a little rough, but we can do it anyway. Take whatever we can manage with what we got. A special demon, additional ambushes, and +4 erotic treatment. And you kill things in the circle. Watch this kid sing somehow. Magically. Oppressor. Firebrand activity. Let's go ahead and do this again. A lot. Oh my god. Camel gown. Got it. We got this one over here. Can't take that route when I want to. One day. Well, I think there was a bonus option that has a link. Oh, so I was thinking like maybe I'll do that, but in the shadow one isn't it. Look the way I wanted it to. Although I can't get more damage scale for fast taking things with blood. Look. Categories where are in tools and like places that you're out of your cave again. Yeah, that's the thing about Jeopardy. It's all about knowing, well, trivial knowledge. The odds are though you won't be good at all of it. Didn't die, that's good news. I can take it. Never landed me in those corners again. Ah, I was so close. Almost. Re-anchoring. Just got this over here too. That drops in? I think so. It was so close. It didn't kill like anything. Could have been anything. Oh, set charm. And that's what I'm here for. I'm trying to ground your bonuses. Good luck, Zoe. Good times. Sound of rain on the roof. I mean, that was basically me on Friday. It started stormy, right? It was like, well, I don't want to stream if my power is gonna go out. And I was like, oh, well. Next thing I knew, I was like taking a nap, and my nap became way more than a nap. I was just like, well, I guess I'll show up on Saturday for Baldur's Gate. That's what happened. That's why we started Necro tonight. We're here. Don't need that. No, thank you. This madness. And a corner situation on that. That really rough. Even the little tunnels are a mess. Interesting. Keep going. We live! Yes, our Baldur's Gate crew are still alive over there on Fawn's channel. On our way through Act 2, and it's looking pretty okay right now. Every fight I realize that, you know, everything here would be dead already if I was the ranged Gloomstalker, but, you know, me. Second honor run melee Gloomstalker, which is okay. But he's not doing everything that he could be doing. Granted, now, the way Fawn plays, we are not getting that very first character, like, target killed as often as we could. Because I could spike things. Just like to engage. But sometimes I do manage to sneak in a Gloomstalk. Never got with it. It's just we don't get that element of surprise that we could get more often if we played Exploded very often, but we're not dead, so I guess it's working out either way. Wisdom coming up. Yeah, that's also our tradition. Every time we're in that stream, we go into the Discord thread we have about our gameplay and everything like that. And Zoe and I are both like, we live! Like, it's the most exciting thing in the world because we can very easily go the other way. Two wisdom and an equipment delve. right along. Hey, welcome in, Raiders. I am Faye. Welcome to me starting some weird, janky necro shenanigans today. How do you do? How do you do? How's the streak? Okay, let's see. If I'm not gonna stand over there, that'd be great. I am almost dead. Go through. Hey, there's a follow. Welcome in. Looking good. I think we're looking good. So now the clip is in here. I gotta ask: is it BlizzCon yet? Is it BlizzCon yet? I'm so hyped. It's like every single day I just like wake up. It's like it's not it yet. I'm so sad. I'm so sad. Where's my BlizzCon? Soon, soon. To go hang out with all of my fellow Diablo partners again very soon. Of course, does absolutely include Cliff is here, so you never hang out with him. Make sure you follow his channel and just see what's going on over there. Over Barbarian King. Yeah, we're so ready. We are so ready. No. Ori lagging. It's like I need that druid damage because right now this Bloodlance. I'm actually a Shadowlance. A festering wound, apparently, is what they call this branch. And it's not quite up to code yet. I don't even have like my full set bonuses and things quite at the moment. Yeah, it's gonna be super fun. Super fun. I kind of wish I had set it up so I could stay around longer, but I'm just like in before BlizzCon and like out right after kind of vibes. But even just a few days, it'll be awesome. These days get spawned, but don't despawn yourself, Ori. I need you here. And to be fair, there's a chance that the upcoming season for D4 is like right after. Anyway, I don't know what they're gonna do about that and how it's gonna go down. I don't think they've officially told us. So we're just hoping it all worked out all right. I'd rather not come off of like super hype to be like, okay, now you gotta do your 24/7 vibes for the next week or two while you're grinding. like, oh no. Tuesday based on the in-game store. Okay, so we got like, some time over. I would have to look. I would have to look. I'm never sure until they tell me, like specifically like the dev chat kind of vibes. How you doing, Ori? Still lagging, I think. What did you do? Now, like, I don't have the weapon yet to do this. We were working on this escalation to try and get to Astaroth so it'll drop the Bloodless Scream. So I can start trying to scale this with the Cold and Shadow, and I need Ori for that. I'm working on it. Otherwise, I got to go lower and do it ourselves. Good night, Cliptus. Thank you for everybody. Bye, as always. So, let's. I'm still kind of loose shit. I got a little bit of a pull. Frostbite is not doing a lot for me too. Oh, I needed more tankiness. I've got that, but that's not what I need. So I need to pull one of those other uniques. And I'm gonna imagine the charm I need is gonna be something specific to Necro that I don't have yet. And I guess technically I could. I do think Blood Scoop just come in a charm form could be a thing, but the mythics is, I think, the better option. So we're on move. It's gonna hit through here. I love that Necro has Sever. But today's been a day of getting caught in every corner while I'm really fast and then suddenly not. Let's go back down a little bit through this way, looking for the petrified clearing. Should be the way. There's the last room. Yeah, here's hoping maybe just there. It's just a fluke. It's dead. It's okay. Dun dun dun! Gave him the triple transfig, and it hit life on a barb. It's indestructible too, though. Yeah, that is a rough roll. That is like depressingly rough. That's one of those things like what could have been. Could have been. Okay, well, after Necro. We just started Necro, so I'm gonna be on Necro for a while and try some different options. But I still have to do the dexterity classes and the strength classes. We still got a good chunk or new shiny to play with. There's another one of these. Let's see if we can get redemption and get the 6. Granted, we know it's not on the back of my Necro at the moment. Go on. See what you got. Oh, extra mummy value. We got ghost apparitions. Do we care about the idle ones? Sure. No evade. No evade. If we can move, that's true. Okay, we just sever, not evade. With me being me, I have my evade right on my mouse. So I'm definitely tapping it quite a lot. Yep. Ouch. Oh, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt. So, me not casting, that's what did that. Oh, keep casting all of my because it'll come up. Just wanted to travel, got what I got. Ori's got that one now, I don't have to worry about it. Maybe. Yeah, we're good. For a second it looked like she dropped it. Maybe she did. Volcanic. That could very easily have been what got me. There's damage of all sorts, but for Necro, grounded birds are especially heinous. Let's go. Let's not get caught in any of that plague business. Oh, hello, that's a lot. That's a lot of pain suffering. Definitely did not perform as well as last time. But that's okay. I'm just trying not to get wrecked by volcanic right now. That'll be great. The pain. I know. I'm just out here trying to get set charms though. It's alright. I can't complain. Foreign letters and Wheel of Fortune like T and N in there. Step by Z. Go for Z. No, you choose the ones that are most common. That's the strategy. That's the strategy in Wheel of Fortune, Gary. You gotta choose the most common letters first, because that's the ones you're probably gonna get the most money for. There's a lot of them. And then you fill in the obvious ones that aren't going to hit as much, because they're not worth as much to call. Emerald chest. Okay. So, it looks like we're starting to actually be able to put a dent into those enemies. Obviously not killing them yet, but there's like some potential here where I'm not going to be forever useless. I'm just a little useless right now. Just a little bit. Blast wave's good. Oh, that's already down. Don't get caught in all this. And I don't like the aspect that's relying on me casting my ultimate. Damages. I don't have enough cooldown if I'm spamming this Decrepify, which I can do, clearly. It's just, I don't like that feeling. It's just, unfortunately, Necro, sometimes I feel like they get that kind of situation. If it's not one thing or it's another layered wise. I don't think that was completely, like, solved in the DLC for them. Fortunately. Yeah, unless we're talking about, like, the highest performers. So I'm not completely caught up on what they're doing for Necro in the PTR, but it sounds like they're gonna get some love too. The two edgelord caster emo vibes, emo metal duo will finally have their day again, I think. Well, it's never had their day, let's be honest. So my day is going to come soon. I'm just worried because anytime you are the highest performer in a PTR, you are the one that ends up getting bopped over the head more than everybody else. Oh, I don't really want that to be the future of my lock. Really this time because it is the newest class. You know, they'll let it slide in. Let it go. That's good. Like that follow, welcome in. What you don't know, I am a Warlock main, so I start every season as Lock until I decide that I'm gonna play another main, and we go as that class till the 300 plus Paragons. So that's why I'm so locked in about the state of that class, and it's been pretty rough. Pretty rough, not gonna lie. The first 2 seasons are very, do I have a lot of fun? Yes, but you always have people coming through that are playing like the most meta things, and they don't understand like just how far it is to be the quote-unquote balanced classes. Paladins understand me though. Paladins know what it's like. Unfortunately, for the last 2 seasons. All right. Fake ZD. ZD. Well, yeah, typically you don't expect it to be a lot of Z's. How dope. Trying to catch up with Ori even with the Sever is apparently a struggle somehow. I don't know how. Got it. Saying this better be one of these weapons. It doesn't have to be the perfect one, but just one of them. I just need to start freezing things so I can start figuring out the rest and solving the puzzle. This way to the right. I wasn't saying slow down. I'm just saying like this is the issue is on Sever getting caught in corners in a weird way. Too low. Friend, did you still have my rusted dirt? It's not enough right now. Oh, we're still gonna watch it. It's alright. Open this. Here. Watch the vault. Did I get a winning set charm? Else need to cost stuff. Matches the one I already have, unfortunately. But that means when I get out of here, I can go ahead and all some of it. That next upgrade. Now I want a big ZD, and I can't even eat the real deal. That's strong. Okay, so you do the rain dance or give me my bloodless tree. That's what we need. A little bit more of all of that. Careful. Easy reverse. Here, just a little bit more. Chilling out of damage. Probably good plan. I'm just like, damage? What damage? Oh, you mean the enemy damage, not mine. Back to it. Amalgam's back up. Her and all her feisty goodness. Where are my ouch potions? I was gonna say, where are my potions when I need it? Here we are. It's really weird. It's like no damage and then damage because cataclysm or something gotta be up in here. But I'm not sure. Gotta toss this. I always love how the male Necro either sounds like he's really young or really old, like depending. Inconsistent. Did not get one of the unique signings. Did I get any? I could roll sives and then throw them in, see if they keep them. I don't have a lot of those boxes unless I go steal fragments from me. Or not a lot of fragments, I think, unless I go steal them from other characters. You don't know it's EDS? It's like pasta. Damage. Or the exact definition of what defines as ED and what I'm very sure. You tell me. Alright, it's Ori doing over here now. You think I have inventory space? You'd be wrong. Okay. Damage. trash charms here. I got space for those. Yeah, I do. Thank you. Alright, so we got 1, 2. Both of the ones that match my other ones. Fair enough. Let's go reset here. Looking for ranks. I have the materials. I may as well. Hello, how you doing? Drop rates, all stats again. Top skills is not for me. This is core and darkness, so we just care about that Bloodlance. It's kind of a shame it doesn't have more tags. Like, is there anything else I can work with? No. Not a lot of interaction there. Or evac again. Okay, so 2. I already have 3 on that same one, so we'll keep going. 4 skills on this. Better than curse skills, I suppose. Ideally, we're chasing the darkness. That's enough meta builds. Awesome. Yep. The era of the messing around with off meta with a PTRR. Live. Curse skills won't do me much. Blood skills, not what we're doing here. Currently. Lightning damage, all stats, movement speed. Poison, potion healing, movement, cold resistance, lightning, all stats, cold, all stats, physical, corpse, gold. Ah, I see. Armor, physical, all stats, fire resistance. I'm not so sure I'm looking forward to both wearing all mythics and chasing 1 resistance rolls everywhere. It'd be very strange with the PCR. So, like the Eloric and the standard Jordan vibes. And a little different. Not to mention, I don't know how easy it'll be to get a hold of those, and it'll be our building up to that gradually, or having to swap after I've acquired the right pieces. Skills, all stats, lightning. I think I'm gonna have enough now. I have the diamond mine, so with the 2 in my inventory, it is enough. Darkness, 2 better than none. So let's push that out. And now we got this one. Yeah. 1 diamond is like 4 here. Once I get 1 diamond mined, I just kind of pass it along to all the other characters when they start, at least. And chase the better stats on those charms and be really specific if I want to sweat it out after. I'm not too worried about it. But right now, this one obviously not so helpful for anything, but it just makes it easier for me to have the stud bonus. Skills, no. Wow, that's rough. Just the American server, or just having internet issues? And gold. Shadow maximum life, movement impairment, bone skills. Interesting. For skills. Yeah, that's the kind that's worse than me trying to play in like the Australian servers. It's actually double of me trying to play over there, which is crazy. Pretty sure right around it was like 300, 400. Haven't been over there in a long time though. Here's the darkness skills. And it is a different one than the one I'm currently running. Great. So that's a start. Gives me the full bonuses. Enemies who are corrupted or frostbitten for more than they remain life are permanently vulnerable, weakened, slowed, and 50% increased damage from you and are feared. That should go pretty well. See how much so in a moment. I want to get rid of extra charms. Get rid of the magic and the rare. Keep the other ones for now. I can convert more if I need to.
It is done.
Let's try the escalation. How do I start trying to see how much that's doing? I have not done a lot of glyph work yet, so that needs to be done. Aspects are probably not ideal for the build yet. We do have that extra little bit of damage over time value. I can actually see some of it now, so we're getting there. Strong room. Okay, okay. Let me in. Let me in. Take the bars. Let's go. Seven special demon. I choose that every time. Lure the mummies. And I just do the tethering because effort. This one. We're pretty reliant on Ori damage. And I can start seeing that bar. Touch that, but I didn't. Sever, please. I need you to move. Pressers. Shock lancers, this is alright. Birthing. Ammo gap out of range. Got it. Bump. High request. There you are. There's set charge. No, all shiny. I kind of in a good place-ish. It's like a 1.5k. Sheesh, what is going on? Diamonds, we love the diamonds. Back over here. Oh. Looking. There. Where my box is at? Got a chance. Nothing there. Yeah, that Sever getting caught in doorways is raw. It's so bizarre. Just give it whatever Rogue Dash has, I don't understand. Frozen suppressor. For what I felt like I was lagging there too. Sadly, that's my normal ping on my server. Generally a little over 100. In Florida, so you know how it goes. You know how it goes. Alright, here. She's in the EU, and I'm. She usually does not have ping as high as it currently is rolling, but this is extra rough today for some reason. Actually ran out of resource. Back in the corner. Be out of that. There you go. Come on, I believe in you. Thanky thing. I'm super spoiled on me having the another step. Box over there. Why are my boxes showing up today? I see that one. Okay, yeah, it's just I didn't see it earlier. Like that following with me. Let's see us out here east side. Looking through, I see no box currently. Ooh, hunting, here's another one. Maybe bags. Lag equals free teleport. That's one way to look at it. I don't know if I would go with that, but if that helps you, yeah, that's it. Free teleport. There was a time when around this latency would be me playing in the UK. Along the way, it got into not so much. But I think around when I do play EU and UK, I have about 180 now. Let's check out what it is. 150, 180. That's good. It's been a while since I've been over there though. Box down there, okay. So I can see this, but currently the damage, not so much. The wild thing is I have the respite. It's still like that currently. So that scaling is not so good. 3 clips are rough though. I cannot re-roll that face to have the extra additive damage in the glove. It shouldn't really make that much difference. This one's got vuln damage, so we have it kind of going on. I don't know if that's a good one or not. I don't have your other options. I haven't more planned on this character at all, so that's what we'll be working on pretty shortly. This is a gem fragments. But it's mini, so it's like assorted variants. It's alright. Some gems here. Is like that. It does feel that to work hard right now. They were doing all the work. I mean, yeah, they probably would not like that very much. And when I think about it, like, how did the other clarinets, when I was in band, feel about me in marching band and how much I got away with? I don't know how many really realized, and then a lot of them were like, I don't know, like my best friends, or a lot of the ones who were my best friends were like very younger than me, so they wouldn't question it, and they probably had no idea. And then the ones who were closer my age, they were not really like sweaty at clarinet and the other aspects. So I don't think they cared, with maybe like one exception. Then like the one exception, even if he knew he probably could have challenged me and been first chair at some points in our high school, he didn't want to do that. Various reasons. So it made my chair very pushy. And I am not able to click on the portal right now because there's too much stuff in my way. There we go. So here and there, I was into all that basically for social aspect. It's not the most diligent musician. Even if I was good by even like tri-state standards, I would get to do all those honor bands and all that kind of thing. I was not in it for what a lot of other people were into it for, so of course when I got to university I stopped all that. There was no way I was gonna be able to finesse at the university. I mean, maybe I could have, I don't know, but it would have been a lot more work. As much reason to do it in that case. Although I guess you get paid at the university level to do that stuff. It's just like way too much stress. And I didn't care to deal with a lot of the people who I went to UF when I went to university, but crossing paths day to day with people who I would encounter and pretty much hated when doing like tri-state and things like that, because that would be a lot of overlap. Those are like sweaty clarinet players and other band members, and they were like really into it, and I get like super exposed for how much I did. So for me. But it was interesting, like it was a social thing. Yeah. to like show up and do all the extra things because you would be in a state of you'd be missing lots of class and traveling and all sorts of like extra time to put into those bands, and those bands are part of the vibe, so they want you there. You get incentives. I don't know exactly what kind of incentives they do. That. And then nowadays they pay the athletes, so exactly. You know, you get like scholarships and whatnot for being in the band and musicians. So. Here we are. My brother did all that, so he would know that I would. I know when I applied for university, because all the music accolades that was on the application, they probably thought I was gonna come play for them, but and I just used it to get in. I probably even need that considering. But that's how it goes. I mean, that's what everybody kind of does. Adding. Right there. But it's wild to think I spent 12 plus years doing all that musician stuff growing up, and then I went like the cold turkey of stopping right in university. Full stop. I didn't even. I have not engaged with it. I don't think there's a single moment since other than like listening to music. That's it. Not for me. Like, most people, at least you dabble a little bit. Like my brother, he still plays piano. Like sometimes I'll catch him. He's down there. He'll have his like headset on and everything, but I can hear the keys. I know he's down there doing that. You know, I got no interest here. Right here. I was a clarinet player, yeah. I was first chair clarinet player for almost my entire time, middle school through high school. And yeah, like I was saying, like I didn't engage with it as soon as high school was over. Nothing. Alright. Yeah, yeah. That went out of here. Like that, I just like thinking like how much time like that was my life for like almost my like entire childhood, and like full stop, nothing. I don't have like any contact with anybody in any other organizations or anything after either. I would love to know like after how many hours gets put into doing that. It's just like stop. Wow. But yeah, it sounds like it's pretty common. Here. You haven't picked up your hoarded years. I see you're doing way better than I am there, Mr. Mark. I always think that if I maybe played different instruments, I would feel differently. But I never had that kind of like emotional attachment to the music when it comes to like Bloodlance, classical, and that kind of deal. But that's always something that's natural and push you to that. So deep down, like when in like middle school, it's like what would you do? I was like, I want to be a drummer. Like, you know, that'd be pretty badass, right? And then later on, it was like, damn, I wish I could actually get the guitar lessons and play the guitar. But every time I would take those courses, they would make me work on other band-related things because it was convenient I was there. Or he's trying to come, she's lagging so hard. I'm probably gonna have to go down to 10 and just like farm it there on my own. It's okay. Or roll obols and put it in the cube. Alright. And hit that little distilled beer. Go again. If you could, you'd buy a Seer base. So really been thinking about that lately randomly. I took the piano lessons first, right? So when it came to middle school, I was like, choose what other instrument you want. I looked at like xylophone and marimba, and it's like, oh, I can relate to that, right? The same kind of setup. But then they look at you, and it's like, reasonably, they're like, they look at me like I don't want to have. They didn't want to have to deal with a girl in the percussion line, because long term that's a problem, you can imagine. So I get it. I get it. They were not equipped to have to deal with all that. Right. You'd like to pick up the classical guitar rather than whatever standard electric acoustic steel string? Do that. I did have a guitar, like a little learner's guitar to do it at one point, but the only people who like knew how to teach me how to available, they were sitting there making me basically do their paperwork and whatever in the course that was supposed to be for that. I was like, I remember like I had taken basically every class I could possibly take that was available to me, so I had like time on my hands. And instead of like getting to use the time, it's cool to actually learn new things. They would be like, nah, we need you to do this and do that. And it's like, looking back at it, I was like, wait, wasn't that the band director's job? Oh well. Yeah, 2 female snare players, both for Beast. Yeah, see, I think if there had been other ones in my schools that had come before me, so they had like someone else for me to hang out with, and they were more used to it, they would have let me do it. But deep down, I know, like the band directors were guys, of course. They were like, no, we gotta keep that problem out, and they knew I, as someone who had a parent, her parents that were much more, of course, involved. I think strategically they looked at the biggest section, the section we need more people to manage is clarinet line. So naturally, it's like when you don't know who else, what else to put, they looked at me and like, clarinet for you. Clarinet for you. And it's like, there was no real draw there or anything. It's just, they pushed me that direction. And looking back on it, it was actually a great choice because one of the biggest sections, and I love the social aspects more, so I did thrive at that. It's like, wanted me to tell people and look at them like, you're doing wrong, and let's go sort it, let's go fix it, do all the inspections. I was your girl for that. I was absolutely your girl for that. How did that expect me to be like the actual like true lover of music that my peers were? But you know, other parts I was solid for that. This one time at band camp. Oh, my first year when I was a freshman, my parents would not let me go do that because they were terrified. They were terrified of that concept, but it was also one of those we actually went to like a camp that was pretty like extra. So it was fair enough. But then later on, after that year, because I think something happened along the way, they never did like the true like camp experience. They just let us come in at will to the actual like school field, and it was not nearly as fancy. My parents were okay with that because there was enough supervision. They felt like, okay, that's fine. That's fine. So I went to all the ones after. So when I came in as a freshman, despite everything, I was very behind. So it also made it like much more scary to come into the marching band when almost everybody already kind of had like a framework because they had been in camp. And that's what I worked from behind. And that also meant that my high school band director, he didn't know anything about who I was or anything like that other than what he would have heard from like the middle school director. So it was a weird experience, and I can even talking about it, like remembering how terrifying that was. It's like, not only was I like totally new, I felt like I was a new kid even when I shouldn't have been. It's just, you know, band camp is band camp before school. And my parents, they didn't really ever have that experience themselves, so they didn't know how it worked. So I was just on my own for that whole experience. And then my brother, who was younger, came up later, and then he was golden child star, and he was a trumpet player. And then all my band directors, of course, they were trumpet players. So he had the best of the best all along the way. Clarinet, I only got a private clarinet instructor for maybe 1 or 2 years when I was in high school. And then when that woman worked with me, she realized I had all alternate fingerings that were wrong, and then nobody could correct me because all the people who were band directors along the way, they were trumpet players, they were brass. So I had to relearn so much at that point, and that was already probably like, I don't know, it was freshman or sophomore year in high school. So it was a rough go of it, but it's still somehow, all that, I still got to hang with the other high schools and different competitive things when those gals and guys would have actually like clarinet players teaching them. But it was funny. So like teeth gnashing, realizing that despite how much I was putting on, how much at that point I was at least a little bit competitive, I was at disadvantage. I was at disadvantage, but you know what happens. Nothing. So as much as I say that, you know, I'm not the biggest musician, tired man, but the social aspect, I loved it. I loved it. But looking back, I also probably was the catty first chair type in a way. Not necessarily like going out of our way to make anybody feel bad, but just I was not the you can imagine I'm not the most friendly. I'm not the most friendly, despite what anybody thinks of how much I yap. It, you know, it is what it is. Because as a kid, of course, I was much closer to the PvP fave that a lot of you guys don't know that I am now. It's different. It's different. Right. Cello also sounds fun. Yeah, I got to play violin for 2 years when they had a little bit of lessons for that, but my high school was not the sort where they had the full string line or anything like that. We didn't have like orchestra, unfortunately. But I really did love violin. I think looking back of the ones that I did play, piano, clarinet, and violin a little bit, I had more of a natural inclination to enjoy violin. Violin was my dad's instrument for a little bit, so I actually played on his violin for that, so it also made it a little better. How we doing? Got Ori over here. I just need one of those Bloodlance screens, and then hopefully I can try and readjust this. I have a feeling though of how it's going, that either there's an aspect I'm missing on this build, or it's just not gonna scale as nicely as I want it. Maybe the unique that the new Necro lineup has too, other than the Bloodless Scream. Otherwise, if I want to play Shadow type thing, I might have to change primary skill because the Bloodlance is kind of in a weird spot, where it doesn't seem like it's getting nearly as many tags as maybe old school Bloodlance was doing. I don't know how solvable it is for the Shadow version. Get the Highland boots here. We wanted the two-handed scythe. That was non-ancestral. Come on. Come on. And are there any other scythes here? I probably should set my filter to find them, but no. I'll probably just go ovals and fragments. Mr. Rock also wishes you did more with music for sure. Okay, how we doing? I have this. Let me see. Your darkness skills chill enemies up to 100% and deal 250% increased damage to pros enemies and bosses. Yeah. So getting a better one of those would be huge. I don't think I want to. Alright, Ori. I don't think I want to run it if it's non-ancestral, so we get to play the cube game, I think, right here. Yes, please be nice later game so Ori can play. That's alright, it just means you get more time to go play whatever other game that was beginning to be addictive, right? Right. Okay, I'm in 12. It's a good place for me to try and do this. How are we gonna do it? I think it'll go two-handed size. Here. Never used a bowed instrument, so you like except you like the droning aspect it seems to have. I've heard a lot of people say if you want to get into playing any instruments as an adult, string instruments are the preferred one they recommend. I don't know how true that is, but I've heard a few people say it, and I had an uncle who did get into violin way older, and he ended up pretty decent considering. And I look at him and I think that, yeah, he probably wouldn't have done nearly as well on maybe some of the other options if he had gone with those. Alright, so what are we doing? I want to... Actually, I don't want these. I actually buy reflex. Hit the right thing. I don't want the legendaries. We want the ones we can disenchant. Remove the affixes from. Can't do that yet. Remove. Remove and craft that. Bloodless Scream. So at least that one is ancestral. Do I want to burn resources to make that one better? Or are we gonna roll these? I think I just roll these. I got the materials to do all this. Okay, here. Yeah, but it's like anything, you gotta put quality time in. It's like you're just gonna pick it up and it's gonna magically happen. Ooh, so like my uncle really wanted it. It's as an adult, you know if you really wanted it or not, you would think. You put the time in, you make violin happen to some extent, apparently. I don't care for that role, but these now, if I want to, can become those. The problem is I'd have to go and do one of these things. Now, to do that, I don't think this character has the boxes yet. We just kind of getting started. Yeah, still like that. I can grab more off of the other characters, though. Yes, even bring them to the Necro so the Necro can roll gear. I'm just not sure what else I need for it at the moment. Okay, I did the last one, Barry Manilow. How many boxes does she have? I want to say her boxes, I opened a lot of them. It's gonna be the Lock and the Druid that probably has the most left over for trying to just fish fragments without using the keys. Next season, I don't think we'll be able to use the cube to leverage these mythics nearly as much. Go back to it being craftable type stuff. Yeah, 8, but hey, 8 is 8. I'll take those. I'm gonna throw them over to the Necro. And I guess the good news is there aren't exactly a lot of two-handed mythics they can give me to lock me out of what I want, right? Give me that annoying Veer weapon if it's in the two-handed weapon slots, not just the size. If it was just size, it'd be super easy. It's not that easy. Next season, it'll go straight through though, right? That's cool. I'm just not looking forward to the stage of wearing all mythics across characters. I feel like we have a weird pendulum system in this game right now where despite what they say, you just kind of unfortunately have the feeling that it's going to go the other way in a season or two. It doesn't even take that long. It's like a season or two. It's like, whoops. It's like, oh yeah, not as much bossing. Oh, no, I guess you gotta go all the bossing to do the mythics. Okay. The mystery is encouraging too, in a way. Yeah. Alright. So, I have these boxes. We're gonna open those first. That's not what I wanted. How these are doing. Let me get the boxes. Oh no, not the seals. I hate that. I hate that inventory tab as well. They solved the rune one just to give me this struggle again right here. I think best bet is get rid of that charm so I got some wiggle room. Not charm seals. Right. For sure none of these have any +1s. Technically I could convert to one of those if they got the matching stats for me. I want to hold on to all of this so we can roll more mythics. Prior resource, no. Fun hits. I don't need any of the other things. Let's go do this first. Effects are starting to come my way. Figure out which of those I want. And then when you did the boxes that were in the storage over here, what tab was it? Didn't even pay attention. Go. Some of these, and we'll check the druid next. I think this is the first season in forever where I am actually opening the board boxes. They are many. There's many a season that I have ended it with hundreds, if not even 1,000+ board boxes. Could not be bothered to open them all. Like the fragments from this, because I don't want to go kill bosses, has me out here like, you know what? Maybe I will. Maybe I will for once. I will do the thing. This is all junk. I don't have filter on yet because I'm getting aspects and whatnot. But technically, I could have also kept that back, maybe. Anyway, got enough to do this once. It gives me, yep, the Zero weapon. I called it. I knew it would. Out of principle, I would say one of everything. I was not necessarily happy about how that went down. Let's go open up the next boxes. Do it again. Just keep raining junk I do not need. Let's go turn on my filter. Wrong key. A wrong option. Move filter. Go to... Probably a little too harsh. We'll see. We'll see. Save. Okay, so we got all that. Apply these two-handed styles. Makes the king lyric. Your golem will consume one of your skeleton mages. Our skeleton words every 8 seconds, healing to full life and gaining increased damage. First time I've seen that one. The mortar crux. When consuming a corpse, there is a 50% chance to also create a decaying skeleton simulacrum. I've always wanted simulacrums to be a thing. It's like an actual build. I don't know the state of it in the PTR, but I'm pretty sure it isn't a thing quite yet. Not Assassin's Regeneration. I don't think I need those kind of pants either. What's this doing? Will or Rathma. Vulnerable, weakened, crowd controlled, or corrupted enemies are afflicted, taking 40% increased damage from you. First skills deal shadow damage when applied to afflicted enemies. And I don't think that's quite enough for me to say I want that, even if I have that like in a hidden one. Also, is either C, basic skills gain all upgrades for free. Damage hit enemy with basic skill costs. Okay, so that one's still kind of that vibe. I always really love Lidless. Let me take a look at how Bone Storm is doing these days. So it has the Shadow version, Shadow and Bone. Bone Storm becomes a darkness skill that deals shadow damage. Enemies damaged by it suffer an additional amount of corrupting damage over 2 seconds. Is this one doing corrupting damage for me too? Or should I go to that? Okay, they both do some corrupting. Let's see here. Now that Zoe's asleep, you can finally talk trash about Zoe. She's honestly a really sweet person and you wish nothing but good things for her. Oh, trashy! So trashy. Shame on you. You had me going there for a second. I was a little concerned. Breaches. Just someone's having a chance to rental conflicting gratify. Word. Word. They keep giving me stuff. I was like, man, those minions look good. Bring aside religious soul. Corpse Central's gain the effect of every upgrade. It is automatically triggered once every 16 seconds. So that's how they changed the lazy ring out. There's reduced each second while having corpses by you. I do like that. I think it's a bad choice for damage, but I do like it. Hold on to an ancestral one. It comes, but we don't have that yet. Make sure we get these in case we need. Yep, aspects. The 2-4 made you Ebo. So you're a Necro now, like me. And roll again. Aha. It'll work for now, I guess. What are those numbers looking like? So it's 325% increased damage to frozen enemies and bosses. Now, is that all going to be enough? I don't know. We'll find out. Let me do Unsuns. Nice. Not crossbutt. The one thing, if you try for a good day on your chosen instruments, I believe you too can play it. Not crossbutt. I find it surprising that you remember that. Okay, offensive. Damage over time, or do we just admit that it's about that shadow? I think I should probably just heal. Shadow? What does it say? Dark skills do 75% of their damage with additional corrupting. Yeah, so now I always like darkness or shadow. Technically it's both, but I always end up in this situation with the Necro. It's like, which one is it scaling? in other spots that I should be worried about. This is always the problem. We got the shadow. And darkness down here. Right. 80%, 80%. So like they look interchangeable, but I know sometimes actually only one or the other. Let me look at my situation. Shadow obviously will work here. Becomes a darkness skill, of course, and deals shadow damage, of course. Crafting Bloodlance ricochets to one additional enemy. Yeah, that's fine. Bloodlance consumes 2 attacks overpowered throw. Oh, that's what's going on. I took off that overpower earlier from this. Let me see what other sources of overpower we can get to and fix the lance situation. That's why we are not throwing as many of those lances as I wanted anymore, because I took those out. So we get some over here. Do we? No. Got that. We got you. These hit well, 15 with Iron Man. I have a 50% chance to randomly grant 1 stack of ferocity overpower, so I could do that. And let the minions help me. Can we? Commanding your golem grants 3 stacks of result overpower ferocity. Rather than you blood mist grants 1 stack of overpower every second. It's weird to chase this. Casting blood wave overfills your overpower by 2. The darkness. The blood wave becomes a darkness skill that deals shadow damage. Leaves behind a trail of desecrated ground. I suppose. It's not gonna do... We're gonna do this just to try and get it to hit overpowers? I guess so, because I have to. Hello! Give this a shot. You're not going to be completely salient. I guess it's kind of happening whether I mean it to or not. Blood wave forms blood orbs. We also changed the board there. But I want the overpower. I'm gonna try. Blood wave deals 30% increased damage while you're fortified, or casting blood wave grants damage reduction. Well, I said I wasn't gonna do for damage. We're trying to do the Bloodlance thing, so I'm gonna try that. How strange. How strange it is. I really like the idea of having the auto-gen. So that means it puts us in a weird situation of I can rip the bar apart and try and fix it, or over here. I can also auto-decrepify, can't I? Decisions. Switch this out. If I need overpower, I got this. Iron Man is also a darkness skill that deals shadow damage. Enemies have a 30% chance to be stunned. I have a weird one. And then I needed... Do I need this point over here? Maybe he'd fortify for 5% of your maximum life when an enemy dies while affected by... Yeah, I need the fortify, don't I? Saying how I wanted that earlier. I don't really need all the points into this, or do I? Decisions. If I go minions, I consume a corpse that way. I can actually take this off. Corpse consumed by your corpse explosion can't be consumed 1 additional time. Maybe. Maybe you won't. Maybe you will. Blood orbs, generates essence. I don't think I need that much. So for the utility value, we want to go in one of these. No longer has an essence cost or fortify. Fortify. How much is it going to cost me? 8. I think we'll sustain. I think. So we're looking at... I need more stockatables. Do I have what I need sitting around here? Looks like I don't have the one for the decrepify currently. And if I am to use it, we're doing this instead of vortex? Yeah, I just put those pants on because that's what they had at the time. I think we still have a decrepifier option. Let me go see my runes on my other characters, see if we can make this work. Green Quartet sounds so good. True. True. Alright. What do we want now? I want Berry Manilow. And she... There's my runes. Is this sorcerer going to be the one we rebirth? Am I gonna be Barry Manilow forever? Is that how it's gonna be? As much as I like the rebirth system, I also like having different names every season. So removing that in a way, I don't know. It'll be convenient for like Famaru, who's always my warlock now, so that's fine. And some of them I'm kind of like, you know, I don't know if they're the forever name I really want. Like right now, Octavian is my Necro. I don't think I want that one. The Yandere Boyfriend is my Mule this time around. Like I actually, if I had kept one of those, I probably would have rebirthed that. So maybe next season let's make a new one. We'll let that one ride instead. What was I looking for? I was looking for the right rune. And I should probably keep some of these, if not all of them, in storage. I got space. Or bring them over to the other character. So I've got options for later. Cast an ultimate skill. How much access you can have to that Bloodway these days, but I haven't mastered. I'm gonna master it if I really wanted to. I can make it happen. I got it from the reward box from the board. That's where I've been grabbing mine. But we can kill the Reaper and also get them there. There's the Decrepify. Decrepify, we can do that. Was there anything else I need to pull before I go? Iron Maiden is also what you can do. I don't know about that. I've never ever been inclined to do that, but maybe this is the first time. I just want the overpower to generate. I have only 10 boxes. Lacking. But 10 boxes is still enough to do it once. Twice. Yeah, that sounds like something you would do. You'd never be setting with your own choice. Yeah, I got it. Halle Berry's kind of alright. I don't know, I like that more than I like Bolda Winfrey. I think I probably would go back to Bolda. Yeah, I'm gonna do the first Warlock from last season. Rebirth. I can rebirth this from back when we had TTV names as my Necro. I don't know how many hours are on her. Literally my very first character on live in D4, and I kept her. It's wild. You know how far we've come. Sinclair is my paladin. I can see a reason why I might keep Sinclair as the paladin. Long story, but you know, that's a good okay one. Barb Ross, I think Barb Ross is a keeper. That's a keeper right there. Some of the other ones are, I think I will. But I wish we had known about the rebirth coming a little sooner, because there were some I deleted from last season that were probably more the forever names. But anyway, let me go back to our pal here. Where's Octavian? There he is. We could do all derivatives of fame, but in this game, it's not quite like the open world experience where it is in other games where you want people to kind of recognize you. Like at MMORPGs, I would probably never use a more flex name if it was a more permanent character. Absolutely not. Since it always felt like these were so temporary, you know, we kind of went off the rails a lot. But I guess now it's not going to be that way so much. If we care to rebirth, we can rebirth. So we can get a little bit more attached, I suppose. But I moved my old road names to my lock. I guess that no one's gonna ride with the lock. I was looking for runes. Do we have a here, Sockable? There you are. All those up so I can get them out of storage. And then we'll slot the I guess I'm going to Decrepify. And we need to go off a lot for my cooldowns just to auto that. I hope I'll actually get to keep that system and not get like deleted for it. It's often a problem. At least one of these I know I can swap. And if I want to go to the golem, I cannot do. How much is that going to give me these days? I attain at least one active summon for 5 seconds, getting offering for each up to 5 summons. So if I had more, if I had like the mages, I guess it would be even more value, a lot more value. Keep crafting rings and not getting the one you want. Yeah, that sounds like the story of our lives, isn't it? Ultimate skill. How much access we're gonna have to the ultimate? Not a lot right now. Mobility or well, mobility skills. I got that. We can dip around like nobody's business. I just don't think I'm going to do a lot of pew-pewing that way, am I? So I suppose typical Igni on one, and do we ham on the other? I think it could work. I just don't know that's my best choice. Give it a go. That means I can put the Iron Maiden over here to do the thing. There's a part of me that says do the Iron Maiden as the auto one. I can clarify for myself because I'll know when I need it, and a lot of the time maybe I don't. The overpower I kind of feel like I want it all the time. And doing that while I am casting these is not gonna be so easy. So let's try the rare Teb. It's like I don't even know. I don't know if I've ever said the name of that one while putting it in a socket ever in my life. I'm gonna try this on Torment 10. To make an assessment of what I was doing. I didn't upgrade that weapon yet, did I? The problem with gambling. You never get what you want. Channeling. And of course, feeling kind of alright. How is the overpower situation? When I hit my wave, you know we're good. When I'm not hitting my wave right now, it's coming off of the rim. It looks pretty good. Like maybe even if I wanted to, I could not do the sewer surfer here, but it's a nice little blast from the past. I remember running that like early seasons fairly often. Now I'm getting extra shots. That feels pretty good. Put the coin it land on one side indefinitely, you guys. That's some wild statistics, though. Resource a little sketchy right now, after all. I might need to leverage the fact that I do have extra lucky hit if I wanted. These kind of darkness skills and give me resource back on rings. I don't hit transfigs yet either. As fast as I want it to be. I was getting resource back off of consuming corpses before I took that off. Maybe I gotta put that back on. Some of the resource return here. Okay, but that's the cooldown return. Grant and resolve. The part that says you probably need that. Let's see what else I could do. I don't want to die in the process. Yeah, tactically. Although I guess they use the good old term statistically impossible at a certain point. The statistics say they, oh no. For time. Right now it's the resource that is not hitting. How am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this? I need the corpse situation back. I technically don't need sever points. It's not about the damage, right? Whoops. Well, I need to do that. I'm gonna break it. Mobility. Put that back in. I don't need the slow. Essence cost reduced so I can spam it. Good. So now I got that 1 point that I needed, and I want the essence returned back so we can try and leverage the corpse explosion to keep us in the green here. There's gotta be other options. I have to look. Fires, some pickers. Well, now overpower generator enough that I can take the shots. Yes, we can. And right here. Explosive. Can't we deal with those? Very good. Over here for you. That works alright. I think so. The boss takes time. Ew, oh no. Doing the Reaper fight, right? That could be the reason fight. So, do I have keys on me? I would imagine I do. 69 of those keys, in fact. Keep rolling. I need to upgrade. Oh, yeah, my weapon's at upgrade. Okay, this one. Yeah, I just saw it now. We were talking to. Distracted by the statistics of clicking the point on the save side. Right. A little bit better, but not quite it yet. I don't like having to corpse explode to maintain my resource. I gotta find another solution. Does this have anything on it right now? Does not, so we could force it on the weapon. It would feel a little weird. Maybe ring options. The best bet. Get through this so it's not fast. Here. Well, I tried to bail and just ran into another group of things. Let's upgrade the weapon. It'll help a lot. And enchanted for something else. Alright. What do we want? Repair? Nope. Distracted, always distracted. Enchant. Okay, my options. We got life on killer now that I don't need. Doesn't have intelligence, also the weapon damage. It wasn't a great roll of this mythic. For sure. Take the damage over time. This one's not gonna get the resource access. Crits. Don't have the crit where I want it to be either, unfortunately. All damage, physical, life on hit essence, intelligence, life on kill, all damage, physical, shadow, damage over time. It's just, I know I get more bang for my buck going the other way. You know what? Let's go the other way. Let's go and accept this. Bone damage, I think right now is what I want on this actually. Oh, I don't currently have the crits. It should still help scale the damage over time. I could change the other little additive things elsewhere. It also means that damage over time roll there. I want to change it. Or the temporary, be something else. Vuln. It's not Vuln already, is it? No, it's not. Still looking. I have keys on me. Good. Keys. Let's try and sort this. There's no Vuln damage. I know you exist. I'm getting everything but, and I have gold to burn, so maybe me first. I'm gonna burn it. Getting ridiculous though. Come on now. I keep forgetting that they did uncap this. Make me just go with the shadow for now and just roll the next one of these, double check. Like, am I crazy? They just don't have a Vuln option? Wait, do they just not have a Vuln option these days? Trying to roll for something that doesn't exist. That's interesting. I didn't actually know they did that. I can crit, I can damage every time, we can cold, we can physical, we can shadow. There is no Vuln on that thing. Yeah, I don't know. Like, is that normal? Is this normal? I look at it like there's no Vuln there, right? Okay, it's not already on it. Yeah, no Vuln. Let's see here. That out. Yeah, these weapons don't roll Vuln. I could have swore it was options on my other characters. I don't know. Maybe I just always have the crit rate on things that I've done other rolls every time. I never thought about it, but the more you know. Anyway. Did I temper here? Yeah. Offensive. Just gonna throw the shadow on. Maybe I already did it. Maybe I didn't. Oh well, we're going for now. Just like that maybe. In a world where obviously if you're choosing just one thing and it's not crit, it would always be vulnerable. They just didn't want to go that route. Take the shadow. Okay, cool. Should be helpful. Throw these in the storage for now. So other alternatives in that spot. We got that I can roll. Did I have another set of fragments? No, so that's what we're kind of working on. Got the rust and dirt on still. Yep. Still don't know what I want to do on that one yet. And then Ori was in the Darwin's that area, so we go to Reaper. I guess I could have just clicked into the Reaper if that's the case. Yeah, that is interesting. No roll on weapons, and I'm surprised I didn't catch that until now. Oh, I don't have this open yet. Ori has to do the thing. And I have to teleport to her. Our thing that's missing. I haven't done Hell Tides yet. Why? It's like back when we had to unlock Belial. Ori would have it open and I wouldn't. Just piggyback off her. There you go. A real jank going on, but now the attack speed feels better. It's just I didn't fix the resource situation. Yeah. On the rings. To be fair, this is the Ori show. It's one of those moments and I realize how spoiled we were on some of the other characters this season. We're still a little fresh and figuring this one out. I don't know what I thought I was a girl Necro. You hear it over the so clear. Here, Ori's here too. A little Iron Maiden. I think it used to have a resource return. Like the first time you hit it on a target, it would give you resource. I don't have that now. I don't know if it's a thing still or not. Let me look over here. Thorns, value, blood orbs. No longer has an essence cost and state generates. Yeah, so it's over there. But I wanted the fortify, so unless I get fortify somewhere else, I'm kind of locked in that way. What was this item? Shroud. Oh wow, so good. Great stuff. It's one of those restore primary resource on the hit, obviously. Do it on here, but I want to keep my bone damage. Could just. Yeah, I can't get that cold damage roll off of their space. I need to roll a different one of those on this Necro at some point too. It has Vuln that works for our damage here. This way. All of that lightning doing the work. I can tell because I don't have damage over time on this. Let me change some rolls. Reminds me. Damage over time roll there. I've already enchanted to the Vuln though. I want to change that to the flat damage. It'll have to come from the beginning. Power one of these. I didn't transfig this, but I need to change the willpower. And nice, please stop jumping. He's got wings, she's gonna use them. No big winner, but we are here for the fragments. Hoorah! Reapers. How's that doing? Right. Corpse explosion. Okay, Malcolm. And a fancy decrepify. So if I took off, I didn't worry about the fortify. And let this just tick. Oh, not that one. I want the other one. I saw something for essence there too, though. Passive bone presence generates 50 essence, trapping a boss generates an additional 25. I guess it's just a thing if I don't care about the cooldown or not doing, yeah, one way or that way. I could do that too. Everything giving the essence back. What I want ideally is just keep shooting. Just keep shooting and let it solve itself. I don't know how feasible that is. Unless I'm doing it on the Iron Maiden that is on the burn set. The idea. Hello, Kukilo. Drop fortify. Can I get a fortify now? Why is she melee? Amulet. The chance to give me an amulet for Necro I'll be interested in. What was I looking for? Fortify. So my fortify options, of course, there's that. There's this. Some of that if you want. There's Blood Surge fortifying. Which I don't really do. Of course, we're no longer cast on a corpse and it's cast on you instead. Oh, corpse spindles could do that. Lazy ring, just corpse tendril auto. Fortify. Granted, I could be fortified because I had it earlier. You can sit here and like hot swap it. That I don't like doing things like that. Meditation will get you. You have the happy autumn. Made it now. Cinder chests are kind of handy. Hell tie top of the 750 Cinder war plan thingy. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Go again. It's still such a shame those wings didn't come out of the battle pass. Such an obvious choice. I always wonder how maybe they design the battle pass, like how much does that stuff actually show up when they know the story, like do they share like, hey, this is what we're coming up with, do something related to it, or is it just okay, turn out a lot of those and just release them gradually as things go along, regardless of what happens around it. Maybe it's a little bit of both. This season we got this green one. This is normal color. And it kind of looks a bit like the ribs, but not quite. And they had designed it specifically for the ruptures. It would have been more like a blue-green instead of just a green. It's like kind of there, but not actually there. They're banished. Crit strike, damage, cooldown. Intelligence. What do you mean? I like that in concept, but I don't know in actual practice. 197? A little stacked. Now granted, I might have a lot more somewhere other characters, but I got like 60 something, which is perfectly respectable. Until I get tired of it, I'm sure. Okay, to the Reaper types. Going. Here we go. Energy hands. I like that you actually get mythics to drop from this. It feels like, okay, cast it on the sky, but then it does something like that to you and you're like, oh, like, I take back everything I said. Water Krugs, I wish we could be a similar Aquam explosion build. Well, we could, it'd be not so great. Yeah, we're still pop skills, right? I don't know about that. Pardon me. Okay, corrupted Reaper things. Open. You go. Open up. What'll it be? Focus. So the Z vote C. Nah. Silicon doing inventory while also doing this classic. Oh, Saul, the first thing I had. I am running Lucian right now, so that resource is very heavy. Would love to be able to take it off, but I don't think there's a good option for that. Even with the Lucian, I'm not doing all of this that I need to be doing. Damn, do we look cool? Next. Notice is there? I don't have it on this character. Oh no! Or you can go if she wants to. I'll go inventory. Yeah, go ahead and kill it. May as well. Be waste not to. For sure, even if I poured it in there, the bosses don't drop stuff. Oh, we're not started the war plan process yet. Your inventory is full too. Oh no. Usually how it goes when you end up with those nemesis layers. It's just, it is what it is, vibes. So hold on to that so I can roll more of these. Speaking of. This one. Mythic. Another one. Life on hit. Better than the life on kill we had before, but it's not better than what we have, really. Too bad. This, we remove the affixes, we can make it a unique, and then we can do it again. I'll do that, and then this one got a GA, doesn't matter. Here's another one. Physical damage multiplier on a bloodless scream. That's not what I wanted. It's got life on hit on the other spot. Weapon damage, no. Not the right thing. Ready to get it back, or actually, we gotta reset this when she's done. So then, if that one pops up again, she can actually get it again. Otherwise, I'll just send her back into the same room as already had the bosses killed. That it does that is a little annoying, but that's how it is. Okay, she's inventory incoming. Let me reset this. I have to wait for her to get back in because I don't have it unlocked yet. Helltide type things, rips or something. Don't think these are gonna do much that I'm interested in. Since I got a little bit of time on my hands, we're gonna do it anyway. Cool. I'll take it. Don't have a lot of those reset items on this character. Life movement maximum. Nope. Alright. Good morning, how you doing? Okay, worries inside. We go again. We go again. Alrighty. About to the Reaper. Ideally, what do we need? I would like one of those lazy rings for the corpse tendril to mess with. That'd be cool. The chest armor situation for this build, I don't think there's an obvious choice. I would have to. And then boots. I don't know, they kept the bone prison kind of vibes or anything like that. They did those. Go, there he is. What's my overpower doing? Doesn't seem like it was doing all that much in the boss fight. But I don't necessarily need it to ricochet off. Anyway. Two-handed sword, huh? Is the Veer weapon. All damage, maximum life. It's playable. I don't remember what the other one had on it. It's fine. It's a little desecration. I'm not scaling that desecrated ground anyway whatsoever. I don't think I would. What is she doing? Actually do damage. I'm trying to remember how fast of a kill it was on my dude. No, I farmed her on it. Let me say a little bit about myself. I don't think it was very fast, but it doesn't register as all that slow. Just tanky. And obnoxious blinking around like that. Sure. Do. All this down, it's a pain. Right. Now, I don't think my druid was dependent on that, so I wonder what we're doing different, like scaling wise. It's kind of interesting. No, I am not. Oh, I did Storm Strike. I did not do a typical lightning storm this season. I did it last season. So I'm a basic build. That's why I have no downtime. I don't know where it would fall if I had done the lightning storm this season. So that's why mine's different. I forgot. I refuse to do lightning storm back to back 2 seasons. So I am a Storm Strike bear. And on the bosses, it was pretty epic. I'm not gonna lie. They hold the button and everything dies. But I could have swore these... the lightning storm period. I can't recall what Fawn's kill rate is on his own. Fawn was gonna switch to Barbarian. And then basically Zoe talked him out of it and he stuck with it and the druid would be okay. I feel like there's gotta be some other like next step Ori can do here. Mine is not really easy. Mine is like just go play typical Blood Wave, but I don't want to do that. Even if it looks damn like which version of it is it? Looks damn like Blood Surge. That actually kind of impresses me. Additional wave. Comes the core skill has no cooldown. Yeah, this one. Blow is conjures a shorter wave that it deals damage and no longer knocks back enemies. It's very strong. That exists. If I could do that one and the shadow version together, I would be doing that right now. That's what I want, but that's what you get. Especially if you have like the little desecrated round. Damn it. Can't even multi-wave anymore on the dark one, can you? As much as I do like the new skill trees that they added with the DLC, there are some definite instances of the builds as we know it don't exist anymore. Things like Flurry lost being able to stack the 360 with one of the other, the Drain effect, I think it was. The Razor Wings, I don't think you can even play them the way that I always play them, so that was one of my favorite builds. It's just gone, it's extinct. And then Bloodlance here So you get the kind of experience that I used to on this one. If I need overpower stacks to maintain, shoot a lot of things, and then the blood one, I don't know if you get the best of all worlds either here. Go see. He's good at third cast of Bloodlance forms of Blood Orb. When casting Bloodlance will pick up Blood Orbs. Okay, so you can do that part, and then this one increases damage to hit to hits its per last enemy is like boss oriented, but I can't actually change that when I'm playing the shower. And the festering wound, this one has the split. So it used to be I could have the multi-lance. I could have the overpower values with all the multiplicatives. Could lance myself into chest armor. Now I don't know if that chest armor still exists. I would imagine it doesn't actually, which is kind of crazy. Let me see. Hangman's hands. Sever's got gloves. The mages still have their gloves. Okay. Death grip. We got skeleton warrior values. Your inventory. Okay. After this one, I was gonna hang out here while I'm looking through my necromancer buys table. We got the mortar crux. Pretty picked up one of those. Deathless visage is still for bone spear. Howl from below. Instead of detonating immediately before the explosion, now summons all the skeleton. How it used to be. Cures embrace. Casting blood surge picks up 4 blood orbs around you and expel smaller blood novas. Okay. Cures typical. Sandwiver, Blade of Zir, we picked up some of those I don't need. Dolphin of OT we've seen. Will Rathma, we've seen that. This won't weaken crowd control and corrupt enemies that are afflicted and take 40% extra damage for you. Check. I don't know what that skill's at the mythic, but I found one. And we got Mutilator Plate. Oh, maybe it does look this. You are Bloodlance, and when Bloodlance will deal damage to you, it instant fortifies you. So there's where my missing fortify is. That is on Duriel. That's what I need later. Bone Prison traps a larger area, and the Bone Splinters you can still do on Bone Prison. And the Undercrown, maximum number of skeleton warriors until the mages increase. That's a thing these days. I've heard Minion Mancers are still not the top of the line summoners. I don't know about next season. Right, that is a bit of a problem. Just a little bit. I need to kill Duriel. Or get maybe the drop from this, or start rolling chest armors. Actually, I probably should be rolling chest armors more than I should be worrying about any particular boss, at least this season. Brute force it when we get more of these. Dandy fragments. There we go. Back in here. Let's see what else is on Necro. We got Evan Pierce's still out for Blight. Kesamis for the Blood Wave now forms a wave on each side of you. That's how you end up looking more like you got the Blood Surge instead of the Blood Wave. Lidless Wall. We can kill more of the jumpy one because I need the mythic anyway, so ideally this is basically one-stop shopping for everything in the game for uniques. Is you convert in the slot that you want. For the fragments do it all, which is why I don't feel so great about this season, because it basically nullified most of the game. When it was more difficult to get mythics and now everyone's gonna be running around mythic, it was difficult to do it, so you had to like play other parts of the game to like, try and get it all right. But now you just kill this, you shove it all into the queue with whatever you pick up even from just the Opal vendor and profit. Rinse, repeat. At the very least you get the baseline slots or whatever you want. I like this game a lot more when it's more well-rounded. World bosses in 15 minutes. So safe the Robbie Rob. You've been looking around and you wonder, where are all the usual people we see doing D4 this deep into the season? And they're probably the sort of like blasters like a lot of us here are. They got more or less everything they want. Unless they put themselves on a quest of really sweaty min-max to the 9s and aren't trading. Up to that kind of grind. It's not feeling like that much to do as far as like fulfilling things to do. Temerity, yay, but meh. lot of people tap out. I feel like shorter and shorter times, basically, even after you tap the DLC. So hopefully, next season, whatever they got planned, it'll be the one after BlizzCon. Get something juicy. We didn't see what that in-game, whatever seasonal thing they got for us is just yet. Hopefully, something. Hopefully. But the BTR basically said like everybody wears mythics everywhere, and I'm not feeling that. You know, I'll do it. Of course I will. It's something to grind. That's cool. Whatever they give me a grind, I grind. Like I just hope it's not in this room again. Basically, like the equivalent of the same vibe is not the best. Out here, I do really like. It tends to be whatever mechanic they give us from league to league. It's a pretty like meaty activity that will stick around if you like it enough, you love it, you can leverage it to farm it and like keep playing it from like forever on. You can't say the same for this boss right here. I don't think she's staying, and I don't want her to stay. This is how it is right now, no way. But there's a little bit of like moving parts, I feel, when they do new activities every league in theory too, and it's just kind of a shame we don't have more of that here. We had it like a little bit when they put in hordes. I think it was a pretty good example of them. But even like escalations was just stringing what they already had together into a line, which is sort of strange. Yeah, and then Belialism is just disruptive and jumpy when we face him. It's not too bad. Oh, well, we got another. I could easily go Blight. In fact, I don't think there's anything I'm doing right now that would keep me from being Blight. Or just like flipping it in a skill tree. It would be more or less the same energy. I don't have a mythic over there on amulets. I could, but I technically did Blight last season. I did the ice one, and it was pretty decently fun. I could Hellgain. Do we even have a mythic over here? Yes, I have to look at how that scales now, because I might have some chill, or I have some freeze, but my weapon's wrong. What happened here? Why did I do this? I have questions. I have a lot of questions here. Fix that. Looking around, look at them down. Anyway. You get all your FA chefs through trading now. Yep, that is definitely how it could be. I have the flawless shadow ones. I don't actually have the other ones. I'm not done. I don't usually trade, right? Not outside. I just like that makes that kind of deal. So I have to grind it on escalations. But this season, there were some shenanigans that went down. I don't know. Hopefully, yeah, not gonna deal with anymore. Feels bad. Did they fix it this season? I know there was one season where. Yep. Cool. Superior Lair Key. Go again. I think I have enough for one flawless in all categories. Minus the amethyst, so you have an excessive amount. And then I have to escalate some more to get the next one over. Just so happens playing a shadow build right now. The main ones I do have. And then the rogue will probably be the next one I do. I do shadow on them as well. Just use the amethyst. And farming the same boss, yep. Evenly supply of Reaper boss. Boom. Right, Mr. Mark here. We'll speed this up. Bring the boop. Mythic ones do exist. Most season I get this like that's pretty good. But mythics. Use that one to convert. Should be converting to soul brands as well. So we could try and get the Bloodlance chest armor. Because you're picking up stuff you don't need. Second box I can't do. Have that on this character yet. This one's a baby. No. Because we have a barbarian now, are you? The have and have not in this game is always huge. That's exactly why most people just can't enjoy off-meta builds. You play whatever it is you play, you work however hard you work, and then there's a meta build that shuts you down to the point that it's like, why do I even bother? It is what it is. It's all good. I don't mind. I'm chilling. This part of the season, we all know how it is. Well, boss is in 8 minutes. Too long till I need inventory too. Okay, now let's see her do an inventory. We'll do another one. Lilith's wall is also. Or Lilith's wall's on the Andariel. I do love a Lilith's wall. I don't know what the state of it is though. It's one of the top ones to be like bugged. Shadow damage infects enemies with Shadow Blight for 2 seconds. Every 6 times an enemy receives shadow damage from you while they are affected by Shadow Blight, they take an additional 6% of that damage as corrupting damage. So that I hope I can charm, right? Let me see. Yeah, so this one is probably going to be my talisman charm deal. So we'll hold on to those so we can do it. That's where that went. I was gonna say, like, wasn't there something else for Shadow that the Necro used to have? What happened to it? That's this thing. That's where it went. It went to a unique. Shadow damage multiply. I didn't play Shadow last season, so I didn't even know. I'll stick with this one. So that's locked in. Got a little bit of excessive odds and ends currently, don't I? I'll put some of this away. There you. You. Best armor is gonna get converted. That one's gonna become a char. That one's gonna get converted. I'm gonna play that. That's cool. This one gets converted too. So there you go. Let's get back in here. Noise. Bloodwig. Blood mist casts corpse explosion on surrounding corpses. Remember that being a thing. Minions gain. Okay, pact of bone. No. Gloom ward. So I just picked out before I went to that in the list. Wait for these guys to come back before I summon it because I know my damage isn't gonna be good. Race of the King Glory, we looked at that before. Red Blessing. While healthy, gain 2 maximum overpower. Blood orbs grant 2 stacks overpower. Deal up to 10% increased damage per stack of overpower for Red Blessing. There. Mr. Mark's pop another one. Vengeful Sinew. That's the bonus for explosion additional time. Chest armor. Sounded ominous. Bloodmoon Breaches, that's for Summoner. We have Blood of Scream, and then Ring of Sacrilegious Soul also. Those are from the Escalation boss, last draw. There is. Oh, we got a chest armor here. It's the Shroud Up Balls, guys. Remember when we wanted that? I remember. GA roll on this. Still keep. Oh, they don't scale up the damage multiplier on that. I was hoping that they did, and then it would actually probably be competitive, but it doesn't. World boss in 5 minutes. Omen of Pain. Dark aura surrounds you, inflicting grab the Fire Maiden. That's where the auto aura went, and then you get 50% on the unique increased damage to close enemies. Versus inflicted this way spread to surrounding targets every second. That's useful, but the damage loss is bad. Yeah, set charm's kind of wild. That's why I have them plopped down there for now. Say that follow. Welcome. The Unmaker. Soul restoration is increased. Every 30 essence you spend while it's active. I don't think I would need that. It does do get dot around it. That's a whole line of necro things. Let's go inventory a little bit and then we'll do war boss. Chat was kind enough to tell us Robbie Rob's got our timers. Those are cute. So, Godslayer Cloud. I don't need that. I do need a mutilator plate. Of course, we want to go shoot for the mythic one. Sure, so we'll get rid of those. Specs coming in. World boss is up here. Did we have one of the alternate world bosses anywhere? Yes, we got a Hantu. Let's go to Hantu so I can get favor. And the Hantu Avarice. There it is. Probably Rob's got it. Okay. Yep, we're going world boss. Doing on the Hantu one, because this guy we favor out I have not claimed. Yar, like a pirate. Are we there yet? I'm almost there. Get in there. Slowly. So Twitch changed some of the readouts recently, and it keeps like flipping through different data points, and it keeps changing like the size of my window. So I see motion over there, and it keeps making me think chat did something, so I'm like extra confused. Like, why do they need to change this? It's unnecessary. Like, can I hide it? I don't even know. Okay, there we go. I guess it's a fold out now. It's an extra thing I need to click, but hopefully now that I did that, it'll stop. Throwing myself off. It's like I'm gone for a few days and they start changing things on me. It's like I'm cursed. I'm cursed. I like it when they do their roots for us, which reminds me I never do those. I got 92 of them on me right now. I can use them even if I don't have the invest. Yeah, I can't use them. Taco salad. Let's go. Necro, please. You're not a necro. A barbarian. Please, please. All I see are big barbarian flashes. This is fine. Very excessive. Very excessive. A minute left. Let's play some dress up real quick. Hey, Guardian. Ensembles. We're gonna go purchase a slide. I'll save it in one of these spots. Doesn't matter which. Necro with all its awesome cosmetics. Decisions. Of course, I'm selecting like all battle pack stuff. Where are my other cosmetics? Like that. Not bad. Somebody looking to get into the clan. That's what I wanted. Nice. Let's change helmets to that one. Color wise. What does this look like? Fancy. That's my favorite helmet in the whole game by far. Nothing else competes with it. Nothing else. So then they give something that's kind of like, oh, you know, I like it, but I don't love it like this. Quite the same like this one. Where's the wings? Where? Yeah, there. There, box is coming. Complicated, you have a stream guy earlier the easy. You need to know how to turn off the text or speech because you don't see off the screen either. Yeah, it should be on in the options accessibility. You can turn R text to speech. Okay, so options, accessibility, 3D, third-party screen reader volume, all of this. You're gonna see me, what you're looking for. And you are a Steam Deck enjoyer. Welcome. Ari and I are also Team Steam Deck. Obviously, I'm not right now, but Plays really well on it, right? There you go. Go pick this stuff up that I have already. Go back to inventory. And go back to killing the Reaper. Especially if we have Mr. Mark here doing cruise control. Looking for my Bloodlance. No problem, were you? I can try right now. You want this? We have the means. Razor plate. That's so troll. This is me. Razor blade, no. Curse. Okay, all that junk. Get rid of these two. And then we need to go back to the Reaper. I cannot actually get there without someone else going there first. So we're gonna let Mr. Mark over there. He's still gonna farm it. And then we can teleport to him. I wonder, I didn't test it in the PTR. Are they doing anything about that world boss being like that? It is a little, you know, sad. A little sad. Alright, options. And accessibility. Far right of the options, and the screen reader is at the very top. Right here. Hello, hobo. Alright, let's show Mr. Mark. Here we go again. It never ends. How many keys do I have on my person? Currently sitting at, I keep hitting my one, 46 keys on this character. Might have more elsewhere if I need. Let's go. Okay. Ooh. Which helm did I get? This is a underground. Minions. Doesn't show. Interesting. So maybe they tucked it into something else on the Steam deck? Very bizarre. I've never heard of it not being there. Mine is off by default. I'm pretty sure it's been off by default, so I haven't had to touch it in many, many years. Wow. Yeah, the iconics still kind of rare, huh? Well, on the Necro, we hope to see a grand pop and drop. I didn't do a lot of farming the Reaper on my lot, because it was the era before it got to this point. Another helm. Oh, what did it give me this time? That is an Unmaker for the Soul Root, so I like that. Got another soul brand so I can roll my best again. Try to. Mark to an inventory, and I don't have the damage for the 12. See, we even like make her. I didn't even hit her. She's blinking around so much. I'm generating some sort of corpses. Better than nothing. I'll get the chest armor for the Bloodlance. Does it actually come with an extra bit of damage is the question. Can she even kill me if I stand here? Like, come to think of it. You're just like kinda... You can eventually. Eventually. It would take a lot though. Kinda funny. Who's 30? Okay, Mr. Mark's coming. I want... that chest armor. It's Duriel that has it. Right. So emulator play... It gives me a 90% not when it's non-mythic. But it'll give me another like 100 something. Right. So that's pretty decent. Air prediction. One of those for anybody. After I have that chest armor, of course, Glyph leveling is gonna be huge for us right now. My glyphs are at 25 is my high, 16, 16, 15, 15. There's a lot to be gained on that front later. Ring here. Indigo. Nope. Do I need any mythic pants really badly at the moment? I don't think I do. Anyways, I just got a sea leg, and I want to say I don't have anything to say. So you want to go ahead and do it? You can, but I can't. I want to say I picked up at least 3 myself. That's wild that it's denied him dropping this. I know he's done this boss way more than I have. Well, speech on the game. Why would it be doing that? This guy's inventory. You got 2. Hello, blood farts. Howdy, howdy. How you do? No, I just have my hair up today. Not new at all. One to roll. I can roll that for more Fists of Fates. Sacrilegios here is fine, but for the rolls on it. Physical damage multiplier. We hold this in case we do want it later. There you go. All that junk. Now that's okay, this one could go in here. That can go in there. That we're just holding. That we hold for the barbarians later. I don't need this for anything unless we're gonna roll over here. I'll do that now. Let's go ahead and remove this. Remove those. This one we roll for a better weapon. Did you want to go unique? Uh-oh. What's going on here? Anytime that happens, I feel like I have DC'd. Okay, doesn't want to cooperate, so let's do this one instead. Mythic. That worked, I don't know. 13 okay, so that one's interesting right now. What I'm doing, I don't have the crit rate for that one, but that's definitely in the file. Oh, there's no two-handed mace for the Necro. So I can't actually convert that the way that I thought I could. Interesting. Anyway. Vengeful Sinew. So that's the Bone Spirit one. It's not the one we want here. This is actually live. We're back to live. I only tested Warlock, and I absolutely adore the Abodian Hellfire build that was possible. To the point that I was like, you know what? I don't need to see anymore. They just need to leave that alone so I can play it, and I'm happy. And that was as much as I really did PTR this time, because I know a lot of the crew people out there who are really into like number crunchies and checking out like every little thing. They're gonna do that. That's fine. It's someone who just kind of like goes for vibes for the most part. I'm good. I know where my mains will stand more or less, and it'll be good. Yep. So we're the live Necro playing some shadow shenanigans that are a little janky, but we'll see how it goes. Trying to get the chest armor for the Bloodlance is what I'm doing right now. So far, it is noping me. Look at all these air perditions. A Thorns air perdition. Is there a two-handed axe? I could roll. I guess I'll try later. If none of us know here, what I would do is I would go to the big Sanctuary Discord. If the internet somewhere else doesn't know, you could ask in one of the channels they have to ask a Diablo expert, and they might have a solution for you, Alpha. Here, go with that. If you don't have a link to that Sanctuary Discord, it should be in the main default Reddit. 5. Better get one of the Bloodless Screams. Bloodless Scream, this roll is. That's the one with the damage over time. And I can rip the weapon damage, I don't care for it. So that one is a winner. It's not a GA stack, but it's better than what I got for what I'm doing. Okay. We got that. Here's a little Pandemonium Altar again. What are you trying to build for? Temerity. Roll pants right now. Three-handed sword. That I can get rid of actually. Annually, that's another sea leg. I get a lot of these, apparently. Well, that's at least my third. At least. Not my fourth. I decided to make sure people can get the box. I want to get the box, otherwise it's all good. Wait for Mr. Mark before I summon it again. Don't need these. While I'm here, I guess we'll do this too. All that. Well, with the crit damage, right? No, not the other one. Darkness skills chill enemies. I know, I wish I could just give them to you because I don't need them in any rush, and I don't intend to like really sweat out Barbarian. There's damage to frozen enemies and bosses. Every 800 times you damage any darkness skills that are feared. Freezing. 800 times you damage any darkness skills. That sounds like a lot, but I guess it's not as bad. Hello, thank you. Well, I wouldn't call it vacation. We were here on Saturday. Well, we're on Fawn Channel on Saturday doing the Baldur's Gate thing, and then I guess Friday, all the storms and when you're falling asleep. Yeah, I played hooky on Friday, which I don't think I've ever actually done in that way, other than that Friday. So I felt bad, man. I felt bad. It wasn't like sick or anything, but like I felt bad like not being here because I took a nap. I fell asleep during the storm, was waiting them out. And then by the time I woke up, I realized it was too late to really do a normal stream and still also be able to make it for Baldur's Gate. Whoops. Nah, see, if Vaughn wasn't doing his streams on those Saturdays, I would still be here anyway. I usually only have one day off a week, and that's Sunday, and then like a lot of Monday until Monday night these days. And even then, that's relatively recent. I used to only have like not even a full day. Not even a full day. But at this point, I got like 10,000 hours in this game. We're approaching like 10,000 hours like streamed of it. I feel like, you know, it's okay. I don't need to be here all the time. It's alright. The world will not end if we're not always playing D4. But it's still pretty, you know, respectable. I think respectable hours. I'm sure next season when the Warlock is popping, I'll be much more inclined to do the big wins for longer. This season's been like the most chill, the most laid back, because everybody's kind of like in a state of what's next. I think we're kind of like hyped for finding out what's next when BlizzCon hits. And that's in September. It's happening soon. Oh, Mr. Mark had an inventory again. Oh, he did his lair or something. You're almost done with Free Ring. Yeah, there's only 2 seasons right now, right? So, you know. On to the next one. So what anime are you going with after that, monsters? What is it going to be? I get this out until Mr. Mark comes back. I can't even like put a dent in her right now on 12. Not even a little bit. If I get the chest armor, I don't think it's still gonna be enough. Another 100 something percent is gonna be okay, but it needs more. I'm gonna do the gotcha, Kota. Yep. The garbage. It's a pretty good anime despite its name. It'll make sense when you see it. It's called garbage. Am I trapped in my own? I'm trapped in my own bone prison. I can drop it, but that's interesting. It was happening to me earlier today, and I thought I saw it, and I wasn't really sure, but yeah, that's definitely a thing. That's crazy. Does it do it to other players again? I don't know. Oh, garbage. Lidless. Or the other thing. I actually hope it's the other thing. Yeah, he can walk through it. I can only trap myself. I don't think that makes much sense. Good times. Put myself in a corner though. Fantastic. I don't think it's supposed to do that. If I had to guess, maybe I'm wrong for the Star Wars. This is actually only my second Star Wars this season, I think. I've had a lot of them. Skills. I keep accidentally doing that. Like straight multiply if I need to focus. That one's respectable. That's another one I need for rolling charm. Food. Yes, the hope keep coming. I think I'm getting more boxes as I do this. Wonderful. GAs there. Let's go inventory. Free reign is super solid, but I do like the what you're gonna watch next a lot more. It's more my style. Damage, shadow damage on the Azura. If your freeze expires, there's explode. I guess one could do it. Use the charm. I'd roll charm there. Oh, that needs to go. Let's get rid of that chunk. Be over here. I'll do. Does it have unique? No, it doesn't, so we can't do those either. I want to do this one to Mythic. Darkness skills got the GA, but it's a physical damage, and I can keep the trans big and hope I get like something huge, but I'm not crazy about it. So we roll for the Fist of Fates. Got Pain Gorgers, chance to restore primary resource. I don't think I use that on anybody right now. Okay, cool. Go back into the boss room. Cool. Pretty good. The chest armor and the pants and boots and gloves, all that is like one set. That's the one with the ankles here. Helmet is limited edition from season 1. They re-released it every now and then. No helmet has really beat it yet. There are a few I think that are running. But let's come back to this one. I wish my warlock had it too. Oh, my luck. Sure. And unlock that. Oh man, things. Damage over time, but Dark Aura. Actually, okay, let's see. Another lazy ring. You can sacrifice 2 ring slots to be ultra lazy. I don't know if you can charm those. Strange vibes. Let's regen. So I can only cast for so long. If I took it off, I don't think it would go well. Double check the mechanics on this. Increased damage, resource costs. Okay. Good sacrifice times, yeah. I think we get much better than that. Bone prison. Unique. Inventory. Cool. Stay alive for a little bit. Embrace. Roll this again for Mythic. Take one of those. I'm glad you love them. Makes me happy to see the numbers go up on those emotes. Emotes do travel. I always get a little worried when I see that the long cat body is going up a lot. So it's like, are they using it appropriately with the full cat? Are they just using it to spam white blocks everywhere? Because I know some of you definitely just spam the block. I know it. I know it to be true. Hopefully most of the time it's actually making the full cat. Because I can imagine people's reaction, they just see the white block like, what the hell is that? Look at me, I magically had damage. I wonder what happened. Or you would never. That's exactly what someone guilty would say. I know Fawn would do it. Fawn would definitely do it. It's just, granted now, well, at least Fawn generally doesn't wander Twitch too often unless I'm there. So that solves that mostly. Oh, that's okay. But you never know. Everyone else out there might be up to some shenanigans. That's why Twitch doesn't let me use my FU signs and my skeleton giving the finger, because I pick up those two. I always think about, like, technically, I'm pretty sure you can put them in Discord, but I don't want to be the one where people are using that a lot, and then they mouse over and look like they find me. It's like, who is this? Who is this, and why is Fame Nation so toxic? I'm supposed to do that's the Bone Spear one again. I'll use it to roll for the other one. It is in your top use. But you're doing it because you're making the full cat, right? You're making the full cat. You wouldn't be lazy and just spam the white body. Surely. Surely you wouldn't. Inventory again? Probably done inventory here as well. Oh, there's skeleton mage gloves. Sadly, because the mythic situation, I don't think I would use that. Despite it looking that nice. That's not it. Hello, how you doing, Randy? Okay, this one hit offhand would give me faster attack, but then I'd have to use. If I want this cold, it would have to be in the talisman. Do that. Speaking of, do I have enough of these things yet? No, I don't. I need to get rid of some of this. I want the other uniques. They're sitting, hopefully, maybe right there. In fact, she's just gonna be CC'd. I want to do. Oh, Mr. Mark kills this. But I want to see if there's any uniques there for me for the talisman, so I can convert for more damage and either get the Shadow Blight charm into the talisman, which is fortunately one you can use. So that is a huge chunk of damage that I'm missing. Is it enough to fix this? I don't know, but it is looking like the 600%. Percent of that damage is corrupting. Yeah. So that will be a lot of corrupting. The problem with that is, I'm pretty sure I need to scale the other damage type like Shadow and like Bone and things like this to get the more value. I have damage over time rolls that may not be the right choice. Thank you. Okay. So now we got inventory. See, that's what people probably use that block for. Ori. Change that loot filter. So we wanna unlock this. Alright, now I just see green ones though, no unique. That is quite the stack. That is quite the stack. So what I'm gonna do next is here. And I don't want to see commons, I don't want to see magics, I don't want to see rares. I just want to see the unique one. Hopefully that works. That did not work. Because that is a green. You know what? I don't think it works that way, does it? It's gonna be kind of weird. Don't know. I don't know. Just for a second. Dies. All dies. All sorts of jank. Gotta fix it again. I'm gonna hide this. And I guess these got kind of come. Hide all. Yeah, we don't want those right there. Okay, now we can see these. Not the green one. Interesting. So the seals have those rarities. That's what I can see them currently. But the other is its own like set green. But the whiteout emotes. That's what we have. The whiteout emote. Definitely not a winner there, huh? Let's please. All these damn charms. We're gonna go ahead and sort that. How am I gonna do this? I just want the unique ones. Or he's very shiny. Okay. Physical damage on that, no. Nope. Gloves, no. Chest armor. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of all of those. I'm gonna collect a lot of things that I don't necessarily want on my person. So there's these. Leave those there. Another Lucian. Skeleton Warrior Lucian. Do I need that? Probably not. No more space at all currently. Then I wanted to fix the loot filter again. So, hide all seals and charms, but we wanted to hide the commons, the magics, the rares, and the set. So I guess it is actually already the way I wanted it to be. I didn't realize. Legendaries. That should work. Whoa, we go again. We have the concentrated trash and the fresh warlock. All the Andes, all the time. Weird. Take the gloves. What else all that shiny was there? Just gauntlets. Reroll those for Fist of Fate. Rain. Say lazy rain, corpse crit strike damage, nothing like intelligence. I'm saving a bunch of those, but I never actually used them. I just like I like them in theory, not in actual practice, generally. Lose too much for playing over that sort of thing. It's a damn shame. They don't want us to automate it too easily. That's understandable enough. Or here still. Tapping myself again. A lot of value. Where'd she go? Auto target that one, does it? I don't think that he does. There you are. The slowpoke is still here. Hey, at least you could do the damage for it. I'm still trying to find ways to scale it. I found my chest armor for one thing. I have the set options. I don't have with levels yet, so that will help a little bit. No, my highest is 25 and everything else I think is 15. The Butcher's Cleaver and Soul Bread. Delicious. Sanctification season, I just chased Butcher's Cleavers and planned them to get the Mythic Saints. I never got the Grandfather on it, but I think I got all the others. I think the one I needed to actually run around and see enough damage to really make it playable, and I never gave it to me. Tried though. Definitely tried. remember how many of those I hit mythics on. I'm pretty sure they didn't even show them in the Eternal, so I didn't keep them. Okay, she's gonna fix her filter. I got another Starless we can roll on. Got an Andariel's cooldown poison resistance, and the GA. Nope. Resistance regen. Rocks here. Rings. Shadow damage multipliers. The GA is nice though, I guess. Through time ring right now. Not so sure about that. Needs to drop more charms. Actually need right now. There's a lot of these. Keep forgetting about that too. Inventory getting kind of full. Maybe I'll just pick this up so it stops blinking at me. Not like I need it on any character at this point. There we go. Ariana out here grabbing more boxes. That's one thing I haven't done at all this season, despite it being like Bible. Mercenary bartering. So many GAs. Got to get out in time. Woo! Okay.
What brings you?
How's this? We get to roll those. For these, I'm gonna roll for the charm. Got an aspect. The of course increases your damage. That's getting bigger. 130%. That's a lot of maintenance though to make that work, I think. Oh, shadow resistance, attack speed. Alright. There's my scope. Let's roll some of this. Trying to get my chest armor again. There we go, we got one. Barrier gen, not so exciting though. Keep rolling. Here's another one. This one got a fire resistance. So keep those for transfigs. There's another. That's a mythic. The razor plate. They look the same. I have to sit here and mouse over to know. Maybe get another one of these. The one I have right now is pretty nice. Physical damage on that. It's not exciting. Rolling for Fist of Fates. That's a howl from below. Bone damage. Instead of detonating immediately, corpse solution now. Six of all skeletons. If you want to try corpse solution, that's a pretty good glove for it. Your face, definitely don't need. Okay. Then on to some of that stuff. Let's get rid of these things. Who the next? We good to go. Yes, we are. There we go. Eternal protection. Hell, me and Ori, very different scenario than having Mr. Barbarian. There we go. There we go. Yeah, the gap between me and the druid right now is pretty huge. Another one. Elements. Unlock it. Like that. Have a Tragul, don't need it. Blow the screen here. 50. Let's roll on the cube for the mythic one. Go chance rings, okay. Not amazing. And so pants did it just give me? These are Customize Legacy for Blood Wave. Wave on each side of you. practically put this on and you have that. So that is how you get the bookend deal now. Need it for what we're currently doing, but it's nice to have it in case I want to do more meta lovely stuff. Still got space? Still got space. Lori's still here? I think she is. Yeah, 2 golden epiphanies, huh? Well, I probably got it in here. Interestingly enough, that didn't happen. Are they 2 different ones or just you click the same one twice? Little armor. Oh, they're 2 different wines. Wild. Do you have a diamond mine yet? I didn't just like really troll you. Really hard. 2 epiphanies. Damn shame that is, I say. Damn shame. Where does this thing go? Down here. Okay. That. I realize a lot of people don't even need it. Oh, out of keys. I actually burned all my keys. See what I have in new boxes. Probably not a ton, but maybe some. Inventory while I'm here, because why not? Get rid of the junk. Well, let's take a look at what's going on over here. Morning card. 5 of these. Open these up. Oh, those layer keys coming out of those boxes. That'll work. That gives me now another 15 here. Don't need more yet. Okay, get rid of that. Roll this one at the very least. Give me another one. Essence on kill, maximum life. Not as cool as the others. That's 3 up to now. Morning. 50, huh? Alright. You're not gonna use them.
Step up to my anvil.
That's... Here we go again. Oh, here's stockpiling fragments. Technically, if I don't want to use all my fragments, we can save it for other characters too. Just getting the farm out of the way. I think there's a way for me to check how many I have currently. Is there? Unless I touch the cube. Go ahead and start it. 65 now. It's more than what I started with originally. That's fine. Actually, I had 69 today when we started. About one I had before. Okay. There we are. What shiny wings we have. Next one. That's just a sign. It's not what it used to be. The ravens. Use damage and shape change of a different form or activate a commanded skill summons a raven that attacks your enemies. Summon a raven has a chance to call forth an unkindness. It's like increase the number of ravens summoned to 3 for the duration, which is not what the old one was. Another bloodless. That this raising me like stop dropping bloodless A's. I have enough. Look at your shot. Give a shadow roll. So I guess that's a rollable one there too. Okay, we registered a new one that has arrived before it's already dead again. Oh, good times. Alright, another one. How's this one doing? Hold my turn life. What to do about that? Love my little extra damage after the wave is not consistent enough. There's another aspect that needs to be changed. Now I could easily intercom and he's just chilling. Reaper. Almost. Wait. What are we waiting on? No. Double G and shield. Your damage better when you spam shred instead of hold it down. Is it stacking multiple instances of something that before you weren't because you were just holding it? Survivor attack. Oh. Call the shred. Call the shred. Boom. Oh well. Fine. It's fine. Who has memory for these things? I don't even know what just dropped, but it had a lot of stars on it. 3. Fire resistance and parry reduction intelligence. Don't care for that all that much, do we? Unlock. Any fires? This is fine for me. I'm going in. Box, please. There it is. Hang on. Get more fragments. Yeah, where's a pair of pants that has another 3? Max life, fortified and lightning resistance. Look at their weird situation. One more before I'm gonna go inventory. Okay. Let's see. Tired is okay. We got gloves right there. I had to sort that out. Press tick versus hold press tick. Life on kill, this wall. Simple start chance. The game historically, there have been an instance where you would definitely attack more if you were spamming. Not outside the scope of how things have gone before. That.
That's it for that piece.
There you are. More junk still taking up space. I cannot escape. Cannot escape it. Just like all these set charms, you cannot escape. Hiding just their... Yeah, hiding just their name tags. Letting them sit there for whatever reason. The question is, do I want it that way? Good charms. Hide all. But yet those are still on the ground. I don't know what they're qualifying for that it's like that. Hide all items of... Oh, hide all geeks. Where'd she go? There you are. Almost. Almost. Nah, so she just having weeks that have filtered wrong. Seems fine. Yep, does seem like she's dying faster. Being less lazy? Is that what you're saying? Indeed. Indeed. Cold Reaper. Your diamond mind. Extra damage. Weapon damage. Pardon me. Reaper. Get out of here. Or win some hope so we end up with more keys. Not that I need more keys right now. Ori, I was spotted quite a bit. Clicking is a pain confirmed. Well, maybe. Maybe. It's possible. I guess. Ori not finished her little storyline thing yet. Walking the gold wings. I really noticed it. Like, what are mine? Did I even do that? Well, whatever, I guess. Your seasonal wings, they're just gold. So you haven't done the seasonal journal stuff. There isn't much story this time, to be fair. I could see why there was some confusion. You lazy. Take this though. I see. Almost done. Just like that. Look at that mess I'm leaving. People actually talking in trade chat. In the PTR, there was no trade chat. I was very confused. I was just like, wait, are they just testing, taking it away? I think it's just they didn't want trade chat in Yappy or something. Decent pants. Then your gin. Boots I don't want. Use the key. Don't say use it or lose it, but that's not how that works. And where's my spider? Collect that? I guess I'm doing it myself. That's fine. That's fine. Oops. I'm about to do an inventory. Corrupted Reaper coming for me while I'm just trying to fix my hoodie, okay? I'm just trying to fix my hoodie. You can kill me if you like. Good old softcore things, I can do this. That is fine by me. There you go. Wait for them to come in before I deal with that. And since they are doing inventory, I'm gonna do mine too. We're so gold. Or a gold and a yellow. So Tara. They combine like the name of the chicken avatar and then Sphinx. Sphinx Tara. What are they rocking here? It is the rare warlock. Only the I think 4th one I've seen up in Torment 12. Now that we have mythics so accessible, it's a little easier, but they're still very rare. Like I can count all of my fellow warlocks that I've seen up in Torment 12 still on one hand. Are we ready? Looks like it. Let's go. So noisy. Box here. And nothing amazing. Oh, well, triple pants again. Really like their pants in here. Nitrogen bonus bone filters? No. Look at them. No here, no there. Give me more. Everything's fine. Got an axe. What is the... oh, it's the butcher paper I was gonna say. What is it? Is there really any other right now? Open another. Drifter's beards. At the moment, I have Hypergen movement speed GAs, and it's darkness on the kind of thing. It's not bad. Okay, more of the bridge. Little barrier. What do we do here? Like this. Goes out of the way. Oh, I got that chest armor set up yet? No, I haven't. This one's already Heavenly Strength on the chest. If I take that away, I am probably pretty dead meat. What I can do is change out of it some merit? Rework things? I'm not so sure. This inventory, I think, at least, and then we'll rework some other things. Okay, we're just gonna go get coffee after this. This. Alright, there's the mark crash. That Reaper out of the way. Okay, did I even open the... Did I open that? Oh well. Back real quick. I'm gonna rush to do inventory thing. We gotta do a great evil. Go for it. I, of course, can't join you yet on this character. Because I have not leveled up all that stuff yet. We'll get to it. Yeah, I've been getting into getting mythics on us, which seems like very backwards, but you know, it is what it is. I got the crew helping. One the other. Okay. And I down once. Whichever time on the ring. Need here. Get rid of those, and now I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with this inventory situation. We need more unique charms. Maybe I have some sitting around that we can work with. Transmute that. That one's actually a shadow one. I'm gonna give the ranks I want anyway. 1, 2, 3. These are courtesy of Ori. And roll more. There's Ori looking to trade. I can't carry all this. I only have 5 spots. Unless, yes, I can throw this away. Oh, let me throw that away just yet. I gotta actually finish through these. Yep. 2, 3. There. 1, 2, 3 for these. Didn't even check if they had the ranks I wanted or not. They're not shadow currently. Like this one has darkness skills. I don't know what I would do with that and bone. Okay, but here's the thing. 1, 2, 3. I needed nothing here. And 1 here. One under the filter. Have to go and fix it. So here. I'll just set it so it like doesn't suit any of them. Get rid of all that. I did that wrong. There we go. Okay, now we have space to do the thing. Ori still wants to trade those. We can grab those now. Okay. Plenty of space. So she doesn't need these, so now they're fodder. Thank you. Dirt, Faith, Lockrings, Wendigo. Well, then we wanted to convert the Gloom Wards, right? There you go. 563 that time. We want another one, so then we go again. Pass of the Dying Sky, Weird Skein, Blood Mad Idol. We need the Blood Mad Idol, none of that roll. And this one got 520. It's got curse skills on it. This one actually has darkness skills. It didn't get the top of the line roll, but And it should be interesting for us. Cool. And then our options here. Which one did we want more? I think we'll transfig both. One's got armor, one's got life, so one needs life on it, and maybe the other one needs armor. I don't know. Let's go enchant though. I don't need this extra fire resistance. We could use, right now we got essence on this one. It's been pretty helpful. I'm probably gonna have to go with it again. Both. Reduction, life barrier, resource shadow, fire, maximum resource, shadow poison, barrier fortify, thorns resource cost, fortify poison. Thought this would be an easy roll, and then here we are. Well, this would start feeling like home when everyone's here, and where else you want to be. It's too, well, the music's catchy. Let's go hit this essence here. Enjoy the coffee. Hey, thanks for follow. Welcome in. And next one up. This one is barrier gen that I probably don't need. Go essence regen again, since we're gonna choose the cozy just so I can keep casting, otherwise we might get bored. Barrier fortify, Thorns maximum life, Thorns poison resistance, fortify physical, maximum life barrier, maximum resource physical, fire physical, nope. Maximum life, barrier resource cost reduction, fire, and there's the essence that I want. Okay. Next we socket these things. We get 10 for them too. Sockets. The aspects, of course, already capped. That's cool. And they need temporary and master working. Defensive. Maximum life this time. Ever since they adjusted resolve, with the exception of the cost of actually skill it for damage. Life is kind of where it's at, I guess. Give me that. Let's make sure. I'm pretty sure it was accurate. Nothing. Those are no fun. 1,500. Nope. And hit this again. Just a mark. Maximum life. Maximum life. Reset me here. There it is. So we upgrade both. I'm gonna go with Bloodlance ranks, I guess. They don't do huge things these days, better than not. That's true. It is not Power World. I don't cash. Lance rank. Those ranks do feel strange these days. Intelligence. Let's hit the essence regen. The lucky winner. There's essence regen. Nah. That's on these, I think. Go on. Give me Lance. I know you want to. Maximum life. Oh yeah, this one is the one that's gonna do maximum life for me. Life, no. Intelligence. At least this one doesn't keep going up higher as it goes up and up and up. Intelligence. Life, no. Essence regen. Wow. Really don't like Bloodlance right now, do you? I didn't enchant it off. Swear I didn't. Yep, it's still there. So about that. There's the Bloodlance. Okay, so those are going to go for the transfigs. So I wanted to enchant anything else and do that kind of deal. We got aspects already sorted. So transfigure an item. This one became indestructible. Of course. And this one's got item quality 3. So we like 3 item quality. Okay, you take what you can get. We take what we can get. Nice. And on sockets. Over here. those things to do. And you. Yes. And you. So anything I need to do here otherwise? Did it get the modifiable by any chance? No, it's unmodifiable. Let's go see how this is doing here. I don't think I can do damage here, but we do have Mr. Mark, so let's go take a look at what it's like anyway. Did he go AFK? Nuclear fluid. Uh-huh. What a name that is. Alright. Are we doing enough to dent these yet? Doesn't look like it. Coming in. There we go. That will kill them, but I don't like doing pits so they can't do damage on, so we're gonna have to adjust something. Change an aspect that right now isn't doing a whole lot for us. Perhaps. I don't know if it overcomes the overall deficit. Resources unless I hit stuff or do corpses, so let's do corpses on the way over. Yep. Almost boss time. Almost. Over here. Very stuck in a corner kind of energy. Very much so. There we are. Cool. So, trees of harmony. Okay, good. One time, we like that. And our next thing up, we're trying to get these more situated. The first unlock, but we need more. We need more. Okay, from there, get to do the Ulosar Helltide business. Let's go grab my boxes here.
It is done.
And then shooting weapons. Doing otherwise. Mark's already back here, so sitting the boop in. I got more pits to run. I mean, I really don't like running pits if I can't actually kill stuff, to be honest, because it's a carry. So it's kind of happy medium, whatever kind of deal, or just let me do them solo. I don't mind. Because it is really boring to not kill stuff. So it scales, it kind of just is what it is. Here, we'll do this. So then we'll find where this one's at. So we were doing 10, it was kind of slow before. And now with the new chest armor, we're here. And thank you for the help, by the way, Mark. But I don't like doing the pits that way. It's really boring. Ooh. Now what we do hit, we do have the extra land. So that does help it pretty decently, yeah. So 10 seems okay-ish. Let's get up higher, then hopefully it'll see the other ones on its own too. The bossing on this, I have a feeling, is always going to be really rough. There's no such thing as a friendly lion. I don't know. If you talk to the handlers for lions, they might have a different perspective. Alright. Go ahead and hit these burning dead. Nothing explosive for you. How gay? I have to look at that again, which is technically not true cold. We do chill enemies for first impressions. Or is that something conflict for this? Got it. Back up here a little bit, stay out of the way. What long freeze you got there? These are not dead yet. I currently have the Iron Maiden on auto. It's giving me overpower, so we can actually have extra lance shots that go all over the place. But it's a little weird having to maintain that. I have to sacrifice a rune interaction to make it go that way. I could manually do that curse, but then I end up with having to do it like in between. It's kind of awkward. I'm gonna spin the overpower every time I shoot, right? Like you can see, sometimes those overpowers are popping off when it decides it's gonna shoot another lance. Cool. These are construct types. I think the guaranteed chill freeze kind of vibe on Necro is pretty cool though. Nice that we actually have good reason to be using that sort of thing. Source with the chest armor is doing alright. I do leave it the way that it was. We are running Lucian right now, so I can't get more damage off of doing that. We already have it. Yeah, face the fate, of course. Boots right now, running that aspect. The conceited I have currently, I should take that off and then put what I was running on the two-hander before or something else in there. Because these are frozen for farming purposes and like mobbing, I could do the extra damage while things are incapacitated. And the boss situation is gonna be really rough. Throw on the rust bait, but then you lose the other like Shadow Blight things, so no proper winning. The Shadow Blight aspect that I have is off of a shield. So we can't reasonably use that with the Bloodless Scream unless the Bloodless Scream becomes part of the talisman set. It's a bit of a weird situation where it doesn't feel like anything quite hits right. And charm change is definitely we could definitely use a better one of those to get it scaling a bit more. There's problem though. Crushers, channeling types. Little wave with some more damage when I do hit that. I want to change the aspect too though. It's a wild amount of freeze. The lance going off of the overpower split. Freezing things too. Nicely done. I do have exploiters on my amulets from the extra aspect roll. Option if these do get a little too CC and get shut down, but for now we're doing without that. It's okay. That is some pull they just got on me. Cool. Brimstone. Taking a little bit of work to collect. Do I change to the... I don't think it's worth me changing to the other one. The damage over time will go down by a lot. Goodbye. Charm. Got extra damage after ultimate. Since I don't have that 2 anymore, I think just shift everything, it'll be okay. Put the aspect on. We got 1 done. What should we need next? That's kind of control, which is very situational. Some darkness here. This one is actually probably most bang for our buck. It does scale set charm to do more corrupting. I think it also does the Sharply too. Theoretically, we can go all that direction. Maybe even change the damage over time. And one over there to others. We going now. Except this is change characters. No, no, not time for sleeping. Right. So what do I need now? These. Repair this. And throw some of these away if I make space. Now the problem is making space. Will out here. Okay, we got boxes that I can grab, so I can trade out some of the stuff that I don't need right now. That one has another charm. I can do another charm here. Open a pane, selling the old chest armor. For this build, I have no reason really to switch, but for other ones I might, so put that away. Yeah, starting with JJK, as far as like animation, like hype factor, is a pretty tough act to follow for sure. Do this again. Oh. You ever chased that side over me? Well. Well, there are probably others that are very close to. They're out there. Okay, we got the pally now. With those slither types. Not that big, keep them all, seems fine. Let's see how many of these little lance shots we do get off. Have to do more corpse consumption to get resource back. It costs them more damage too. Yeah, actually Attack on Titan is probably the next one on the list for that kind of hype that you'll really like. There I need... Nope. That's a good point. Ori's a good judge of that sort of thing too. Keep forgetting you haven't seen that one yet. Yeah, I would do AOT first. And then Gacha Yakuza right now it only has one season. Pretty sure, yeah, only one season. So it'll be over really fast. But AOT, you can watch the whole thing. The whole thing is done. Because I can. Resource right now, it's a little iffy. Mess with the boots, maybe? Hang on. Whips on me. I'll go darkness. 35. Okay. Let's go. Did you need this? Why aren't you aiming right? There you go. Yeah, this we end up waiting for them to die, which I don't mind, but it is kind of funny looking. There you go. Alright, back to town. We rinse repeats. Yeah, a lot of us have seen AOT, so you'll get a lot of responses on your adventure through that one. I'm sure Zoe will love it. I've been having fun with that. Those are like my days off. Monsters just in there like spamming all the things about all his anime that he's watching. He's been watching like a lot of my favorites, so it's a good time. A good time. It's like living vicariously through other people and their first experience and your first experience all over again. Oh my goodness. What's that? Look out here. That resource situation. Did I ever fix that that curse to give me resource back? If I did, I still have to have resource in the first place to trigger it the way that it is currently. If I were to change that, ow, why would I run instead? At least the ritual for it. I could put a golem in here and not do. Would work though. That one looks better when you have more. And then it may supposed to be a different build entirely. Which I think on Necro will probably happen. I'll play a few as well. Necro. That ended up pretty nice. Stairs. Definitely getting better as we scale the glyphs. Usually the first thing I do when I make these characters, I go to Legendary on the glyphs. This time, because we had people doing the bosses already, it was just like, oh yeah, we'll get the gear. But it does feel like I'm a little backwards. Usually, I already got this part. At least now I have my signature chest armor. I didn't even know when I started they even existed anymore or not, I'm not gonna lie. Now, that being said, I don't know how much it gives the shadow version of this as far as like having a lance on me. I think this one doesn't scale that way. Legendary for second to them. Yeah. But the chest number does give you more damage. So boss on me. Just keep looking like, how can we fix the resource? We need maybe more corpse. There we go. It's dead. It just doesn't know it yet. Damage over time experience. Okay. Let's go put these points into the darkness. yeah. For the longest time, we kept it very like low key about my like anime deal, and then we started rewatching AOT with Fawn, and it's like it crept out a little bit. Like the emotes started to pop up, and then I discovered JJK, and then everyone realized, wait, she's a damn weeb. And it's like, yeah, it happened the whole time. Usually I kind of like keep it on the level, but I was so hyped about JJK, it was just like, okay, now everybody knows, so we were kind of embraced it. Yep, and then I was lost. Now, look at all the cats. They're everywhere. They'll never leave. Although I kind of like picked up like yet another theme and something else I've been up to, but I don't know how to convert all of those. Because then the next one over, if we don't keep the Gojo cat, it's actually original content type deal, and then those would never leave. But I think these are cuter, so we're gonna stick with that, because the next thing after is either octopus or spider, and I don't know. The octopus would be pretty cute though. Over here. Got this and this. Enjoy this game, knowing you bought them before knowing the characters that much. Yeah, right? Right. You remember who this game's are for you bought. Okay, so Dwight's has gotta be Aaron. So that'll be your main character. And then Ace's is Kenny, which you'll see. So my favorite, most people's favorite, I think, generally, is Levi. You'll see why very quickly. And then who do I like after that? I like Historia after that. Beat her eventually. Okay, what are we doing over here on the... We need to make Sumo Pod an emote. He will soon have a affiliate on his own channel, and then he can have his own Sumo emotes. He can spam at us. My favorite's Levi. Levi used to have emotes on this channel. I don't think he has any anymore. Gojo took all of them. All of them. Big bosses on me. CC. Alright, now dealing with the Lucian resources. The issue. What did I have to enchant on these boots? Maximum life? Sacrifice some life? I don't think it's a good idea. I could try to smooth things out. Or I can change the... I haven't changed the resource roll on the ring. Could also be a thing. Nice. Next. I'll take the extra value on rare nodes. Sure. Okay, you got the 4 seasons there. Isn't there something in between? I think there is something else to watch. And then if you like the characters enough, technically there's a comedic spin-off that it's some sort of high school thing, but it's with a twist. So that's worth seeing at a certain point. I think you would have to look up the watch order. What is there are some movies or something. I'm pretty sure, but I can't remember how many of them are like not actually like extra content as much as like connecting or just rehash. I don't remember. Okay, this stuff needs to go. Poison types. Okay. With some tea, okay. Enjoy the clean, even if you said stress clean. Fire meeting going off on nothing. Is this a... It is a core skill. I could spam the sever for resource able more easily than I can the lance, right? 16 on those. Oh no! I didn't know that sever was that more expensive. Maybe not. Literal, I'm pretty sure, but maybe bow. Maybe bow. If it was me, it'd be bow. But I don't know if Ori's like that. Are good. There's no explosive everywhere. After I level these glyphs, what does this need after that? I wonder. Well, maybe different glyphs for one thing. Look at all those things that exploded. Here. Go. Needs to play with. Sure, I do. Maybe holding shift, clicking, finding corpses, and it works. Go on now. Marksman. Fine. Now we're over here with these. Work out. Here's the tears again. For you. One for you. Over here, west side tears. Guys with their blood wave. Is on me. Prison for you. Yeah, still need to change that aspect. Right, give me our touch of abyssal. Oh no. 39, good. Actual two. Actual. Medusa Gorgon. Fancy name you got there. Basically, Medusa advice, isn't it? Okay, aspect situation. Yeah, that's what I wanted to change. So this one's conceded. This one's being brawlers. This one's inconsistent. I don't like that. See what I have now. I've also grown up. When you damage your doctor skills, so you take increased damage from your doctor skills for 2 seconds. And then it goes 23%. 68 increased damage. I guess that's serviceable here. Conceded I can keep, but a dark shadow interesting if it was going like that, but I don't think I need the desecrated round. Nope. Damage over time. I am running. He's taking increased damage over time for every second we've been affected by doing a damage over time to 10 seconds. If we're a shot, I'm curious. Right. Alright, roll the next one. Here we go. Where's that? Alright, no problem. Thanks for playing. See how we're doing now. They swapped. Yo, now Bloodlance comes with a shadow version. First time I've played it, so you know, it's doing alright, I guess. Yeah, different aspects. That felt pretty decent swap. Lars, you are being a little stubborn, but we got corpse explosions, we can play with that. I could add minions that then give me resource, but I want to get rid of. I guess I'm gonna get rid of corpse explosion, but then I would be using that skill to. Oh, I could use that skill to consume corpses too. Then it's not as neat as having the thing to the ground. Yep, the original. This one doesn't have as much like that constant spread look, but working. Blood wave, so we get more overpower. Experience. Greed. Probably not a good idea. We're following it so we don't want to pull a farm. Oversleep here. Although I don't even think I set that log, just like the timing ended up not right. And then Fawn was also a bad influence. Here's just like one more episode of whatever we were watching. And I kept like, okay, one more. And the scene there was storming, and then the Friday was gone. Friday was gone. Alright. Great house. Nicely done. No tear for us. Whoopsies. With the Necro pages. Yep, it does sound like pot, alright. Definitely does. You're awfully bright for a Necro. Next. Start all back with the wave. Looked alright to me. Just must go. They hit those shots and they're behind me now, so go forward, that's fine too. Decrepify. Is Decrepify really giving me all that much? I mean, Decrepify is why we can drop. I like the cooldown deal. Oh, this is Iron Maiden. Is it? Oh, yeah, I have Iron Maiden on this. Did I switch them out? I could have swore, so I'm not even running my Decrepify right now. Yeah, I did switch it out, so I didn't switch out back here. So I want the other one. Where did it go? Which one is it? It's here. There we go. I just don't know. Decrepify doesn't have a shadow version. And then we can use this Decrepify for cooldown reactions. Basically, carvers. Get out of here a little bit. Oh, there. Not making those shots. Tragic. Free pound. Got it. And we'll be over here again. Carver. The corpse explosion. It's not doing me all that much right now. I do like it. 34 ranks in it. Shadow gonna shadow. I really need to push all those back like that? Not really, but I did it anyway. There you go. Too bad, not too bad. I'm gonna go ahead and hit this one again. And here. I think so. Gamble 99%. So you kept a little bit. I didn't know it worked like that. That you can do percentages. The more you know. Preserved some of them. Interesting. 6 points reached. The boss. Get over there. So I can explode. I think I do. There you are. And now we wait. Love it or hate it.
Greetings.
Orbital. One shy. One shy. It's interesting. The eye portal appears with like the iris appearing first, and then like the ring, and then the rest of it. It's like a weird order of operations. Now I want to see it again. Yeah. Kinda cool. $2,080. Rip. Well, now Ori's richer than you. I'm probably need to do hell tides and whatnot. We're just gonna keep doing this for now. Anything else I wanted? Hold on, let me double check. Our skill tree. Did I change this to have the resource return? It generates 5 essence for each enemy and curse that was not already afflicted with Iron Maiden. I don't know how much that is doing for me if it's on the auto though. Still don't have a fortify. Change to that. This one doesn't consume corpses though, does it? Yeah. Pass it on me. Additional 5% increase crit strike chance. Generates essay. That is one thing I could do. I could rework it to have crit damage. Additional 40% lucky. That's a lot of lucky hate. Make enemies vuln. Right now we got enemies vuln off of doing the bone prison. In reality, maybe I don't need bone prison. Forms a corpse. That does form a corpse though. So I kind of am getting value there after all. For resource return as well, because I am consuming over here. The part of me that wants to say go mages. For just maintenance things. Corpse skill requires a corpse to be raised. No. So mages, maximum number of mages increased by 2. Consume already resource. No. I swore there was an option for them to give me. Yeah, they didn't give me overpower. There's one thing. There's damage. No. It feels weird to have mages until I not scale them. Alright, Ori. Warriors, then there's the golem option. They can weaken. Damage, you want to do it for damage. You get unstoppable. You can actually choose that in the tree now. A lot of time that was permanent. It's interesting. So I only have 1 point in each. Right. And then I switch this out. How functional will I be? Because I kind of do want the fortify. The Necros can use crushing, can't they? For damage. Let's go. Try it again. We're gonna get the essence off for I mean, I don't think this is gonna do too much anyway. Let's entertain the corpse explosion. And the corpse explosion does have rank. Could just be corpse explosion. but I don't see space to run gloves other than the Fist of Fate. And then the Charm, the Shadow Blade probably our best bet. Stay there. Fun utility of letting them explode after running after targets is not gonna happen. Good. Let's go ahead and roll out here. Back to the right. A little mortar. Ouch. Ooh, they got me there. They got me. Which one's got me? A little shield going on. I don't know what else is going on with that front. That's a good. Cage them in. I'm also caging in myself. That part I don't understand. But it is what it is. Artillery! We could start today off when we're wearing some tools for a little bit. So I do know how that looks. Kind of funny seeing the ricochet sword go off, but I realize the artillery was kind of more like point and shoot vibes. Oh, did they take away the free artillery from the corpse explosion? It used to be, I'm pretty sure I could spam that even if I didn't have anything to hit, and it would still hit artilleries. You know, do it with like the curses and things too. Go on. That earthquake rolling. Here. Back through this. Do these things. And we got more where this came from. This little circle, why not? Give me more rep, why don't you? Why not? Desecration. Not feeling for that much, but hopefully just a little bit. Another dose of that, but for the time being, let's go ahead and hang out here. These corpses. We get the wave. Probably the things. What I should do is try this. I don't have to hold shift if I want to corpse explode. So Prepify, that's gonna need me to adjust for. A lot of stuff getting tagged, advantage over time in the building. Terrible. I keep forgetting that I do get more corpses off of the bone prisons. We should hit those every time we can. Better forest. That is so expensive. Get the reduction. So bad. All the ice. Damage for that for sure. I die, but it just takes a little bit of work. Almost their entire bar damage it. Almost. Gotta be careful about shutting down my own bone prison. I tend to do that a lot. Things shutting me down. Hellbinder, gross. There you go. We work out. Now what's going on? Maybe some fires. Now all this explosion types. Warrior fire enchants. Nope, keep going. Keep moving. Moving corpses all the way. I miss having the Godslayer bowl. Right now I don't have the Vortex, I don't have any of that, I don't have Corpse Tendril. And if anything, probably Corpse Tendril needs to make an appearance. I think I could do without the Decrepify. Do I even have a damage reduction on this right now? That's reason active cooldown. Yeah, just do the weekend. Without it though. Make that trade just to see. Boss is getting easier. That's good news. Now for funsies. Sure. I almost have that legendary, and then we're going control glyph next. Kind of a risky business, but okay. Try pulling the decrepify for something else. I want the corpse syndrome, I think, but it doesn't consume a corpse. We're still gonna keep the, so we have to keep the corpse explosion. Which one do we go with? I'll go with. I still needed a ring swap, maybe. Or ring resource return, that might help. We can, for now, do one of these at the cost of losing this. So I lose enemies hit reflected crepify for the cooldown. We lose. That resolve may have been helping me more than I gave it credit for, but no, okay. So this one is the fortify one. And no cast on me, right? Additional 40% lucky hit chance. Might be worth. You want a Vol? I have the Bone Prison already. Just create a chance or Essence. Let's go Essence. That'll help on that front. I'll go do that already. Is good. Do we want it on the M1? Just the one. Try it on the one. I didn't change the temper yet. We'll see what this did for us. Some corpses in the problem. It's out. And then all of these. Being followed. I still don't know why they say they're being followed. Obviously, whoever it was there first. They're following you ahead of you? Or are you following them and not realizing that you're doing it? Okay. Let's just be over here. Doing what we do. Plenty of corpses. That part is solid. Going on. Left okay. Fire's not too scary. Oh, maybe it is a little scary. Drop some defenses. Protection. Okay, was on the Grapify on that front. I don't. Moving? Oh, there are ice sculptures in front of me. I was like, why can't I go through? Blocks. Go figure. Very nice. Types. Fire. Flash rippers gotta go. And then through the portal we go. Channeling works. Okay. Oh, what's going on? Got a lethal. All works out quite nicely. Hellballs everywhere. Sometimes I swear I just like shooting in a direction that hits nothing. What's that damage over time? It doesn't happen on impact. It's gradual. But it even has a single tick for that, I'm pretty sure. Pretty damn close though. Doing? Tell them all doing a dance. I think that's gonna save you. The amount of freeze though. This stuff we had like no idea we were like right up in business. I just saw our siren blood explosions, and I realized the corpse timber has that effect. Like, everything has a blood burst now. Oh, yeah. But the tendril that's around me, I like it. I like it. I missed the decrepify at this moment because I can't force it back. So where to put that back in? I guess I could do the bone on the corpse tendril and drop the bone person? That person's also giving me extra purposes. And I realize a lot of the time it's not because I'm canceling it. A little bit of finger discipline out here. And there's this. I swear. Getting caught around the wall again. Not my favorite activity. Contrary to how often I do it would suggest. Very nice. Go right along here. It's for me. I think so. There's the sentinel. Stagger moment, so I could say. And that goes down right here. Very cool. And the triple G8 tunic. This is gonna help me much considering we are rocking what we're rocking. Oh, and the chest armor for damage with the Bloodlance. It's mythic after all. The only thing I don't have that aren't mythic, we got an amulet, we got a pair of gloves, we got the boot. Good morning, Maxim! Life on kill, resist all elements, resource cost reduction. No. This is not the way. Let's go look at the ring temper. I can only change one of them right now. I do have a new star list though. A few new star lists. I could change them. I could change them. That wasn't for stars. There's no way I could be affording casting these. No way. Put the rack off so I can roll more things later. So boxes first. And then we'll look at that ring temper. Anytime I have space to pick up stuff like that, I'm always so surprised. I usually cannot handle that. Your resistance. No. Those have to go. We'll go repair because stuff has happened. And then there's this. Right now I got a cooldown reduction. I might need a resource off of Lucky. Hey, we'll see if it'll work for me. Here's hoping. We'll go until the greater. 18. There you are. Can't do this thing because it's been transfigured. This is fine where it is. Yeah, I think that's okay. This one's got extra little bit of shatter damage. I could roll a crit on this or attack speed. It could be interesting. That Adam's doing like all that anyway. We have to CC some things. I got plenty of freeze already. It should be alright. Let's see with the one that I've done. And what were the rules on this? There's just shatter damage. This one was shatter damage, and I could have swore I had another one that had that damage over time roll. Let's see if I do. Whoops. Not in that input option the way I thought I was. Bloodless. Two of these back here. That's the crit one. That's the damage. Okay, this one's the damage over time. So let's adjust this one. Go this way. I want to do the socket thing. Sockets. We're gonna unsocket the fancy ones. Those better not drop on the ground. No one wants that. Kinda wish this would. Let me keep those selected, but it's okay. I'll just do this one. Now, temper. I'm gonna try with attack speed just because it will probably look cool. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Let's see. 16. 16. Not that right this second. I'll go ahead and keep going. 16. 16. 16. Nope. Go on now. Go on. Dun, 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 dun. 16. 20. Alright, there you go. After that, we're gonna go to... Yeah, before I masterwork. Where are you going? Necro. The weapon damage, I'm pretty sure, is not our jam. Despite what it looks like. We go shatter damage. Instead, we get damage every time already is situated. Return on the resource. The part of me that's like, you know, you could try it. You could. Okay, now we're gonna do the damage over time. I guess. It's not really the right choice. I'm pretty sure Shadow should be the way. But look at that big number. We'll try it. We'll try it. Alright. With the new weapon now. Still not transfiguring because I hate to use the wrong thing before I'm sure what it is. Right. It's better, doesn't it? If you hit on that tendril, it's really strong. So that, at the very least, will help me out on our research. Go. In. This way and right. Up to you. How's that look? Otherwise, we're okay with it. And good. We're this way. Sure. Work. Attack hand. Tidewalkers for us. Here. Circle. Pretty well on the resource front. Okay, actually chase some more attack speed. I did roll on that one. Yeah, attack speed there too. Just don't know if we're gonna keep that attack speed on the weapon. If it keeps going like this, I guess why not? But I am channeling currently, so it's a little cheesy. The overpower on that blood wave. I feel like I gotta keep it. Gotta keep it. Thinking maybe we could try one of the other ults, but just I don't know. It's not gonna quite work with the Bloodlance the same. Yeah. Wretch. That lightning. Constructs. There you are. Sure. And on it. Let's go this way. Blast wave is okay. Deckhands are fine enough. And then let's go over here. There's always play actual sever. Do that too. And Dart just kill them with the dash. No, Rogues had a great time with their dash for a little bit, whether it was meant to happen or not. I guess that's a fix, right? For us, let's go over here. This way, yeah, poison's happening. Ooh, I lagged out a little bit there. I felt that. Still feeling it, I think. Latency seems alright though. Strange. Sad here. Appreciate that, Jimmy K. $10 super chat. I was thinking right now, it's like I can smell breakfast. But not for me. Not for me yet. All good. Now, Pledge Harvester rolling through. Closer. Artificers. Priestess are right rolling out. Can we do that? Yeah, we can. I did feel better. Those changes. Feel pretty sure that I could drop some of the damage over time focus and go the other route, and it would be a better deal. Especially if I found crit somewhere. I know Necros have like a little bit of like 5% here, 5% there to stack it. I don't know how much that really adds up. Like right now, if I look at it, my crit strike chance is basically nothing. It may as well be 20% off of that ring. And the gloves, do they have it? No. This ring have it? No. I guess it's just my general, like, stat point kind of situation, so it's a little bit rough out there on that front. When did I even get this? I don't know. What? Anyway, I'll take that. At some point we're gonna do more of the health type thing, but no, it's okay. Showing on 10. Don't know if 11 would seem very reasonable quite yet, and I know 12, especially if we're gonna include bosses, are not gonna be feeling it. The devs generally look at a build, if it can do 10, that's the happy point, and then what goes higher than that can be very selective. But with all the mythics and adjusting everything, it should be able to go higher. It's just a matter of I gotta find what pieces I need for it. There's also another ring I was going to check out. Thank you, Mama Taters. Have a good one. Nice. Some of those. And see us through here. Grave House. Goodness gracious. Okay, corpse axes. I see you there. Here too. That one looked really nice. Sometimes the shot and everything just goes off, and it's like, wow, I got good damage. Other times it feels like I haven't even taken way too many shots, and I think that is the overpower. You don't have stable enough overpower where always am I getting the extra bloodlances everywhere. So if that is part of the problem, what's gonna do? Instead of running around separating, I could have blood mace that gives me some more, and I don't really like that prospect. I tried to do it that way at the very beginning of this build. Now I definitely could, but man, losing Sever is not fun. That is not fun. I'm pretty attached to it. Keep it in mind that there's more power on that blood mist. I don't see myself running Banished Lords. I'm not spending that much resource. Am I? 100 per globe. I think I want to do it that way. It's easy otherwise. I don't know. My amulet is a little questionable. The aspect on is better than not capped out yet, of course. The tear, yeah, I'll do it. It's gonna come to me. It'll come to me. Go. Open that works out. House. Going enough over here. I don't know where this came from. Next arch. What's this? One of those construct types. It's fine. My favorite character to play. I am a Warlock main. That's my favorite, but it's not really like that hot this season. Next season seems like it's gonna be a shining moment. This season, I had a lot of fun on Druid. Actually did Storm Strike instead of Lightning Storm, but Lightning Storm is also really awesome. We haven't played that, but if you're looking to do Necro, Blood Wave is actually popping off right now, which is proper fun. So yeah, if you want to do Necro next, you definitely can find fun things with this. This right now, of course, is the Bloodlance. This is very off meta, the Shadow Bloodlance, which is probably even more off meta. The Bloodlance, I do think, does make an appearance in the Bloodwave, so there are some similarities, but it's not all that much. And the minions are also a Necro option, which I do believe are doing okay, at the very least. Some nice, lazy minion builds often hit the spot too for people. They're unstoppable. It means they'll take less. They'll take more damage because I do have exploiters on my amulet. In this build, it seems like a pretty fine choice. That way. I kind of wish the exploiters did extra damage to bosses, even if they weren't staggered. Because Lord knows, and we all have been doing that. What do we need now? No problem. It's powerful, but you're just looking for something fun and low maintenance or sort of such high maintenance. Yeah, so you'll probably enjoy like a minion necro. So there are minion necro builds. You're the type to look at builds. So they straight up call them lazy. They straight up call them lazy, so they'll do most of the work for you. It was a pretty good time. It was a pretty good time. There's no problem. Next season is my one button moment for my Warlock. Can't do it yet. I'm looking forward to it so much. Thank that follow too. Appreciate it. Let's go. Okay, huh? Artificer's Guardian action. We're gonna grab Greed too. Give me this. There goes the boss any moment now. Oh. New season isn't until after BlizzCon, I do believe. So it's a bit. You got time. You definitely got time. Amplify for the magic node. Usually when it's out for the new season, you look to the reliquary. I got a lot of stuff I need to unlock there too. I'm like, well, how did I not? I don't even know. Anyway, does it show me somewhere here? I thought it showed me somewhere. Now I can't remember where it checks out. And I feel like we have this conversation every single season, but you know, somewhere in these reliquaries it'll say it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. 35 days left in season. Assuming the game itself is accurate, you got a month and some change. We go again. Are you running off to, Necro? I don't even know how I ended up clicking the map. I have so many questions. Decisions. Do we try and sort this ring? I'm going to go with guys. So currently, this one's got a crit strike chance, toxic maximum life willpower. Obviously, don't want it that way. We want the intelligent one right here. Life regen, I probably don't need, so that one's going away. Do I take the crit strike chance again? With what I have currently, no, I don't, because I'm not really built that way. So I go with what other alternatives? Essence on kill on mobbing these things. That's cute, but generally, I like damage. You can get a damage over time multiplier. You can get a vuln on this. I think vuln is technically like the happy medium. But let's go with shadow for now. And then we go sockets. Let me add a socket to you. And we're gonna unsocket the old one. I guess I could do this. Because technically I got excess things floating around. I can force this out. Yep. And we'll throw it in the new one. There you go. And then I've got tempering to do. So now I can do another one of these lucky hit resources. There's something of that nature. Resource gen, I guess, could go too. Is it worth it to hit the resource gen knowing I got that one picking? I might try it. I don't know how much it helps on that front, but for a test, I'll give it a go. I'll give it a go. There you are. And next up, we get to do the shadow damage multiplier here. Okay. Yeah. I'm alive. This character, it's its first day. I'm not too worried about that struggle. Just out here getting it to the point where I feel like it's functional and I kind of like what the build is enough to, if I really want to, go and min-max it. But there's a good chance, I should say, that it's gonna end up being a different Necro build that I stick with more. I'm gonna get this willpower off of this. Right, yeah. Drop for the other characters. I could get that essence regen right there. It's tempting. I would love to just not have to worry about so much maintenance. But the choice is something like that. Okay, now transfigurations. I can definitely do a lot of these mythics. We're in pretty good shape there, so let's do the thing. Double check. I did hit. I like the attack speed. I'm gonna stick with it long term. If we care about pushing, we're not gonna like it. 22 item quality. I'll take it. Helmets. We have barrier gen. That's not that great. It's not a very shiny helmet, but we can work with that. Double check the maximum lives on it. It is. That's item quality 7. Chest armor. This one I already hit. That. This is my. I want to say my source. One of my sorcerer builds. Gloves. So I need another Fist of Fate. At some point, this one already rolled indestructible. That's no fun. This one's got 30% already. It does. Maximum life. I was thinking to change this to essence, but I'm gonna stay with life. Hit item quality. It likes item quality today. I've hit it a lot. The amulet. The 68 out of 75 irks me a little bit, but I think I'm just gonna go with it. To change anything there. That one got another EGA. All damage and damage time now. Okay. Right now, I had a temporary on that I needed to do, didn't I? Damn it. Alright, so there's you now. We got the shadow damage on that one. Guess it is what it is, right? I haven't really tested if I like gen, but I got more starlesses. It's okay. Indestructible dud. Next one aspect is caps, right? We got a temper on that, the front resource, okay. Transfig. And that is an intelligence roll. It's serviceable. Any of these still transfigable? Nope. We got other replacements and whatnot that we can do another time when necessary. I got more junk on the mules also to check out. Bloom Ward. I want to roll another one of these to see if we can get a better one. One's a 520 spirit now. Horses. Now that's a +2 darkness one, so it needs to get a really solid roll. Let's do replace. Transmute. 582. So 582% versus this one's 563 and losing 2 rank. Okay, so it's probably gonna make me have to go and test on the dummies, and I really don't feel like doing that at the moment, so we'll just go like this. I would think the big multiplier is to make up for the 2 ranks. But only sometimes. There you go. our resource sharing situation. Helping out the prison and everything else I've got going on. Kinda seems cozy now. Closer to what we expect on a Bloodlance at this point. We're not completely self-sufficient, that I never run out of resource, but it's getting pretty close. As long as I have targets. Just be firing off into nothing, not that I really need to anyway. That was a weird prison. But that one was a choice. That was not the right choice, that was a choice. Good. Okay, all that I can do word for it. Looks pretty cool too. There's you and here. Tide runners, torrents, sure. Artillery. 2 and 3. Got that. I believe you do. That's overpowered. Still underperforming. There's a part of me that says just take the skeletons and let them help. But what do I lose if I do that though? There's gotta be something on this sacrifice. Currently, oh, crit strike chance. I need to change that too. That's right. I didn't do a review on this since I went damage over time. We get to play with that as well. If I do put the skeletons back in, realistically, the point comes off as the corpses. That seems like it would be a bummer to get less random trash to do around, but dude, everything else is firing. It shouldn't. First mates. Actually going. Deckhands here. Fine. More suppressors this way. Fine. Holy explosion. Like this. Sidewalkers. Not bad. Deckhands for me. We'll do the blast wave thing. Got those red shades and then. Love that AoE. Fire enchant. For you. Oh, let's see. The shadow enchant looks good to us. Let's go ahead and go around this way. A little lethal. Seems good to me. And now. There you are. Poisons. Oh, that's gotta go. Let me go hit the boss. At the same time, too? No. He won't let me. Closer to where we want it. There you go. Easy because we can. Still run out a little bit. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. One more left to get up to 51. And there's still a long climb after that. Alright, walkers and nothing. Okay, so we were thinking not this, but this. Or now we have the extra crit strike chance. That's where some of the other crit was. I was thinking about earlier. Resistance or increased damage. Well, we can just take the increased damage. Huh. I like how you can sacrifice those and you can still technically summon them if you wanted to. Okay. Mages, we currently have 20% increased damage to both enemies. That's cool. Essence regen. There's an obvious way to mess with it if I really need to, but I think kind of we're in the point where we're doing. This is more damage if I have a stack of overpower, which I will fairly often. Well, I do that more than I might actually do this more than I vuln. I get the vuln over here, but I have to actually like put it down. I don't always do it. Don't always have it. That's a thing. And then I haven't said Ulcum this whole time. Fine. You do a little bowl for me too. Locates an area. He can slow, or he can do a little stun. Soul chain enemy detonates. Soul's cooldowns reduced. Doesn't look like the most exciting thing. I just like him. And then she's doing more attack speed, which is fine. Alright, so here we wanted to go with one of the minions. Which one would I take? Knowing I'm not scaling any of them, it's what gives me the best utility. Where are the mages? Here are the mages. They can give me increased they can get increased damage, or they can give me ferocity, resolve, or overpower. Depending on which type. Right now, ours are... I don't know, if I go across the whole line and sacrifice, it would even count. And I have the bone ones, I think, which is not... Actually, that is the one I would want. I guess it's in order, right? Yeah. The bone ones would give me the overpower. Let me just deal increased damage. Nope. Additional crit strike chance. We currently don't do that. Conceal range. That's definitely not. And this one would make it so I could consume corpses if I can replace the corpse explosion. Each active skill damage increases your essence regen. Yeah, that's one way to try and do it. I guess for science we can. What do I lose? I lose the essence on demand, because we're gonna do it passively. We lose the extra detonations that were going off. And then the darkness damage. But if I'm constantly shooting lances, it could be okay. Alright, for science. We wanted the one that does the corpse deal, so I can have my extra 60% damage. To give me overpower, and then we want them to... I guess I increase their damage, even if it's kind of weird. And then do I put the more ranks into them to get them to be doing more damage? Or do we do this and let that one kind of carry me through? There's also the option of improving the Iron Maiden. I don't really use it for damage, it's just maintenance purposes and extra damage for curses. For now, we'll just let the minions have a little bit extra value. Go down here. And hopefully, even if I'm not invested in them, they do good enough at what I need them to do. This is what gets replaced. And I have it set to use corpses. Consuming. It's a bit of a weird deal, but we'll give it a shot. I'm also not leveraging blood orbs currently. My shadow, that feels kind of weird, but I guess I could. At first, let's try this. In a world where they made it so we don't have to have corpses to do minions, I still... You see one that does. It's fine. Alright, so resource return for me. Watching how the overpower's doing. Now, they don't have much to hit, so it's okay if they're not giving it to me, but I do see, you know, some stuff is coming back. Over prison? Really didn't seem like it did it that time. I have to do maintenance to make sure these minions are sticking around. Yeah, they're really squishy without me. Oh, I have sacrifice going on right now too, don't I? Just one of them enough. Sincerely doubt it. Here. I had not you, and this one is increased damage. We have overpower. Let me free them. We want additional projectiles or fortify. To do the fortify. If they do that well enough, they're also free to move this around. Because the fortify is on this part. So no longer consumes the corpse. Oh, I didn't know corpse centrals were. Now corpse centrals don't because they're on me. These are mobilizers and they're pulled in. Personal now deals damage, no longer has a delay. Try it without the delay. I don't know what that looks like. I haven't actually tried it. If I could switch it, that'd be great. There you go. Cool. Lost half of it. Rest in pieces. Another loss. Pretty much everybody has lost today. No, I think I've seen one win. One win, that's it. You just call me a tyrant? You're damn right. You're damn right. Let's see. Okay, minions. Okay, now we got 3 of them. And of those 3, how is my overpower doing? So, some stacks. I can see some stacks. Some kind of build up. It's pretty okay. It feels so weird just having 3 minions. Would I have more than that? No, we're locked in a 3. That is it. As good as it goes for these guys. We get to see what the corpse doing. The tendril. It is enough to maintain the chain of the damage. And minions go do more power. Overpower off of 2 sources. I don't think the minions alone are enough in their current state. Otherwise I could drop the Iron Maiden. I think that's also doing it. Ah, you got more free run than you thought you did. Congratulations. It's always nice. It's like, wait, there's more. Yep, season 2 is currently big. Not too long ago. When did it come out? $8. Tab for you. And now we're moving again. Let's get those out of here. Just like blow up. With my situation, I can tell it's significantly nicer now that we did pull the extra minion gen. It's a shame it had to come to that. Somebody's gotta do it. Oh, it's looking more like our Bloodlance that I expected to be. Took some work, which is actually cool, but I got to work for it a bit. Mainly because I wasn't absolutely sure the state of Necro. What I needed to do. There you go. Now what's out here? Deleting some of my own skeletons for fun. Nice. Hidden prisms because I don't have a lot of scripture. Oh no. You get ones on the corpses, so until all the corpses are gone, he's gonna keep spamming. That's a wild range. Just holding it down in this spot, he's like going through all of that. I don't really want him to be doing this. You fool. Here, I just F interact. How about that? The downside, isn't it? Alright, thanks 51 plus. Great success. Let's still have 100% rolls on those, so we can stay here. No rush. Rerun's such a weird anime because so much of it is them spending time in a place. Spending time in a place because her sense of time is, of course, not human. It must feel not, of course, great sometimes for her human counterparts, but for her it's just like, oh yeah, cool. Oh, we gotta stay here for a few months while I research this? Alright, awesome. And then I would be like, so annoyed with that if I was traveling with her. Would not be for me. Unless I too was an elf. It was like, no. No, girl. No, I'm not staying in this pedunk town while you read some books or it will go crazy. Let's go over here. It's like modern world and we have the internet and all that kind of deal. You know, not that big a deal, but when you don't have that in some of those places that they're out there hanging out and they're like, oh no. Oh no, I don't know how much magic one can have to counteract the fact that some of these places are just like farmland and village vibes. Enjoy that. Enjoy that. I'm sure he's already doing it in season 1. It's kind of sort of thing. Whee! Not too bad at all. I do like having my corpse control back. I'm surprised I went that long without running the traditional one. The one that surrounds you is not terrible though. I do like it too. Something about point and shoot, pull into where you want something to be. Pretty good. You didn't really do a good job about standing in the right circles, but that's fine. That's fine. I think we have to do that anyway. This stuff. Where that came from. Looks good to me. Downpours. I like how these guys pop. Pop, pop, pop. Cool again. Let me do this. A little bit of you. That one too. The severing into things. I like to put the points of the sever that I had in the minions, but I didn't really care about their points. I do think it makes them more sturdy too, so not as easy to maybe go bare minimum on that. I'm gonna have to check it out. But even with the points they have right now, they're still dying. I don't have any forward for them. Just there for one job. Give me more overpower. Now they're all dead, so we gotta replace. Do it accidentally anyway. Alright. Poison. Those again. Now we're over here on right. Another one of those. First one looks good to me. Stop it. How is that looking? That's right there. Fly swarms. Passing hosts. Cool. More abomination. Fly swarm, please. There's more. Yesterday, Sever going into the corner twice. For you. Those times. How do we look into the pit? Goes to that fire chance. Go on now. Fire going wild. Here you go. Jolting Maulers. No problem. We still got minions, so cute. I do. So the ferocity's staying up pretty well, but of course I'm shooting away my overpowers. Kind of a wild experience. Oh no, not this again. I have to remember to hit F. I think I have another interact on my mouse. Maybe I should put one in. Which one do I want the most? I guess shadow and cold damage. That helps my corrupting damage too. That much damage in a one shot. So we throw the damage, the dot on, and then let it tick. So let's see what happens if I go try the 11. Okay. What do we do here? Compressors. Let's see. I'm actually okay right now. It's a little bit better than I thought it was gonna look. trash stuff for now. Nice wall shot you just hit. Whew. That's not what I was going for. Fire mix still going off. Good job. Good potential there. Yeah, standing in those shock lancers, but you're sturdy enough that I'm getting away with it. Probably don't want to stand an explosion though. That's a little dicey. Power. Ferocity. I realize maybe generated ferocity and not the overpower. I'm definitely gonna be overpower off of at least the maiden. And then the wave. Tell me here on the mouse over. Mage about clear, but I assume it's in order, so it should be over. Barreling into things. For you. More caresses. The tears where that came from. Pretty decent. Okay, stop this. Okay then. Here we go. Tears. Hex arches. Got you. Okay, so now we're here. Use the way. Crawlers, Pinlarks, like that. Thorn reefs. Can we do this? Yes, we can. Sure. Hold all the way. It's fine. More circles. Circles all day. They had these ruptures in the PTR to test in the Helltide. And I can only hope. Can only hope when they show us the real, whatever it is, that we're doing next season, it's not basically that reskinned. We can only hope. You would hope after BlizzCon they'll be announcing Diablo-related things that would get people pretty hyped for the next season. So hopefully, along with that, we'll get something a lot more interesting to do. I could basically, of course, do this forever, but I know for a lot of people, it becomes a new, like, oh, it's always this meme. It's like, oh, you always get seasonal powers. Unlike the seasonal powers, which I have grown to miss, I don't know if I would necessarily miss just doing nothing in circles all the time. So it feels like it's even more dire than back then. I was always team seasonal powers myself. I miss them. It's a nice little accent to every build. If you like played the same build every season, you add a little bit more extra to the side, and it was a different build in a way, at least enough. Yeah, now we don't really have that feeling. Like adding more mythics on top of more mythics on top of more mythics. You know, it doesn't feel that different. It's the same, but my numbers are different. Okay, cool. On Warlock, though, it's gonna have enough changes that that's not gonna be a problem for us, I'd say. Although Apocalypse was hitting out of the park again. I just don't usually play that Hellfire Apocalypse much anyway, so it wasn't relevant. But I know other people who are like push types, they're probably pretty sick of it. So hopefully in the post-PTR adjustments, it's kind of get evened out a little bit more, or maybe something else is going to be the top shield. As long as that Abodian can farm in 12 reasonably, you know, I'm happy. I'm happy. It's basically everything that I ever wanted to build in one build. Like if I want to, I could do like the blender type things that orbit me. I can one button it. I'm fast. I have a pet. You know, I like all the things. It's all the things, and it's obnoxious because you know I love doing chaos. So I'm super hyped, which is like, if they break that, I will be very upset. Will be very upset. Okay, so this is Part 11. We're doing it. Is it pretty right now? No. So we're around here, not higher yet. The 12 when we were without glyphs was this. And that would basically just let everybody else kill the bosses. But it looks like I can exist on my own. Now, any left? Progress. Progress is being made. Dark Claw. Honor. Here we go again. Now I'm trying to F interact, it's still not cooperating. There it goes. Darkness. Still our old friend. Still 100%. Nice. That done. Necro looks good and gold. This kind of money looks good in anything, let's be real, but particularly cool looking. Alright. I can clean that up again. Original teleport. Page Masters. We got more here for us. Good, next. Good value off of those glyph levels last time. And smoother that the resource is letting me get away with whatever I want to get away with, so you can just sever into more shots. I love that. Shatter enchants. Do the thing. It's pain. Ouch. I don't have that extra little bit of resolve. That's a lot of shadow stuff. Probably was inevitable. And right now I'm running Bloodwave and not one of the defensive ultimates. I would like to run Fry the Bone Storm, maybe? But it comes down to, are my minions doing enough and everything getting enough overpower? Because on Bloodlance right now I can't really afford not to. It's so obnoxious. I don't like feeling like I have no choice. But for it to do its shots, that's how it works, right? Well, that consumes 2 stacks of overpower to throw an additional lance. So I need to overpower a lot to get 1 extra lance. And I guess it would be worth the investment of increasing the cap. Which is like, how often am I even sitting in the cap? So if I'm not hitting it anywhere, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I see that 4 popping. I don't have aspect space for these things. Because they're all like mythic everywhere, you don't get a lot of choices, which is also what I'm kind of worried about. How the current itemization is all the time, like your mythic's going to give you the biggest number. You're going to take the mythic, and then there's only so many options, and you're no longer even like looking at the aspects. You're like, well, you know, these are my gloves. They're Fist of Fate. They got 390% entire multiplier. How are you going to compete with that? You don't. Even if it's just like a chance that these things are out, unless the other aspects got like super huge somehow, you know, you don't even question it. Then you can run the charms. I guess it's the new question. They have the mythic charms, and oh well, I'll wear it in the mythic spot. But if I'm only getting 1, in most cases, what are you gonna do? I suppose in a world if you run around with the grandfather mythic, if that's gonna happen, then you could hit the golden and run the Fist of Fate and then like whatever huge one. I guess in this Necro's case, it would be the Shadow Blight stuff. Wound Ward, or whatever it's called. But, I don't like that. I don't like that. This way. I suppose we are going back to having to get the last drops, so that means boss hell. So much boss hell. I don't know. It's just, you know, PTR, so we'll see what they actually go with. But I don't know. I don't know. Really happy about where the Warlock builds are looking like they're gonna fall. Just like, I don't know. World boss in 49 minutes. Subs though we Alright. Boom, lunatic coming for me. Go away. Go away. Let's at the ice ring yet. Not ice damage, technically. Unless we want to play the blight again. Which also reminds me, I did say earlier, we are not that far off of being a blight build if we wanted to be. But if we're generating all of these overpower me, okay. Oh no. What happens when you wake up having some sort of dream order to jail people in chat? It does sound exhausting. Very good. Get these little conjurers out the way. Infector. More fire. Gonna work a little bit, but start down, not too much. Gonna pop, I don't wanna be in that. That's also gonna pop. Same. Oh, let me take these. Yep. Warden on duty now. Darkness. 76. No, still going. We always get a good laugh when like the mods are watching, but the reality is if it comes down to something happening and it's only on me, I only really know where the ban button is. Everything else is like it's too much thinking, but the ban button's very obvious. It's the closest one to when I look over to my right. So you hope there's a mod. If somebody done effed up, there's only one solution for me. Most of the time. But these days, that's very rare that I'm the only one. There was a time, I think a few days ago, where there was one instance of that. And I'm pretty sure I did hit somebody with the thing. Guys, clan. Good. Poisons. These are fine. Here. Taylor. Yeah, somebody came through and I couldn't tell if they were a bot or just like self-advertiser. Either way, it was one of the same to me, so they were just done. No negotiation. Alright. The Tyrant finger face down. Oh no. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Nice. Got all of that to deal with. Little impaler. Shaman. That sever, once everything kind of gets more stable like we are kind of like at this point, we just fly. Feels good. I sacrifice, of course, a lot of tempers and whatnot for resource, but I don't feel like the additive damage on rings and whatnot matters that much, so it's for the best. It's for the best. And then cooldown. I don't need no stinking cooldown. I just need to shoot more. Easy. Cool. Taylor types. Okay. Otherwise. Alright. Probably Rob will get him. He'll handle it for us. Broader. This is okay. Where that came from. Sure. Fire chance. Works out. And now let's be this away. Move this away. Dun, 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 dun. Boom, boom. More coagulators. That seems nice. Now nothing to do. Oh yeah, group effort in here. Love that. Voltaire. Lightning shock glare. Good morning, bees. How's it going? Go. Well, look away for a second, and the lightning kind of popped me. But I mean, Necro life. It is what it is. I don't expect it to be much different than my poor Warlock. And post the Warlock, this is of course the first day, so we haven't even really sat down and thought about all that. I do have temerity, but I don't have Undying on me currently. So I could do that. Now the problem with that is I would have to put it on something like my amulet. Right now, I actually did mess up the amulet. I don't think I tempered anything. I tempered the wrong thing. I think it was a damage temper. Anyway, so I could roll an Undying amulet and make this easier. But current amulet is Exploiters. So when these gates to the point where they're inevitably getting unstoppable, there's a huge chunk of damage that it's gonna give me like right now. So I like that too. It's just I like to survive is kind of the deal. Like right now there's no escape. That Sever was a wall. Okay, let's go ahead and revive. Maybe that happens. That happens. PoE is shiny. And how it do so many different things better than D4 does. I'm all for to play all the action RPGs. What's wrong with that? Go ahead and hit a little bit of this. Does. Going on. Yeah. Especially now that they have async trade as of a few weeks ago. That is popping. This game needs that sort of experience very badly, but then they have to get itemization right in the first place, because right now the untrainable stuff is what you end up wearing regardless. So what am I supposed to do? They let me trade maybe like material type items. I guess that would be okay. Even just like a little bit more, because Lord knows I don't like playing the old school like 1990s, early 2000s. Let's go play tag in the DMs kind of thing. Like, nah, we're good without that. But if it was a little bit more automated, I just had a system, I would do it. I would do it. I have nothing against it. It's the pain, and of course, while streaming, I just want action all the time. I don't wanna be dealing with people in there. Let's go meet up, crew. What's your name in the actual game? Because it's not gonna be the same as what I saw on the website. Okay, yeah. No one's got time for that. No one's got time for that. Also, what's hitting me? What is cooking me right now? I kind of look. Shadow Enchanted, Debilitating Sword, Plague Bear, Earthquake. It's Earthquake. I can't see it, but I know it to be true. So we're gonna skip these. This is what we do. I'm gonna get out of my... Speaking of, I can't type to people. Go this way. Right here to this one. Okay. I mean, you can do a solo self-fight and play gradually in PoE too. That is completely done, but the build opportunities are very different. However, there are people who their whole thing in PoE is still that, and it still does perfectly fine. There's a lot of gameplay just built around that concept. It works over there both ways. Alright. Yeah, the whack quakes. Ain't nobody got time for that. I also don't have a weakness on anything like I would if I had to decrepify. So yeah, that's cool. I'm a little squishy right now. Alright, let's go ahead and hit this one. That is a mortar. I mean, it has an economy. It's D4 trades and whatever other like trade websites that people are split across, and that's messy. That's messy. Go with it. You go. Constructs. Fine. Take this away. A mortar there for us. The boss is right here. I'm trying to clear the things that are pretty useful to me if I can help it. Like this. Right here. There you are. Yep. The drop economies. quite a bit nicer in theory. Theory too as well. One's going down. Got it. Good. Grab use prisms. We'll check out how we're doing here. As long as 100%, we're gonna keep going with the darkness. Still look pretty good. You've never used the trade site. Yeah, that's quite a lot of us, I'm sure. The last time I did it was when it was a pretty big clunker. I heard it's gotten better since in whatever ways, but I don't do whisper DMs, whatever you want to call it, tag with people. I hate that. I hate that. So when they added async trade for PoE2, I was like, heaven. It's like I could throw whatever I wanted to throw onto Ainge or whoever it is now that you can use and let that handle itself. And if I wanted to go shopping, I could go like window shopping to people's little hideouts, and that's super cool. That is super cool. Alright. Let's get this out of here. Yeah, see, a lot of people have this weird stigma about auction in Diablo, but that's because of the RMT part. It just, if it didn't have that and you kept the other parts, there's nothing, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. And to be honest, like, a lot of us probably would have learned that opposed to the RMT part. We know why it's toxic, it's not a good idea. But I have played other games before, when things were much more the Wild Wild West. And I played actually a Korean game. They didn't have all that stuff outlawed, where practically it was pay to win. It was what it was, but there was stuff that you said. It was still fun. It was still fun. It's just we knew what we were signed up for because it was legitimate within the game. You know, if that's okay to everyone who's on board with it, or play like a whole mode, and that's how it is. You know, it's not. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's bad. It's just whatever you sign up for, you agree to. That's how the game should work. And, you know, you are signing up for that. I feel like the trade should be much more accessible than going to a third-party website. Hit this out here. Yeah, Lost Ark, the time gating and the things going on in there, that's what turned me off of it. At the beginning, before you see the scene, before you hit in-game, there's a lot of things in Lost Ark that are pretty cool. Go around and you sail around the different islands, and they all have like a lot of different characteristics that are unique to each island. There are a lot of them. There are a lot of little objectives, so it keeps you busy for a while. But then when you get to in-game, it's all about the time gate and waiting around for the next one, or playing alts that are also doing the same time gates just to feed your main to get ahead. So that kind of repetition and also still feeling the restriction in every single little thing you do, it is grating. It is very grating, so I did not stay with it all that long. With that being said, there are things in Lost Ark that it's like per style and whatnot, and kind of a lot of interesting things going. Yeah, right. It is like your swipe. You can swipe a lot. Alright. Yeah, so yeah, if you already are having an issue with kind of like time gating this of like King's March, Lost Ark is not for you. Lost Ark is not for you. Lost Ark is maybe less than it used to be with sort of things, but not only is it time gating, it's time gated on content that's going to require other people to actually know what they're doing. And there's nothing worse than having to pug something, because obviously on timing, maybe you don't have a lot of friends to play with at the moment, you missed the window, you gotta go and hit one of your goals. And then you end up in a party where someone thinks they know what they're doing, but they don't know what they're doing. And the next thing you know, you have wasted 3 hours on what could have been a half-hour activity because people are failing miserably. And nobody likes that. Nobody likes that, so that was not for me. Not for me. Oh, very busy for the Ori socially today. Right, exactly. I'm exactly with you there, Beats. If it is a phone game and it's got like idle time gating and whatnot, usually it's gonna be like, okay, I hit it and I quit it, right? You leave it until you go to the next time and then your timers will be up. It's like, cool, fine. If I'm actively doing something, like right now in front of all of you, I do not want the game to tell me no. Like, the game right now, imagine I did this like 10 times and then it said, oh, you can't enter again anymore. That's Lost Ark. That's Lost Ark for like every single activity you do in-game across the entire damn game. And they will only add more things and stretch it out with a time gate to pretend like they're actually giving you more. And it's the same trash. It's the same thing over and over again. It can be as shiny as you can imagine, and it very much is shiny. But the time gate is what's really in your face over and over again. Like, you blast like action RPGs and you're constantly doing this sort of thing, Lost Ark will piss you off. It will, I can guarantee it. So even if your friends are having like all the most fun, just keep that in mind. If you ever try it, then we can all be here when you come back and tell us how it went, and we can tell you, I told you so. We told you so. Unfortunately, that's most MMORPGs now, but Lost Ark I think is one of the biggest culprits of that. Like, by the time Lost Ark came out, they had gotten into a nasty science. It was the nasty science of time gating, and I think all the Korean, like the Asian market games are especially bad. It's a damn shame, because those were my favorite. For a long time, those are my favorite. But every time I play them now, it's always the same. It's always the damn same. And then they will promise that it's not, and then they will realize, no, we need more money. And they will flip the script on you very often. So that's how I ended up in action RPGs. But I'm still pretty much free here, and I hope it stays that way. Yeah, Lost Ark is like that new age time gatey thing, and wow, it has a fair share of that little bit like touch of it, but it doesn't stay nearly. Like why the Asian ones happen more recently. Which one do I want next? Let's go with... I feel like Abyssal is telling me way less than it used to. It's like such a tiny little thing. Let's go Scourge next. Your friend left and they called your mama. Exactly. Run away. Run away from Lost Ark, friends. Unless you are okay with the time gate and whatever else it's provided is like the greatest thing for you. The time gates alone for me are a hell no. Hell no. It used to be MMORPGs. We would start up a new one and I would get to in-game, of course, like that. And then the entirety of my gameplay would be whatever I had to do to gear for PvP and then just run around PvPing people. And in Asian MMORPGs, often we could still like grind levels, and that would be the end game, and we would fight over the spots. So that would keep me going, and there was no limit to that. And then they started introducing all sorts of like time gates. It was like a little trickle of this, like okay, you can't do dungeons all the time. It's like okay, I get it. And next thing you knew, you couldn't do anything all the time, other than like the most bare minimum stuff, and you just felt like you were in jail. Like why would I keep doing that? And then on top of that, to stay competitive in some of the PvP modes, they were telling me, here's the time gauge. And if you pay money, we will remove the time gauge so you can do more. And it's like, oh hell no. Oh hell no. Because you know how I would do that and how I originally would deal with that. That's not healthy. And then those games also had gear break. So a lot of money would go into upgrading, maybe at a low chance. And then rolling right back, so you would spend like $100, so then you have to spend more money on top to maybe increase the chances. And then some games would make it so even if you increase all the chances, there was still a chance to break, and you have to start from square one or fail and pay more. It's all messy. It's all messy. You've all probably seen these. I think these days some of it is not as bad as it was, but other parts are much worse. The time game part I think is the worst. Yeah, that's right. X-Files is doing new stuff, isn't there? Yep, we do have the X-Files. We put that one in when we were talking about the current DLC and what we thought was going to be the new class, right? So every time we talked about it, people would play the truth is out there. Because some of us already, even if we didn't know, Warlock was coming. Those are going down, hopefully, as I walk away. So now I'm like, if they die back there, do they even count? Like, if a mob falls and nobody's there, does it make a sound? I assume it would. Haters. The third party had a better chance of winning the actual lottery than getting your weapon upgrade to hit. That's how that goes. I played one called Ica, and I loved it because there were 5 nations with completely cookie-cutter zones, but they were all connected to each other through a portal. And if an enemy nation came through the portal, you could fight them. And I would stand at that portal on that rift when the enemies would come in. I would buff my entire nation like all the time. All the time. So I had to do whatever dungeons and whatnot to get ridiculous gear. We had to fight internally in our nation to hold a castle for extra bonuses. And then the rest of the gameplay was basically just defending it the entire time against people coming in and trying to disturb like our levelers. So, that game was one of those where you paid a lot to preserve your upgrades in your gear. We would have to spam ridiculous amounts of nonsense. Ridiculous amounts of nonsense to constantly keep edge and hold castle like constantly beat the enemy nations. And they don't make it like they used to. They don't make it like they used to because we could do everything we needed pretty much immediately in that game. Grinding. Nowadays, in a game like that, they would just time date it. They would say, okay, you can do like 5 dungeons this week, and we would do it in one day. Then you got nothing. Nothing to do. Grab this. Lost Ark, I think they even limit how much experience you can get a week, if I remember correctly, and that's just wild time gating. It's like, wait, I can't even progress my character's level right now? It's like, it's not just the gear upgrade, you're gonna say like, no, you've got your allotted experience for this week. Come back next week or pay up. Like, no way. Yes, I did play Aeon, whatever one it is, and they're making a second one. And I know what it was like overseas for monetization, and they promise it's not gonna be like that over here. Like, I don't trust any of that for a second. But if you have to be like into that, like have tons of fun, I wish you the best, but I am not going with you. The flight in that was like I think that was one of the first games, if not the first game, other than maybe the superhero games, where you could like more or less free fly. It was pretty epic. I hated the healing aggro though. It's like nothing I could do early on in that game would save me from getting all the aggro. It was like, no tank was gonna hold shit off of me. I don't know. It's like the numbers are just like at a certain point. Are you healing too much? It just counts pound for pound. You're just not going to have a good time. I'm sure eventually people figured out I got adjusted or whatever, but man, when I played that game early, it was so obnoxious. Dealing with PvE aggro in the middle of those like fight zones. Of course I played healer for that one. Alright, amplify, let's go with it. Tell you constantly try it when the sequel comes out. Some people have a lot of rose-colored glasses when it comes to those kind of games, but you play Lost Ark, you know what it's like. I don't think the time gate situation will be any different. So I'm sure you would have fun at the beginning, and then just like Lost Ark, you see the seams, you see the gate, it'll be there. Almost guarantee it. And those are typically also very pay to win. So it depends on how you feel about that. Like some people can look at the people at the very top, they're like, I don't care, I don't have time to be competitive, it's whatever. But even those of us who maybe you don't have the time but you still see it, and you know if you're playing with people, which inevitably in those kind of games, I don't think it's going to change, and you're going to need to play with people to get things done, you have to deal with that. Here, Shadow Mortars. I think most of the time MMORPGs at launch are at their best, so if you have any like inkling to see those, that would be the time to do it. It's just, you don't have your heart broken when you realize it is what it is. It is what it is. Also, don't get attached to anybody who's running any major organizations on an MMORPG launch, because I feel like it's a very huge percentage that get burnt out. And will have a very dramatic conclusion. I think the numbers are going 90% of any of those games I can think of in any history. It always happens. But if you're like me, you kind of do your own thing, you stand off to the sides, it's fun to pop the popcorn and watch it all go down. I think actually maybe other than the PvP like war type stuff, biggest part of MMORPGs I do miss the politics of it. Because after a certain point, you have done it so many times. You have ascended all the nonsense. You have transcended, and it's all just fun and games while everybody else is seething. This done. I got another one over here. Cool. More terror. Yeah, exactly, Robbie, exactly. Action. I would imagine an MMORPG released in this day and age would probably not be as party required and like group oriented, just because gamers in general are becoming like even more, they just want what they want it now without having to go through all that. But I would think it's still gonna need more people and more organization and like the top end than of course an action RPG would. So I would think the social collapse will still be there. If that is what you're going in for. Because some people I'm pretty sure at this point do. Got it. Even my little phone games, I don't join the sweaty PvP type, even if technically I belong there, because I know inevitably they're gonna tear each other apart. I ain't got time for that. I ain't got time for that these days. I'm too busy slaying people before. That's what at this point I like straight up told people. It's like they kind of like get the vibe like, why are you here? It's just like because I nobody got time for what's going on over there, and it's like if you don't know it's happening, I do. I can trust you. You can trust me. It's not for me. Not for me. When I was jokingly saying that the group I was playing with on a phone game should just give me the keys because they got PvP elements, and that moment came, but I realized I was sitting there. It's like I don't actually. So I gave them to I basically deferred and tried to push and prop somebody else up to get those keys to run their wars because everyone else in PvE is a PvE kid other than like a handful of us. And I made sure that the person who got it would basically do anything I would want to do and like listen to me enough, but I don't have the responsibility and that feels good. Feels good. So that's actually best scenario. As much as I do like picking up like a ragtag band of randos in PvP games and like trying to like make them into gods by the end, that is a lot of work. Now, you know, I have Vile Nexus, I have my own people, we do this thing, so I decided I don't want it. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. In the random tales or what Fame does on her days off. A little bit of this. Good. Banshee. No problems, no problems. I think it's the next thing you'll likely try. Yeah. I get the impression for Guild Wars 3, they're kind of looking to kind of make it like a little bit of a smaller, more intimate grouping kind of situation. I need to look at all the details and whatnot, but I saw some people actually worried that it was going to be like that. But those of us, of course, sitting in the action RPG community, where in this case we don't usually run it with a lot of people at once, that's actually really promising. Because it's easy for us, right? Like right now, like I could grab 3 or 4, whatever, you know, kind of number, and then we could do some content. I can do stuff by myself, fine. But it's when they sit there and they tell me, okay, you need a 50-man Zerg to go take that castle. Then we have a little bit of a problem. Like, granted, obviously, you know, in various ways we can build up to that sort of thing. But it gets harder and harder to do with people at a certain level to have success. Like, that feels good all the time. It's just people, you know, we're not, especially in RPGs, it's not the same demographic where we had like a limited time for everybody across the whole roster like we used to. And that's also why we're in action RPGs now, because it's a very nice, like, bite-sized kind of time thing, if that's all the time you have. MMORPGs are not like that. They are not. Alright. Kind of doing like that. If you want to play Lost Ark, I would not play it for getting to in-game. I would play it if you like story and that kind of deal and, like, exploring. It's good for that, before the time gate sinks in. In-game is where it's prickly. Yeah, so in like world versus world type things in Guild Wars 2, we had big PvP type raids, and you would have like 50 people or whatever kind of people fighting all together at once over things. I don't know if it was just 50 for everybody or it was a significant amount. Like we were talking like easily 30 plus. You would see 30 plus players together, and you would need that many to fight an equal amount, if not more. And these world versus world maps, they ran 24/7. They still technically do, but it's not as sweaty as it used to be, of course. And you would sometimes also need like 5. You only have 5 people to hold your biggest assets against Southeast Asians in their Zerg times. So there was no rest for the wicked out there doing that kind of deal. And sometimes RPGs would be like, yeah, that's what you need. That's what you need to do that. They'll give you a boss, a world boss that'll be on a timer, and then everybody will show up. And then some games back in the day, you can flag up on everybody. So if you had the dominant force of like 30-some people that were organized that would flag up all together and fight everyone else, you would shut down the entire boss raid for everybody else, and you would be able to monopolize those things. And RPGs have those elements, so you need the personnel to actually find success depending on those designs. I think by the sounds of it, Guild Wars 3 is not looking to do that. Even Guild Wars 2 is not really like that. You can do a lot with very little, unless you're talking about the world versus world, and the other side having just the ridiculous amounts you gotta enter there are a lot of those like faction versus faction games. They want you to bring the whole family, your whole family tree, and all of their best friends, so you could even pretend to be competitive. But you better hope that all those people that you're bringing are also good and have spent hundreds of hours on their gear, because the people on the side have. Yeah, no play. Lost Ark is also not super zergy, so that part of Lost Ark was okay. Okay. Some of the other MMORPGs, yeah, takes a lot of work. Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. But a lot of my family members, they would not MMORPG with me. There were like some instances here and there, like they would check in, but they never kept up with me in that respect. And the other ones that kind of I could tell like they played MMORPGs like maybe WoW and whatnot, they knew it was a very different level, and what they were into was not what I was into. Like they were more like casual. They want to do like the little PvE things. I was nasty sweat. And so that's the kind of thing that we break apart the family kind of vibe. So none of them ever played like the PvP aspects like at all. Now at some point I did get my brother, and I can't remember if my dad ever did or not. Like some of them did do a little bit of Guild Wars 2 with me, but when they did, that was a very short amount of time. Not at like the full force. So I'm expecting them to like really hang at the GVG sweat level kind of thing. But there were some instances where, yeah, my family has played some of those with me, but it's very rare because most of the RPGs you need so much gear investment. You're constantly on a treadmill, and that's not for them. I'm gonna just go through it. I don't sever out. Woo, close. Yes, we will probably go heavy here on Guild Wars 3. So that first beta that we should have access to is in 2027 fall. So it's a while. It's a while to go. But if there is a time when this channel jumps ship and we leave D4, it will be depending on how good Guild Wars 3 is. I am very upfront about that. Fame is literally the namesake of Guild Wars 1. It's basically a whole thing, right? So we'll see how it goes. But I'm trying not to like get too hyped because I've been disappointed by a lot of these games. But if there is a company that's never really disappointed me in these things, truly it is ArenaNet. So I have actually been played with their devs in a few of their clans in Guild Wars 1. So I know a lot of them are probably still actually like they stick around. So there's a lot of reasons where I have high hopes. But that being said, though, I've always been a PvP kind of gal, and I have no idea what they're planning for Guild Wars 3 in that regard. If they are saying they want to make it kind of like smaller, I hope the actual GVG kind of scene would make a comeback, and it'd be designed more for streaming. But I think that was the biggest mistake when they did Guild Wars 2. They never made it for, you know, all of this. And you can tell when people do stream it, although people have like a pretty good time of it, it's almost impossible to see anything. So if they remade the concepts they had, basically Guild Wars 1 being, I think, ahead of its time for some of those sort of like competitive avenues where they had like arenas and Hall of Heroes is actually where the name fame. They could have something. They could have something, but I have no idea. I have no idea. As long as you get access to those comms. Yeah, so my brother, although he didn't do it like a ton of times, he was always, of course, you could imagine, able to hang with the other PvP gals, or guys and gals, who were just doing that sort of deal. Hey, welcome in, Raiders! We just talked about MMORPGs and some of the things coming up and all that good stuff. So how was the stream? What is going on with you? I have a feeling any game that they put a lot of work into in this day and age, if they want it to be AAA, high-end, it has to be designed for streaming. Love it or hate it, obviously you guys are here, so I know you're okay with it, but I know a lot of people, they don't like to hear that. If you go like to Reddit or something, like, oh no, gross. But that's the reality of it, so I hope they knock that out of the park, because obviously, you know, if there's ever a game I want to check out and find that success with where I am now, it's obviously Guild Wars. Because as much as I've played this game, we're going on like 10,000 hours, I have more in Guild Wars 2, and then yeah, Guild Wars 1 on top of that, and we were talking like at least double. We were talking about probably like 20,000 hours of my life in games. And that 12,000 or whatever I have in Guild Wars 2 only came in the majority of like its first year. I would not sleep for days to play that game. I was so obsessed. These days, I know better than to do that, but oh man, was it wild how much we would stay up. And I say we because I had a lot of other friends who were also doing it. And I remember even changing servers and changing like the people I was fighting with to find other people who did not sleep, because it was the only way I had enough people that could keep up with me. You want Elder Scrolls 6? When is that supposed to come out? How long have they been making that? Granted, now that's a single-player game, but I can understand that hype. I spawned in this world and immediately started gaming. Well, I mean, I almost immediately went to go see Aliens 2, apparently. So, yeah, a little bit. I would love to know what the very first game I ever played was. I remember having original Nintendo, and then we had PCs and that kind of deal, but like the absolute like first game for me, I don't know. I know Final Fantasy VI was probably the first game I completed, like RPG I completed by myself. And then maybe like Secret of Mana. But for the most part, I don't, like the absolute number one or the first one, I don't know. I don't know. Right. Going through. Cool. Reverberate everybody. Bye, Vanditos. Have a good time. Let's go ahead and hit the little abyssal. Fine, fine. Okay, neath iron. Here we go again. Pong was your first? That was technically before my time, I'd say. We did not have an Atari around. I remember having, like, the original Mario. I remember having Gauntlet. And Duck Hunt. But we had PC games and things too, so I'm not absolutely sure. Hello, how you doing, anime? Oops, I'm gonna take it. Most. We're already ancient vampires. We're gonna be whatever's after that when Elder Scrolls 6 releases. But to be fair, Morrowind was really my last Elder Scrolls. Like, that was all the way back then was the era of when I still played single player games, and since long stop, right? Last single player game I finished to completion, Final Fantasy. Give me that loophole. Back this up a little bit. So like Oblivion, I don't know that much about Skyrim, despite how long that's been out. I played it maybe 2 hours tops, so like the first cave and whatever kind of town or whatnot, and that was about it. Before I was off to do whatever it was I was doing. Well, I guess at that point it was probably already Guild Wars 2, right? Something like that. That's how it goes. Lost Ark does not have an official release date yet, with current estimates suggesting a launch between 2027 and 2029. So if we eat the Elder Scrolls 6 in 2027, I'd be pretty shocked. So it's probably the later option. Oh no. Alright. You don't think Bethesda is capable of making another Skyrim caliber game? That is completely possible. That is completely possible. Yeah, and I have the collector's edition arena mousepad over here next to me. Like I'm touching it right now. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's arena. That's the first Elder Scrolls, not even Daggerfall. Just a second. So I've been there with all that for a long time, for a long time, and I would be very, yeah, I would be very surprised if it could really capture what some of those earlier ones had. And even for me, Daggerfall is my favorite. I love how much like absolute BS was everywhere and how freeform it felt. And as a kid, realizing that the fast travel stuff is actually out there and I could travel to it the long way blew my mind. And I'm pretty sure you could. I don't know for absolute certain. I vaguely remember that, yeah. So I had a lot of time on my hands, of course, as a kid, and we would test that kind of thing. Just real playing Skyrim and fighting new stuff all the time. Yeah, see. That is wild. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, is that with mods or vanilla? So a lot of the time it feels like they don't make them like they used to, but you always hope that they do. And the horror, I think, now is the closest to that experience that I think even right now that I have is AI generated. And that's dark to feel, dark to realize that it's only a matter of time before visually that's how it's going to be. And that's not great. That's not great, but I think that it makes sense. Even like that Daggerfall experience, it was practically procedurally generated. A lot of that stuff, it was the same kind of structure, and it was like, I don't know if they actually rolled it or more or less how it was generated was like that. You really care, you saw the patterns, just like you see patterns in these. But it always felt like there was so much. Because there was so much, and just specifically doing everything like individually, that's why it takes forever. Yeah, it doesn't take like that. It does it. Right here to the left. Like Corpo's favorite. I think a lot of people would agree with you there. Yeah, it is what it is. The system has kind of funneled things a certain way. But lo and behold, obviously, I enjoy these games just fine regardless. But, yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Alright. That fancy PC for a spin on the wild side. Not with mods, you mean? You know, go with mods. Now, I always say with those games, if you're still enjoying vanilla, you should play vanilla. You should play vanilla until you're tired of it, and then you pop the mods. So then you get the most out of all of it. Because sometimes, and a lot of the time, you put the mods in and you're like really into it, there's no going back. There's never any going back. So you will never have that vanilla experience ever again because they just won't hit. So if you're enjoying vanilla, don't listen to Zoe. You stay in vanilla. You stay in vanilla. Yes. Here. Go ahead and go with this and those. Now what's going on here? Playing covers, got your champions, this is fine. Got more loose. That'll do. Got it. Mods break games sometimes? I mean, yeah, select on which ones you choose. Those trees rocks at 1 or 4K. Oh no. Nah, you rediscover everything in 4K later. Fine. Now, to be honest, sometimes those other Scrolls games can make me get motion sickness. There's probably another reason why I don't go out of my way to play that. I haven't played that much Skyrim to know for sure, but I vaguely remember, like, sometimes Daggerfall can do it. I know my dad, all the time, Daggerfall would get him. It's not so bad then. I have not tried it more recently. They always say as you get older, stuff like that gets worse. So concerned. But it's fine. I don't need to do that because I'm gonna play some more Dead by Daylight when we do the Diablo collab, and we get to get on all the meds again to get that right. Because, you know, gotta do what I gotta do. And that's kill some survivors. I'll play a lot of Survivor too, though. So you guys will probably check in and maybe want to give it a go that maybe haven't really played before. So that'll be interesting. Weird. Like I said, I'm not gonna touch it until it's go time, so I'll be absolute hot trash when we go back. Witness the rebirth properly. World lost in 4 minutes. Uh-oh. I think I got this in time. It'll be fine. I know I do, actually. If I don't go getting splattered all over the place by too many explosives and whatnot. But man, this build feels way cooler when I've got resource, right? Took a while today, a few hours before we got to this point, but now often the damage needs to be better, but we can work on that and get more lift levels and everything. Hopefully we can make it up to 12. This is 11 baseline. Okay. I believe it's already full boss time again. That's where I just did that. And the good news is I can go to 12 for that, so let's do that after I do this. Fawn was always pretty good about not telling people that he thought they sucked to their faces, for the most part, right? But man, when Fawn was at his breaking point, like the real burnout, when we basically decided it was time to just go D4 full time. I'm sure he doesn't mind me saying it, but oh no. Oh no. Bless the hearts of all the people who were playing with us who were not keeping up with Fawn's expectations. And Fawn, who has played Dead by Daylight still more hours than I have played this game. Still. So that's how much he has played that, for the record. Yeah, he would not be. Does that battle with impatience tells you all you need to know? Yes. Yeah, so when we play Baldur's Gate with Fawn on his channel on Saturdays, you can see it happening in real time sometimes. You will notice that Fawn will run off, and he's the one streaming, so you'll see where he is. And none of us are gonna be there with him. But he doesn't care. He knows how the game works, so he's just gonna engage. He's like, oh, it's worked 100 times before. Never mind that it didn't work for this party, and not all of us know exactly what he's thinking and what he's doing compared to when he played it by himself. And next thing you know, like, oh, Fawn just took that fight. The one that has wiped us 5 times, and other times we have done honor and has already killed him before we even got there. Oh, that's great. That's great. At least the good news is when he bum rushes that way and one of us is like way behind, we can tell it's going badly and we can just be like, okay, well, we'll resurrect everybody back at camp. It's saved us a few times already. I think they have for Diablo 4 for BlizzCon. Okay, so for... I guess they're withholding whatever's coming in the upcoming season. So maybe like just lightly whatever cool thing maybe immediately comes into the game, whatever it may be. For D4 itself though, I would love to hear about a DLC, a new class, anything like that, but it might be early for that yet. I think Diablo as a whole, I wouldn't be surprised to see D2 actually get like a full proper update. D2R got Warlock and it seemed very successful, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a follow-up. And they kind of hinted in one of the dev streams about D4, where as much as we liked whatever they were announcing, just wait until they announce and then like it ended, right? So D4 is getting something, but it's really hard for me to guess. Really hard to guess. But I think Diablo, also other than the D2R, I hope that there's some sort of other media. Like an animated series would be awesome. I don't know how live action would go super well for Diablo. That'd be cool too. But I think with the success of a lot of these series and a lot of games, one of the ones who has been around for as long as it has and has always been touted as having some of the best stories should actually get that shot, and I hope that's happening. I don't know what they do for Immortal since I don't play it. Yeah, even as someone who plays D4 as my game. I really don't know. I really don't know. Okay, there's always... Maybe we'll actually see Diablo. I know it's a wild, long shot. There's always a chance. Ouch. That hurts. I'm not built for Torment 12 yet. This is fine. Maybe I'll stay out here. We're getting kind of angry. Realize at 8:30 a.m. in the morning, there's not a lot of us here. Cool. We do have barbarians, so that's gonna be alright. See a rogue. Obviously, the damage is there. Wherever it is, it's there. Can't see a lot of damage over time, so you know it's on money. Stand in that circle. Need to repair after this. This sir dies a lot. What? At least he's honest? That was D5 release date in 15 years at BlizzCon? I don't think so. I don't think so. But I do believe I remember there being tales of it'll happen sooner than it happened for D3 to D4. But who knows what the future holds in that respect. Kinda cool that that's there. I don't know why it is though. That's funny. In everyone's face, so that's Asmodan for you. Damn bug. I wouldn't be surprised if they tell us about a new class. Now, what would the new class be? I think we are overdue one that is not really common. There's something more surprising than your typical archetypes. We have our warlock and our paladin now, for instance. That's, you know, obvious. You think Amazons? Do you think they would go with one that, you know, in all things considered, sitting in the Amazon entire setting, it would actually make some sort of sense. I don't know they would call it Amazon. Like Amazon plus something else, right? Because Amazon's of course female. I don't think they gender lock it. But we are sitting right in their capital. We didn't get a mercenary that was an Amazon. Right, and that seems like a missed opportunity. Yeah, it could be, but I think that rogue and other things that are going on in other classes make it unlikely that Amazon would happen unless we bank on the fact that, well, we don't have anything that's really like Javazon, do we? I guess I could do Helltide Harvest. Now, I don't think I'm gonna do it on 12 yet, so we'll go back to 10. Since I saw how squishy I am, we're gonna have to figure that out later. What's my health at currently? 36k. I lost health on something I did. Okay, let's repair. Oof, that was perfect. Amethyst, yeah, it's pricey. Alright, so I got time on Helltide? Yeah, I do. I went to 10 already? Yeah, I did. We're out here doing... Which one is the actual? I think this one is the actual Helltide. Those are the days. Witch Doctor, I think a lot of Witch Doctor's kind of vibes are checkboxed on Warlock. And then maybe a little bit on Spearborn. I'd be surprised to see Witch Doctor. Iron Team, the game needs a bard. There's a liar on an enemy early in the campaign. There was a bard, Gideon, in one of the events. They're out there at Sanctuary. We exist, people. We exist. I'd take one of those. I'd also take, like, samurai kind of style, like, stance. Melee would be epic for me, too. And I know there's an Asian-inspired location in Sanctuary. We have never been in any of the games that I can recall. So that seems reasonable if it comes to, you know, announcing something like that or the next DLC. I just don't know if it's going to be as early as BlizzCon. One could hope, but I'm not going to hold my breath on that. So I try to keep my expectations low. Low. I expect bigger things for D2R and folks over there than my own. I think is how I'll put it. You'd be down for a bard as well. Yeah. Other things we don't have. Better storage system. We were talking earlier. We don't have an auction house or anything like that. That would be epic too. They can give us that. What else are we missing? We don't have like a home system in this game where you can like hang out and have like one-stop shopping for everything. It would be pretty cool to have, and I don't think that Blizzard would mind us buying furniture from them. You know, it is what it is. Yes, D4 is getting a mailbox. We see it in the PTR, and in the PTR for me, it didn't have anything in it. So I'm still a little confused about that. And then somebody else said that it had a thing in there where it just took a long time for it to load up. They're playtesting it. And with mailboxes in most games does come certain things you expect. Right? Right. So why do I have a mailing system for like that? Why do we have a mailing system coming if all they're gonna do is like, here's the news. Like, we have the news on login. They tell us that all the time. It's like, okay, here's some free stuff. You've given us free stuff from the shop. Why do you need to do it through your mailbox? Interesting point. Right here. Like this. And back to these. Yeah, the times to deliver messages. Like, yeah, but you deliver messages another way all the time. Yeah, they'll give us free stuff. That's where most games give you the things that they give you free in the shop. So we'll just see those moved at the very least. At the very least. But yeah, when you put it that way, that is a good point. It is kind of suspicious, isn't it? Like, why do we need this? I don't know, why do we need this? I played a game where I went to the mailbox to get my money after I sold it. I'm just saying. You never know. You never know. Like this. It's cold there, but dang, that hurts. I do not have the protection of the cinders yet. So that is also a problem. What do we do for poor Necro? I have Bulwark already. Is it going off enough is the question. There it is. I feel like it's pretty reasonably going off. I don't have the means to get Mott unless I drop my Iron Maiden, which I don't want to. I can drop the Blood Wave and get your damage reduction there. Did I still have my Heavenly? I don't have my Heavenly Strength anymore. The problem with that is, as you can see, we're kind of locked into other things. There's a little bit of a problem. A little bit.
Your death will be the beginning of the end.
What we need to do is find a way to make Heavenly Strength happen on Bloodlance. Of course, that chest armor is taken by Mutilator. Lucian, I need that damage. I don't think I can drop Gloom Ward and lose Shadow Blight. So I have, instead of Temerity, I can take Heavenly Strength, and then I can work through the skill tree. Or Barrier, maybe? Maybe. No, survivability is a problem. I had over 40k health and then I changed something and now it's not so much. These rings could have more. PAs in general could have more that way. This is a sorcerer temerity that's already been enchanted and what have you, so I can't really change it. So in different camp situations, seems like it's in order. One of the things I can do. I'm gonna gradually open these boxes because I anticipate another death at a time. See how we do when flying through this health edge. 13s. And activate. Let me get that too. Executioners. 2. 30 pounds here. And here. I'll awaken. Check the poison. There's a gun. Gonna hang out here a little bit. On now. Okay, seems fine. Let's get a tarnish amulet. Please, thank you, maybe. There you go. What is this? Classic case of I don't know. Why are you looking at me? I don't do these quests. More cinders. Kinda hanging tight, but it's a little bit dangerous that I don't instantly kill things. It's like they're dead, I just have to wait on it, but they can do damage while we're waiting on it. Danger, danger. I don't have Decrepify anymore. I can put Decrepify back as well for more defense, but at what cost? At what cost? Now my minions are generating my overpower. And I seem to be doing a pretty good job. I see it hit 4 fairly decently. So assuming that's where it's coming from. Other than me doing the blood waker. I'm good to adjust this. There might be something like that for us. This wall is probably not in the cards. I want the heavenly strength and keep my Bloodless Scream more. So that's not something I'm gonna do. I could actually use the Gloom Ward as a mythic. The one hand offhand. I don't want the Bloodless, but I really do want the Bloodless. Because if I die so consistently, it might not be like I have that much of a choice. And then I get the bigger corrupting damage off of that shield. At some point, I guess I need one just to see it. See if it works out, but I don't know. I don't know. I suppose then you put the Bloodless Scream in the... You could do it in the charms, but it won't have that double number. There, bonuses. Sure. Careful. What are we doing? 130. Doing okay on that front. Seems fine. There. Right. There we go. It's okay right there. Where that came from. I got a little tear going. Oh, that fire. Sheesh. You're gonna read 7.4 seconds. Oh goodness. Monster would know. Monster would know. Okay, alright. Lose again. You know, as much as we hung out with monsters throughout Dead by Daylight, we didn't actually play together all that often, did we? Just kind of like in each other's channels and chats. Vibes. 204. Let's go open up more boxes. Got a little bit more minutes. I got time. Respectable number. It's 7.4 seconds. Nah. He's not as burnt out on Dead by Daylight. It's not too bad. Now, granted, he went over and played when they announced Diablo was going to have the collab just to see how it was doing. And they nerfed his killer, his blight, into the ground. Like, that is practically an M1 killer now. That was so heartbreaking. I don't think he really played it after. So he's in recovery from that because he was a sweaty blight and blight was a sweaty killer, and because it had so many kill streaks and people were just deleting, I guess, everybody with it, they destroyed that killer. It is a shell of what it once was. Because I think that's his biggest problem with that game right now. I don't blame him. It's like if they, instead of buffing my Pyramid Head, which I heard that they did, they nerfed him to the ground to be unplayable. That'd be so tragic. That'd be so tragic. This. Teleport, Harbinger. Good. more. And on the right side we go. Heavy weaponry. Right. Hailers. Got it, good. Let's go ahead and take that lair key. We get to go report tutorial. This is the first warplay that this character has completed because we've just been trying to work on setting it up. There's an off meta, it's tough going. We exist in 10, I've gotten into 11, it needs more juice for 12, and I don't know where I can find it. I might have to really do a big think. Look at everybody, they're fans of each other. So, the first time I met Fame Monsters, I was his killer. And of course, I noticed the name because he was right around, of course, Fame Monsters. And we didn't actually end up, I think, engaging that first time. It was one of the other times later on when I would face him that it would eventually happen. And of course, we always got along swell. We always got along swell. Okay. Helltides, or yeah, probably more Helltide vibes over here. There we go. Cool. Alright, so that's gonna do it for me for probably today or for a while. I'm either back late night or like basically really ridiculously vampire AM to continue the mission of working on this Necro. We are Torment 10 farmable, probably 11. You know, after that, I just don't know, other than getting the glyphs some more and maybe some different affixes. It's tough as Shadow Bloodlance. If I get tired of it, there's try the other Shadow things, and then there's also Blood. We did a lot of things on Necro. I'm pretty interested in, so we'll see how it goes. Thank you all for hanging out. I'll go hang out with somebody else in the D4 thing in a moment on the Twitch side. I will see you when I see you. Bye bye.